And his instincts would tell him to give chase. I nodded, and he slipped his arms from me, leaving me oddly unsteady. "What am I going to do with you?" He was standing with his hands on his hips, a lopsided smile on his face. "You are the most exasperating creature I've ever met. No one has ever known what to do with me. That I believe." He surveyed me for a moment. "We're going to Woodstock." "No, I'm perfectly safe in college." He'd warned me about vampires and protectiveness. He was right. I didn't like it. "You are not," he said with an angry glint in his eyes. "Someone's tried to break into your rooms." "What?" I was aghast. "The loose lock, remember? In fact, there were fresh scratches on the hardware." But Matthew did not need to know about that. "You'll stay at Woodstock until Peter Knox leaves Oxford." My face must have betrayed my dismay. "It won't be so bad," he said gently. "You'll have all the yoga you want." With Matthew in bodyguard mode, I didn't have much choice. And if he was right, which I suspected he was, someone had already gotten past Fred and into my rooms. "Come," he said, picking up my computer bag. "I'll take you to New College and wait while you get your things. But this conversation about the connection between Ashmole 782 and your blue fingers is not over," he continued, forcing me to meet his eyes. "It's just beginning." We went down to the Fellows car park, and Matthew retrieved the Jaguar from between a modest blue Vauxhall and an old Peugeot. Given the city's restrictive traffic patterns, it took twice as long to drive as it would have had to walk. Matthew pulled into the lodge gates. "I'll be right back," I said, slinging my computer bag over my shoulder as he let me out of the car. "Dr. Bishop, you have mail," Fred called from the lodge. I collected the contents of my pigeonhole, my head pounding with stress and anxiety, and waved my mail at Matthew before heading toward my rooms. Inside, I kicked off my shoes, rubbed my temples, and glanced at the message machine. Mercifully, it wasn't blinking. The mail contained nothing but bills and a large brown envelope with my name typed on it. There was no stamp, indicating it came from someone within the university. I slid my finger under the flap and pulled out the contents. A piece of ordinary paper was clipped to something smooth and shiny. Typed on the paper was a single line of text. "Remember?" Hands shaking, I pulled off the slip. The paper fluttered to the floor, revealing a familiar glossy photograph. I'd only seen it reproduced in black and white, though, in the newspapers. This was in color, and as bright and vivid as the day it had been taken, in 1983. My mother's body lay face down in a chalk circle, her left leg at an impossible angle. Her right arm reached toward my father, who was lying face up. His head caved in on one side, and a gash splitting his torso from throat to groin. Some of his entrails had been pulled out and were lying next to him on the ground. A sound between a moan and a scream slipped from my mouth. I dropped to the floor, trembling but unable to tear my eyes from the image. "Diana!" Matthew's voice sounded frantic, but he was too far away for me to care. In the distance, someone jiggled the doorknob. Feet clattered up the stairs. A key scraped in the lock. The door burst open, and I looked up into Matthew's ashen face, along with Fred's concerned one. "Dr. Bishop?" Fred asked. Matthew moved so quickly that Fred had to know he was a vampire. He crouched in front of me. My teeth chattered with shock. "If I give you my keys, can you move the car to All Souls for me?" Matthew asked over his shoulder. "Dr. Bishop isn't well, and she shouldn't be alone." "No worries, Professor Clairmont. We'll keep it here in the warden's lot," replied Fred. Matthew threw his keys at the porter, who caught them neatly. Flashing me a worried look, Fred closed the door. "I'm going to be sick," I whispered. Matthew pulled me to my feet and led me to the bathroom. Sinking next to the toilet, I threw up, dropping the picture on the floor to grip the sides of the bowl. Once my stomach was empty, the worst of the shaking subsided, but every few seconds a tremble radiated through me. I closed the lid and reached up to flush, pushing down on the toilet for leverage. My head spun. Matthew caught me before I hit the bathroom wall. Suddenly, my feet were not on the ground. Matthew's chest was against my right shoulder and his arms underneath my knees. Moments later, he laid me gently on my bed and turned the light on, angling the shade away. My wrist was in his cool fingers, and with his touch, my pulse began to slow. That made it possible for me to focus on his face. It looked as calm as ever, except that the tiny dark vein in his forehead throbbed slightly every minute or so. "I'm going to get you something to drink." He let go of my wrist and stood. Another wave of panic washed over me. I bolted to my feet, all my instincts telling me to run as far and as fast as possible. Matthew grabbed me by the shoulders, trying to make eye contact. "Stop, Diana." My stomach had invaded my lungs, pressing out all the air, and I struggled against his grasp, not knowing or caring what he was saying. "Let me go," I pleaded, pushing against his chest with both hands. "Diana, look at me." There was no ignoring Matthew's voice, or the moon-like pull of his eyes. "What's wrong?" "My parents." "Gillian told me witches killed my parents." My voice was high and tight. "Matthew said something in a language I didn't understand. When did this happen? Where were they? Did the witch leave a message on your phone? Did she threaten you?" His hold on me strengthened. "Nigeria. She said the bishops have always been trouble. I'll go with you. Let me make a few phone calls first." Matthew took in a deep, shuddering breath. "I'm so sorry, Diana." "Go where?" Nothing was making any sense. "To Africa." Matthew sounded confused. "Someone will have to identify the bodies." "My parents were killed when I was 7. His eyes widened with shock. "Even though it happened so long ago, they're all the witches want to talk about these days. Gillian, Peter Knox." Shivering as the panic escalated, I felt a scream rise up in my throat. Matthew pressed me to him before it could erupt, holding me so tightly that the outlines of his muscles and bones were sharp against my skin. The scream turned into a sob. "Bad things happen to witches who keep secrets," Gillian said so. "No matter what she said, I will not let Knox or any other witch harm you. I've got you now." Matthew's voice was fierce, and he bowed his head and rested his cheek on my hair while I cried. "Oh, Diana, why didn't you tell me?" Somewhere in the center of my soul, a rusty chain began to unwind. It freed itself, link by link, from where it had rested unobserved, waiting for him. My hands, which had been balled up and pressed against his chest, unfurled with it. The chain continued to drop, to an unfathomable depth where there was nothing but darkness and Matthew. At last it snapped to its full length, anchoring me to a vampire. Despite the manuscript, despite the fact that my hands contained enough voltage to run a microwave, and despite the photograph, as long as I was connected to him, I was safe. When my sobs quieted, Matthew drew away. "I'm going to get you some water, and then you're going to rest." His tone did not invite discussion, and he was back in a matter of seconds, carrying a glass of water and 2 tiny pills. "Take these," he said, handing them to me along with the water. "What are they?" "A sedative." His stern look encouraged me to pop both pills into my mouth, immediately, along with a gulp of water. "I've been carrying one since you told me you suffered from panic attacks." "I hate taking tranquilizers." "You've had a shock, and you've got too much adrenaline in your system. You need to rest." Matthew dragged the duvet around me until I was encased in a lumpy cocoon. He sat on the bed, and his shoes thumped against the floor before he stretched out, his back propped up against the pillows. When he gathered my duvet-wrapped body against him, I sighed. Matthew reached across with his left arm and held me securely. My body, for all its wrappings, fit against him perfectly. The drug worked its way through my bloodstream. As I was drifting off to sleep, Matthew's phone shook in his pocket, startling me into wakefulness. "It's nothing, probably Marcus," he said, brushing his lips against my forehead. My heartbeat settled. Try to rest. You aren't alone anymore. I could still feel the chain that anchored me to Matthew, witch to vampire. With the links of that chain tight and shining, I slept. Chapter 16. The sky was dark outside Diana's windows before Matthew could leave her side. Restless at first, she had at last fallen into deep sleep. He noted the subtle changes of scent as her shock subsided, a cold fierceness sweeping over him every time he thought of Peter Knox and Gillian Chamberlain. Matthew couldn't remember when he'd felt so protective of another being. He felt other emotions as well, that he was reluctant to acknowledge or name. She's a witch, he reminded himself as he watched her sleep. She's not for you. The more he said it, the less it seemed to matter. At last he gently extracted himself and crept from the room, leaving the door open a crack in case she stirred. Alone in the hall, the vampire let surface the cold anger that had been seething inside for hours. The intensity of it almost choked him. He drew the leather cord from the neck of his sweater and touched the worn, smooth surfaces of Lazarus's silver coffin. The sound of Diana's breathing was all that kept him from leaping through the night to hunt down two witches. The clocks of Oxford struck 8, their familiar, weary tolling reminding Matthew of the call he'd missed. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and checked the messages, quickly thumbing through the automatic notifications from the security systems at the labs and the old lodge. There were several messages from Marcus. Matthew frowned and punched the number to retrieve them. Marcus was not prone to alarm. What could be so urgent? Matthew. The familiar voice held none of its usual playful charm. I have Diana's DNA test results. There. Surprising. Call me. The recorded voice was still speaking when the vampire's finger punched another single key on the phone. He raked his hair with his free hand while he waited for Marcus to pick up. It took only one ring. Matthew. There was no warmth in Marcus' response, only relief. It had been hours since he'd left the messages. Marcus had even checked Matthew's favorite Oxford haunt, the Pitt Rivers Museum, where the vampire could often be found dividing his attention between the skeleton of an iguanodon and a likeness of Darwin. Miriam had finally banished him from the lab, irritated by his constant questions about where Matthew might be and with whom. He's with her, of course, Miriam had said in the late afternoon, her voice full of disapproval. Where else? And if you're not going to do any work, go home and wait for his call there. You're in my way. What did the tests show? Matthew's voice was low, but his rage was audible. What's happened? Marcus asked quickly. A picture lying face up on the floor of the bathroom caught Matthew's attention. Diana had been clutching it that afternoon. His eyes narrowed to slits as he took in the image. Where are you? He rasped. Home, Marcus answered uneasily. Matthew picked the photo off the floor and traced its scent to where a piece of paper had slid half under the couch. He read the single word of the message, took a sharp breath. Bring the reports and my passport to New College. Diana's rooms are in the garden quadrangle at the top of staircase 7. 20 minutes later, Matthew opened the door, his hair standing on end and a ferocious look on his face. The younger vampire had to school himself not to take a step backward. Marcus held out a manila folder with a maroon passport folded around it, every move deliberate, and patiently waited. He wasn't about to enter the witch's rooms without Matthew's permission, not when the vampire was in this state. Permission was slow in coming, but at last Matthew took the folder and stepped aside to let Marcus enter. While Matthew scrutinized Diana's test results, Marcus studied him. His keen nose took in the old wood and well-worn textiles, along with the smell of the witch's fear and the vampire's barely controlled emotions. His own hackles rose at the volatile combination, and a reflexive growl caught in his throat. Over the years, Marcus had come to appreciate Matthew's finer qualities: his compassion, his conscience, his patience with those he loved. He also knew his faults, anger chief among them. Typically, Matthew's rage was so destructive that once the poison was out of his system, he disappeared for months or even years to come to terms with what he'd done. And Marcus had never seen his father so coldly furious as he was now. Matthew Clairmont had entered Marcus's life in 1777 and changed it forever. He'd appeared in the Bennett farmhouse at the side of an improvised sling that carried the wounded Marquis de Lafayette from the killing fields at the Battle of Brandywine. Matthew towered over the other men, barking orders at everyone regardless of rank. No one disputed his commands, not even Lafayette, who joked with his friend despite his injuries. The Marquis's good humor couldn't stave off a tongue-lashing from Matthew, however. When Lafayette protested that he could manage while soldiers with more serious injuries were tended to, Clairmont released a volley of French so laced with expletives and ultimatums that his own men looked at him with awe, and the Marquis subsided into silence. Marcus had listened wide-eyed when the French soldier railed at the head of the Army's medical corps, the esteemed Dr. Shippen, rejecting his treatment plan as barbaric. Clairmont demanded that the doctor's second-in-command, John Cochrane, treat Lafayette instead. 2 days later, Clairmont and Shippen could be heard arguing the finer points of anatomy and physiology in fluent Latin to the delight of the medical staff and General Washington. Matthew had killed more than his share of British soldiers before the Continental Army was defeated at Brandywine. Men brought into the hospital spun impossible tales of his fearlessness in battle. Some claimed he walked straight into enemy lines, unfazed by bullets and bayonets. When the guns stopped, Clairmont insisted that Marcus remain with the Marquis as his nurse. In the autumn, once Lafayette was able to ride again, the two of them disappeared into the forests of Pennsylvania and New York. They returned with an army of Oneida warriors. The Oneida called Lafayette Kewula for his skill with the horse. Matthew they referred to as Atlutanun, the warrior chief, because of his ability to lead men into battle. Matthew remained with the army long after Lafayette returned to France. Marcus continued to serve too, as a lowly surgeon's assistant. Day after day, he tried to staunch the wounds of soldiers injured by musket, cannon, and sword. Clairmont always sought him out whenever one of his own men was injured. Marcus, he said, had a gift for healing. Shortly after the Continental Army arrived in Yorktown in 1781, Marcus caught a fever. His gift for healing meant nothing then. He lay cold and shivering, tended to only when someone had the time. After 4 days of suffering, Marcus knew he was dying. When Clairmont came to visit some of his own stricken men, accompanied once again by Lafayette, he saw Marcus on a broken cot in the corner and smelled the scent of death. The French officer sat at the young man's side as night turned toward day and shared his story. Marcus thought he was dreaming. A man who drank blood and found it impossible to die? After hearing that, Marcus became convinced that he was already dead and being tormented by one of the devils his father had warned him would prey on his sinful nature. The vampire explained that Marcus could survive the fever, but there would be a price. First, he would have to be reborn. Then he would have to hunt and kill and drink blood, even human blood. For a time, his need for it would make working among the injured and sick impossible. Matthew promised to send Marcus to university while he got used to his new life. Sometime before dawn, when the pain became excruciating, Marcus decided he wanted to live more than he feared the new life the vampire had laid out for him. Matthew carried him, limp and burning with fever, out of the hospital and into the woods, where the Oneida waited to lead them into the mountains. Matthew drained him of his blood in a remote hollow where no one could hear his screams. Even now, Marcus remembered the powerful thirst that had followed. He'd been mad with it, desperate to swallow anything cold and liquid. Finally, Matthew had slashed his own wrist with his teeth and let Marcus drink. The vampire's powerful blood brought him back to startling life. The Oneida waited impassively at the mouth of the cave and prevented him from wreaking havoc on the nearby farms when his hunger for blood surfaced. They had recognized what Matthew was the moment he appeared in their village. He was like Dagwanonient, the witch who lived in the whirlwind and could not die. Why the gods had decided to give the French warrior these gifts was a mystery to the Oneida, but the gods were known for their puzzling decisions. All they could do was make sure their children knew Dagwanonient's legend, carefully instructing them how to kill such a creature by burning him, grinding his bones into powder, and dispersing it to the four winds so that he could not be reborn. Thwarted, Marcus had behaved like the child he was, howling with frustration and shaking with need. When Matthew hunted down a deer to feed the young man who had been reborn as his son, Marcus quickly sucked it dry. It sated his hunger, but didn't dull the thrumming in his veins as Matthew's ancient blood suffused his body. After a week of bringing fresh kills back to their den, Matthew decided Marcus was ready to hunt for himself. Father and son tracked deer and bear through deep forests and along moonlit mountain ridges. Matthew trained him to smell the air, to watch in the shadows for the smallest hint of movement, and to feel changes in the wind that would bring fresh scents their way. And he taught the healer how to kill. In those early days, Marcus wanted richer blood. He needed it, too, to quench his deep thirst and feed his ravenous body. But Matthew waited until Marcus could track a deer quickly, bring it down, and drain its blood without making a mess before he let him hunt humans. Women were off limits. Too confusing for newly reborn vampires, Matthew explained, as the lines between sex and death, courtship and hunting were too finely drawn. First, father and son fed on sick British soldiers. Some begged Marcus to spare their life, and Matthew taught him how to feed on warm bloods without killing them. Then they hunted criminals who cried for mercy and didn't deserve it. In every case, Matthew made Marcus explain why he'd picked a particular man as his prey. Marcus' ethics developed in the halting, deliberate way that they must when a vampire comes to terms with what he needs to do in order to survive. Matthew was widely known for his finely developed sense of right and wrong. All his mistakes in judgment could be traced back to decisions made in anger. Marcus had been told that his father was not as prone to that dangerous emotion as he'd been in the past. Perhaps so, but tonight in Oxford, Matthew's face wore the same murderous expression it had at Brandywine, and there was no battlefield to vent his rage. "You've made a mistake." Matthew's eyes were wild when he finished poring over the witch's DNA tests. Marcus shook his head. "I analyzed her blood twice. Miriam confirmed my findings with the DNA from the swab. I admit the results are surprising." Matthew drew in a shaky breath. "They're preposterous. Diana possesses nearly every genetic marker we've ever seen in a witch." His mouth tightened into a grim line as he flipped to the final pages. "But these sequences have us concerned." Matthew leafed quickly through the data. There were more than 24 sequences of DNA, some short and some long, with Miriam's tiny red question marks next to them. "Christ," he said, tossing them back at his son. "We already have enough to worry about. That bastard Peter Knox has threatened her. He wants the manuscript. Diana tried to recall it, but Ashmole 782 has gone back into the library and won't come out again. Happily, Knox is convinced, for now, that she first obtained it by deliberately breaking its spell. She didn't? No. Diana doesn't have the knowledge or control to do anything that intricate. Her power is completely undisciplined. She put a hole in my rug." Matthew looked sour, and his son struggled not to smile. His father did love his antiques. Then we'll keep Knox away and give Diana a chance to come to terms with her abilities. That doesn't sound too difficult. Knox is not my only concern. Diana received these in the mail today. Matthew picked up the photograph and its accompanying slip of paper and handed them to his son. When he continued, his voice had a dangerous, flat tone. Her parents. I remember hearing about 2 American witches killed in Nigeria, but it was so long ago. I never connected them to Diana. Holy God, Marcus said softly. Staring at the picture, he tried to imagine what it would be like to receive a photo of his own father ripped to pieces and tossed into the dirt to die. There's more. From what I can piece together, Diana has long believed that her parents were killed by humans. That's the chief reason she's tried to keep magic from her life. That won't work, will it? Muttered Marcus, thinking of the witch's DNA. No, Matthew agreed, grim-faced. While I was in Scotland, another American witch, Gillian Chamberlain, informed her that it wasn't humans at all, but fellow witches who murdered her parents. Did they? I'm not sure, but there's clearly more to this situation than a witch's discovery of Ashmole 782. Matthew's tone turned deadly. I intend to find out what it is. Something silver glinted against his father's dusky sweater. He's wearing Lazarus's coffin, Marcus realized. No one in the family talked openly about Eleanor St. Ledger or the events surrounding her death for fear of driving Matthew into one of his rages. Marcus understood that his father hadn't wanted to leave Paris in 1140, where he was happily studying philosophy. But when the head of the family, Matthew's own father, Philippe, called him back to Jerusalem to help resolve the conflicts that continued to plague the Holy Land long after the conclusion of Urban II's crusade, Matthew obeyed without question. He had met Eleanor, befriended her sprawling English family, and fallen resolutely in love. But the St. Ledgers and the de Clairmonts were often on opposite sides in the disputes, and Matthew's older brothers, Hugh, Godfrey, and Baldwin, urged him to put the woman aside, leaving a clear path for them to destroy her family. Matthew refused. One day, a squabble between Baldwin and Matthew over some petty political crisis involving the St. Ledgers spiraled out of control. Before Philippe could be found and made to stop it, Eleanor intervened. By the time Matthew and Baldwin came to their senses, she'd lost too much blood to recover. Marcus still didn't understand why Matthew had let Eleanor die if he'd loved her so much. Now, Matthew wore his pilgrim's badge only when he was afraid he was going to kill someone or when he was thinking of Eleanor St. Ledger, or both. That picture is a threat and not an idle one. Hamish thought the bishop name would make the witches more cautious, but I fear the opposite is true. No matter how great her innate talents might be, Diana can't protect herself, and she's too damn self-reliant to ask for help. I need you to stay with her for a few hours. Matthew dragged his eyes from the picture of Rebecca Bishop and Stephen Proctor. You can't be sure it was Gillian who delivered that picture, Marcus pointed out. There are 2 different scents on it. The other belongs to Peter Knox. But Peter Knox is a member of the congregation, Marcus knew. That a 9-member council of daemons, witches, and vampires had been formed during the Crusades, 3 representatives from each species. The congregation's job was to ensure every creature's safety by seeing to it that no one caught the attention of humans. If you make a move in his direction, it will be seen as a challenge to their authority. The whole family will be implicated. You aren't seriously considering endangering us just to avenge a witch? You aren't questioning my loyalty, are you? Matthew purred. No, I'm questioning your judgment, Marcus said hotly, facing his father without fear. This ridiculous romance is bad enough. The congregation already has one reason to take steps against you. Don't give them another. During Marcus's first visit to France, his vampire grandmother had explained that he was now bound by a covenant that prohibited close relationships between different orders of creatures, as well as any meddling in human religion and politics. All other interactions with humans, including affairs of the heart, were to be avoided, but were permitted as long as they didn't lead to trouble. Marcus preferred spending time with vampires and always had, so the covenant's terms had mattered little to him, until now. Nobody cares anymore, Matthew said defensively, his gray eyes drifting in the direction of Diana's bedroom door. My God, she doesn't understand about the covenant, Marcus said contemptuously, and you have no intention of telling her. You damn well know you can't keep this secret from her indefinitely. The congregation isn't going to enforce a promise made nearly 1,000 years ago in a very different world. Matthew's eyes were now fixed on an antique print of the goddess Diana aiming her bow at a hunter fleeing through the forest. He remembered a passage from a book written long ago by a friend, "For they are no longer hunters, but the hunted," and shivered. Think before you do this, Matthew. I've made my decision. He avoided his son's eyes. Will you check on her while I'm gone? Make sure she's all right? Marcus nodded, unable to deny the raw appeal in his father's voice. After the door closed behind his father, Marcus went to Diana. He lifted one of her eyelids, then the other, and picked up her wrist. He sniffed, noting the fear and shock that surrounded her. He also detected the drug that was still circulating through her veins. Good, he thought. At least his father had had the presence of mind to give her a sedative. Marcus continued to probe Diana's condition, looking minutely at her skin and listening to the sound of her breath. When he was finished, he stood quietly at the witch's bedside, watching her dream. Her forehead was creased into a frown, as if she were arguing with someone. After his examination, Marcus knew two things. First, Diana would be fine. She'd had a serious shock and needed rest, but no permanent damage had been done. Second, his father's scent was all over her. He'd done it deliberately, to mark Diana so that every vampire would know to whom she belonged. That meant the situation had gone further than Marcus had believed possible. It was going to be difficult for his father to detach himself from this witch. And he would have to, if the stories that Marcus's grandmother had told him were true. It was after midnight when Matthew reappeared. He looked even angrier than when he'd left, but he was spotless and impeccable as always. He ran his fingers through his hair and strode straight into Diana's room without a word to his son. Marcus knew better than to question Matthew then. After he emerged from the witch's room, Marcus asked only, "Will you discuss the DNA findings with Diana?" "No," Matthew said shortly, without a hint of guilt over keeping information of this magnitude from her. "Nor am I going to share what the witches of the congregation might do to her. She's been through enough. Diana Bishop is less fragile than you think. You have no right to keep that information to yourself if you are going to continue to spend time with her." Marcus knew that a vampire's life was measured not in hours or years, but in secrets revealed and kept. Vampires guarded their personal relationships, the names they'd adopted, and the details of the many lives they'd led. Nonetheless, his father kept more secrets than most, and his urge to hide things from his own family was intensely aggravating. "Stay out of this, Marcus," his father snarled. "It's not your business." Marcus swore. "Your damned secrets are going to be the family's undoing." Matthew had his son by the scruff of the neck before he'd finished speaking. "My secrets have kept this family safe for many centuries, my son. Where would you be today if not for my secrets? Food for worms in an unmarked Yorktown grave, I expect," Marcus said breathlessly, his vocal cords constricted. Over the years, Marcus had tried, with little success, to uncover some of his father's secrets. He'd never been able to discover who tipped Matthew off that Marcus was raising hell in New Orleans after Jefferson made the Louisiana Purchase, for example. There, he'd created a vampire family as boisterous and charming as himself from the city's youngest, least responsible citizens. Marcus's brood, which included an alarming number of gamblers and ne'er-do-wells, risked human discovery every time they went out after dark. The witches of New Orleans, Marcus remembered, had made it clear they wanted them to leave town. Then Matthew had shown up, uninvited and unannounced, with a gorgeous mixed-race vampire, Juliet Durand. Matthew and Juliet had waged a campaign to bring Marcus's family to heel. Within days, they'd formed an unholy alliance with a foppish young French vampire in the Garden District who had implausibly golden hair and a streak of ruthlessness as wide as the Mississippi. That was when the real trouble began. By the end of the first fortnight, Marcus's new family was considerably and mysteriously smaller. As the number of deaths and disappearances mounted, Matthew threw up his hands and murmured about the dangers of New Orleans. Juliet, whom Marcus had grown to detest in the few days he'd known her, smiled secretly and cooed encouraging words in his father's ears. She was the most manipulative creature Marcus had ever met, and he was thrilled when she and his father parted ways. Under pressure from his remaining children, Marcus made devout assurances to behave if only Matthew and Juliet would leave. Matthew agreed, after setting out what was expected of members of the de Clairmont family in exacting detail. "If you are determined to make me a grandfather," his father instructed during an extremely unpleasant interview held in the presence of several of the city's oldest and most powerful vampires, "take more care." The memory still made Marcus blanch. Who or what gave Matthew and Juliet the authority to act as they did remained a mystery. His father's strength, Juliet's cunning, and the luster of the de Clairmont name may have helped them gain the support of the vampires. But there was more to it than that. Every creature in New Orleans, even the witches, had treated his father like royalty. Marcus wondered if his father had been a member of the congregation all those years ago. It would explain a great deal. Matthew's voice sent his son's memories flying. "Diana may be brave, Marcus, but she doesn't need to know everything now." He released Marcus and stepped away. "Does she know about our family then, your other children? Does she know about your father?" Marcus didn't say the last aloud. Matthew knew what he was thinking anyway. "I don't tell other vampires' tales." "You're making a mistake," said Marcus, shaking his head. "Diana won't thank you for keeping things from her." "So you and Hamish say?" "When she's ready, I'll tell her everything, but not before." His father's voice was firm. "My only concern right now is getting Diana out of Oxford. Will you drop her off in Scotland? Surely she'll be beyond anyone's reach there." Marcus thought at once of Hamish's remote estate. "Or will you leave her at Woodstock before you go?" "Before I go where?" Matthew's face was puzzled. "You had me bring your passport." Now it was Marcus who was puzzled. That's what his father did. He got angry and went away by himself until he was under better control. "I have no intention of leaving Diana," Matthew said icily. "I'm taking her to Septours." "You can't possibly put her under the same roof as Isabeau." Marcus's shocked voice rang in the small room. "It's my home, too," Matthew said, jaw set in a stubborn line. "Your mother openly boasts about the witches she's killed and blames every witch she meets for what happened to Louisa and your father." Matthew's face crumpled, and Marcus at last understood. The photograph had reminded Matthew of Philippe's death and Isabeau's battle with madness in the years that followed. Matthew pressed the palms of his hands against his temples, as if desperately trying to shape a better plan from the outside in. Diana had nothing to do with either tragedy. Isabeau will understand. "She won't. You know she won't," Marcus said obstinately. He loved his grandmother and didn't want her hurt. And if Matthew, her favorite, brought a witch home, it was going to hurt her badly. There's nowhere as safe as Septours. The witches will think twice before tangling with Isabeau, especially at her own home. For God's sake, don't leave the two of them alone together." "I won't," Matthew promised. "I'll need you and Miriam to move into the gatehouse in hopes that will convince everyone Diana is there. They'll figure out the truth eventually, but it may win us a few days. My keys are with the porter. Come back in a few hours when we've gone. Take the duvet from her bed, it will have her scent on it, and drive to Woodstock. Stay there until you hear from me." "Can you protect yourself and that witch at the same time?" Marcus asked quietly. "I can handle it," Matthew said with certainty. Marcus nodded, and the two vampires gripped forearms, exchanging a meaningful look. Anything they needed to say to each other at moments like these had long since been said. When Matthew was alone again, he sank into the sofa and cradled his head in his hands. Marcus's vehement opposition had shaken him. He looked up and stared again at the print of the goddess of the hunt stalking her prey. Another line from the same old poem came into his mind. "I saw her coming from the forest," he whispered, "huntress of myself, beloved Diana." In the bedroom, too far away for a warm blood to have heard, Diana stirred and cried out. Matthew sped to her side and gathered her into his arms. The protectiveness returned, and with it a renewed sense of purpose. "I'm here," he murmured against the rainbow strands of her hair. He looked down at Diana's sleeping face, her mouth puckered and a fierce frown between her eyes. It was a face he'd studied for hours and knew well, but its contradictions still fascinated him. "Have you bewitched me?" he wondered aloud. After tonight, Matthew knew his need for her was greater than anything else. Neither his family nor his next taste of blood mattered as much as knowing that she was safe and within arm's reach. If that was what it meant to be bewitched, he was a lost man. His arms tightened, holding Diana in sleep as he would not allow himself to do when she was awake. She sighed, nestling closer. Were he not a vampire, he wouldn't have caught her faint, murmured words as she clutched both his ampulla and the fabric of his sweater, her fist resting firmly against his heart. "You're not lost. I found you." Matthew wondered fleetingly if he'd imagined it, but knew that he hadn't. She could hear his thoughts. Not all the time, not when she was conscious, not yet. But it was only a matter of time before Diana knew everything there was to know about him. She would know his secrets, the dark and terrible things he wasn't brave enough to face. She answered with another faint murmur. "I'm brave enough for both of us." Matthew bent his head toward hers. "You'll have to be." Chapter 17. There was a powerful taste of clothes in my mouth, and I'd been mummified in my own duvet. When I stirred in my wrappings, the bed's old springs gave slightly. "Shh!" Matthew's lips were at my ear, and his body formed a shell against my back. "What time is it?" My voice was hoarse. Matthew pulled away slightly and looked at his watch. "It's after 1. How long have I been asleep?" "Since around 6 last night." Last night! My mind shattered into words and images. The alchemical manuscript, Peter Knox's threat, my fingers turning blue with electricity, the photograph of my parents, my mother's hand frozen in a never-ending reach. "You gave me drugs." I pushed against the duvet, trying to work my hands free. "I don't like taking drugs, Matthew." "Next time you go into shock, I'll let you suffer needlessly." He gave a single twitch to the bed covering that was more effective than all my previous wrestling with it. Matthew's sharp tone shook the shards of memory, and new images rose to the surface. Gillian Chamberlain's twisted face warned me about keeping secrets, and the piece of paper commanded me to remember. For a few moments, I was 7 again, trying to understand how my bright, vital parents could be gone from my life. In my rooms, I reached toward Matthew. while in my mind's eye, my mother's hand reached for my father across a chalk-inscribed circle. The lingering childhood desolation of their death collided with a new, adult empathy for my mother's desperate attempt to touch my father. Abruptly pulling from Matthew's arms, I lifted my knees to my chest in a tight, protective ball. Matthew wanted to help, I could see that, but he was unsure of me, and the shadow of my own conflicted emotions fell over his face. Knox's voice sounded again in my mind, full of poison. "Remember who you are." "Remember?" the note asked. Without warning, I turned back toward the vampire, closing the distance between me and him in a rush. My parents were gone, but Matthew was here. Tucking my head under his chin, I listened for several minutes for the next pump of blood through his system. The leisurely rhythms of his vampire heart soon put me to sleep. My own heart was pounding when I awoke again in the dark, kicking at the loosened duvet and swimming to a seated position. Behind me, Matthew turned on the lamp, its shade still angled away from the bed. "What is it?" he asked. "The magic found me. The witches did too. I'll be killed for my magic, like my parents were killed." The words rushed from my mouth, panic speeding their passage, and I stumbled to my feet. "No!" Matthew rose and stood between me and the door. "We're going to face this, Diana, whatever it is. Otherwise, you'll never stop running." Part of me knew that what he said was true. The rest wanted to flee into the darkness. But how could I, with a vampire standing in the way? The air began to stir around me, as if trying to drive off the feeling of being trapped. Chilly wisps edged up the legs of my trousers. The air crept up my body, lifting the hair around my face in a gentle breeze. Matthew swore and stepped toward me, his arm outstretched. The breeze increased into gusts of wind that ruffled the bedclothes and the curtains. "It's all right." His voice was pitched deliberately to be heard above the whirlwind and to calm me at the same time. But it wasn't enough. The force of the wind kept rising, and with it my arms rose too, shaping the air into a column that enclosed me as protectively as the duvet. On the other side of the disturbance, Matthew stood, one hand still extended, eyes fixed on mine. When I opened my mouth to warn him to stay away, nothing came out but frigid air. "It's all right," he said again, not breaking his gaze. "I won't move." I hadn't realized that was the problem until he said the words. "I promise," he said firmly. The wind faltered. The cyclone surrounding me became a whirlwind, then a breeze, then disappeared entirely. I gasped and dropped to my knees. What is happening to me? Every day I ran and rode and did yoga, and my body did what I told it to. Now it was doing unimaginable things. I looked down to make sure my hands weren't sparkling with electricity and my feet weren't still being buffeted by winds. "That was a witch wind," Matthew explained, not moving. "Do you know what that is?" I'd heard of a witch in Albany who could summon storms, but no one had ever called it a witch wind. "Not really," I confessed, still sneaking glances at my hands and feet. "Some witches have inherited the ability to control the element of air. You're one of them," he said. "That wasn't control. It was your first time." Matthew was matter-of-fact. He gestured around the small bedroom, the intact curtains and sheets, all the clothing strewn on the chest of drawers and floor exactly where they'd been left that morning. "We're both still standing, and the room doesn't look like a tornado went through it. That's control, for now." But I didn't ask for it. Do these things just happen to witches? Electrical fires and winds they didn't summon? I pushed the hair out of my eyes and swayed, exhausted. Too much had happened in the past 24 hours. Matthew's body inclined toward me as if to catch me should I fall. Witch winds and blue fingers are rare these days. There's magic inside you, Diana, and it wants to get out, whether you ask for it or not. I felt trapped. "I shouldn't have cornered you last night." Matthew looked ashamed. "Sometimes I don't know what to do with you. You're like a perpetual motion machine. All I wanted was for you to stand still for a moment and listen. It must be even harder to cope with my incessant need to move if you were a vampire who seldom needed to breathe. Once again, the space between Matthew and me was suddenly too large. I started to rise. "Am I forgiven?" he asked sincerely. I nodded. "May I?" he asked, gesturing at his feet. I nodded again. He took 3 fast steps in the time it took me to stand up. My body pitched into him, just as it had in the Bodleian the first night I saw him, standing aristocratic and serene in Duke Humphrey's reading room. This time, however, I didn't pull away so quickly. Instead, I rested against him willingly, his skin soothingly cool rather than frightening and cold. We stood silent for a few moments, holding each other. My heart quieted, and his arms remained loose, although his shuddering breath suggested that this was not easy. I'm sorry, too. My body softened into him, his sweater scratchy on my cheek. I'll try to keep my energy under control. There's nothing to be sorry about, and you shouldn't try so hard to be something you're not. Would you drink tea if I made you some? He asked, his lips moving against the top of my head. Outside, the night was unalleviated by any hint of sunrise. What time is it now? Matthew's hand swiveled between my shoulder blades so that he could see the face of his watch. Just after 3. I groaned. I'm so tired, but tea sounds wonderful. I'll make it then. He gently loosened my arms from around his waist. Be right back. Not wanting to let him out of my sight, I drifted along. He rummaged through the tins and bags of available teas. "I told you I like tea," I said apologetically, as he found yet another brown bag in the cupboard, tucked behind a coffee press I seldom used. "Do you have a preference?" He gestured at the crowded shelf. "The one in the black bag, with the gold label, please." Green tea seemed the most soothing option. He busied himself with the kettle and pot. He poured hot water over the fragrant leaves and thrust a chipped old mug in my direction once it was ready. The aromas of green tea, vanilla, and citrus were so very different from Matthew, but comforting nevertheless. He made himself a mug, too, his nostrils flaring in appreciation. "That actually doesn't smell too bad," he acknowledged, taking a small sip. It was the only time I'd seen him drink anything other than wine. "Where shall we sit?" I asked, cradling the warm mug in my hands. Matthew inclined his head toward the living room. "In there. We need to talk." He sat in one corner of the comfortable old sofa, and I arranged myself opposite. The steam from the tea rose around my face, a gentle reminder of the witch wind. "I need to understand why Knox thinks you've broken the spell on Ashmole 782, Matthew said when we were settled. I replayed the conversation in the warden's rooms. He said that spells become volatile around the anniversaries of their casting. Other witches, ones who know witchcraft, have tried to break it, and they've failed. He figured I was just in the right place at the right time. A talented witch downed Ashmole 782, and I suspect this spell is nearly impossible to break. No one who's tried to get the manuscript before met its conditions, no matter how much witchcraft they knew or what time of year they tried." He stared into the depths of his tea. "You did. The question is how and why. The idea that I could fulfill the conditions of a spell cast before I was born is harder to believe than that it was just an anniversary aberration. And if I fulfilled the conditions once, why not again?" Matthew opened his mouth, and I shook my head. "No, it's not because of you. Knox knows witchcraft, and spells are complicated. I suppose it's possible that time pulls them out of shape every now and then." He looked unconvinced. "I wish I could see the pattern in all this." My white table rose into view, with pieces of the puzzle laid on it. Though I moved a few pieces around, Knox, the manuscript, my parents, they refused to form an image. Matthew's voice broke through my reveries. "Diana? Huh? What are you doing?" "Nothing," I said, too quickly. "You're using magic," he said, putting his tea down. "I can smell it, see it too. You're shimmering." It's what I do when I can't solve a puzzle, like now." My head was bowed to hide how difficult it was to talk about this. I see a white table and imagine all the different pieces. They have shapes and colors, and they move around until they form a pattern. When the pattern forms, they stop moving to show I'm on the right track. Matthew waited a long time before he responded. "How often do you play this game?" "All the time," I said reluctantly. "While you were in Scotland, I realized that it was yet more magic, like knowing who's looking at me without turning my head. There's a pattern, you know," he said. "You use your magic when you're not thinking." "What do you mean?" "The puzzle pieces started dancing on the white table. When you're moving, you don't think, not with the rational part of your mind at least. You're somewhere else entirely when you row, or run, or do yoga. Without your mind keeping your gifts in check, out they come." "But I was thinking before," I said, "and the witch wind came anyway." "Ah, but then you were feeling a powerful emotion," he explained, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his knees. "That always keeps the intellect at bay. It's the same thing that happened when your fingers turned blue with Miriam and then with me. This white table of yours is an exception to the general rule. Moods and movement are enough to trigger these forces? Who would want to be a witch if something so simple can make all hell break loose? A great many people, I would imagine." Matthew glanced away. "I want to ask you to do something for me," he said. The sofa creaked as he faced me once more. "And I want you to think about it before you answer. Will you do that?" "Of course," I nodded. "I want to take you home. I'm not going back to America." It had taken me 5 seconds to do exactly what he'd asked me not to. Matthew shook his head. "Not your home, my home. You need to get out of Oxford. I already told you I'd go to Woodstock." "The old lodge is my house, Diana," Matthew explained patiently. "I want to take you to my home, to France." "France?" I pushed the hair out of my face to get a clearer view of him. "The witches are intent on getting Ashmole 782 and keeping it from the other creatures. Their theory that you broke the spell and the prominence of your family are all that's kept them at arm's length. When Knox and the others find out that you used no witchcraft to obtain the manuscript, that the spell was set to open for you, they'll want to know how and why." My eyes closed against the sudden, sharp image of my father and mother. "And they won't ask nicely." "Probably not." Matthew took a deep breath, and the vein in his forehead throbbed. "I saw the photo, Diana. I want you away from Peter Knox and the library. I want you under my roof for a while." Jillian said it was witches. When my eyes met his, I was struck by how tiny the pupils were. Usually they were black and enormous, but something was different about Matthew tonight. His skin was less ghostly, and there was a touch more color in his normally pale lips. Was she right? I can't know for sure, Diana. The Nigerian Hausa believed that the source of a witch's power is contained in stones in the stomach. "Someone went looking for them in your father," he said regretfully. "Another witch is the most likely scenario." There was a soft click, and the light on the answering machine began to blink. I groaned. "That's the 5th time your aunts have called," Matthew observed. No matter how low the volume, the vampire was going to be able to hear the message. I walked to the table near him and picked up the receiver. I'm here, I began, talking over my aunt's agitated voice. "We thought you were dead," Sarah said. The realization that she and I were the last remaining bishops struck me forcefully. I could picture her sitting in the kitchen, phone to her ear, and hair wild around her face. She was getting older, and despite her feistiness, the fact that I was far away and in danger had rocked her. "I'm not dead. I'm in my rooms, and Matthew is with me." I smiled at him weakly. He didn't smile back. "What's going on?" Em asked from another extension. Em's hair had turned silver in the space of a few months. At the time, she was still a young woman, not yet 30, but Em had always seemed more fragile after that, as if she might blow away in the next puff of wind. Like my aunt, she was clearly upset at what her sixth sense told her was happening in Oxford. I tried to recall the manuscript, that's all, I said lightly, making an effort not to worry them further. Matthew stared at me disapprovingly, and I turned away. It didn't help. His glacial eyes bored into my shoulder instead. But this time it didn't come up from the stacks. "You think we're calling because of that book?" demanded Sarah. Long, cold fingers grasped the phone and drew it away from my ear. "Miss Bishop, this is Matthew Clairmont," he said crisply. When I reached to take the receiver from him, Matthew gripped my wrist and shook his head once in warning. "Diana's been threatened. By other witches. One of them is Peter Knox." I didn't need to be a vampire to hear the outburst on the other end of the line. He dropped my wrist and handed me the phone. "Peter Cox!" Sarah cried. Matthew's eyes closed as if the sound hurt his eardrums. "How long has he been hanging around?" "Since the beginning," I said, my voice wavering. "He was the brown wizard who tried to push his way into my head." "You didn't let him get very far, did you?" Sarah sounded frightened. "I did what I could, Sarah. I don't exactly know what I'm doing, magic-wise." Em intervened. "Honey, a lot of us have problems with Peter Knox. More important, your father didn't trust him. Not at all." "My father?" The floor shifted under my feet, and Matthew's arm circled my waist, keeping me steady. I wiped at my eyes but couldn't remove the sight of my father's misshapen head and gashed torso. "Diana, what else happened?" Sarah said softly. "Peter Knox should scare the socks off you, but there's more to it than that." My free hand clutched at Matthew's arm. "Somebody sent me a picture of Mom and Dad." The silence stretched on the other end of the line. "Oh, Diana," Em murmured. "That picture?" Sarah asked grimly. "Yes," I whispered. Sarah swore. "Put him back on the phone." "He can hear you perfectly from where he's standing," I remarked. "Besides, anything you have to say to him, you can say to me, too." Matthew's hand moved from my waist to the small of my back. He began to rub it with the heel of his hand, pressing into the rigid muscles until they started to relax. "Both of you listen to me then. Get far, far away from Peter Knox. And that vampire had better see that you do, or I'm holding him responsible." Stephen Proctor was the most easygoing man alive. It took a lot to make him dislike someone, and he detested that wizard. "Diana, you will come home immediately." "I will not, Sarah. I'm going to France with Matthew." Sarah's far less attractive option had just convinced me. There was silence. "France?" Em said faintly. Matthew held out his hand. "Matthew would like to speak to you." I handed him the phone before Sarah could protest. "Miss Bishop, do you have caller ID?" I snorted. The brown phone hanging on the kitchen wall in Madison had a rotary dial and a cord a mile long, so that Sarah could wander around while she talked. It took forever to simply dial a local number. "Caller ID? Not likely." "No? Take down these numbers then." Matthew slowly doled out the number to his mobile and another that presumably belonged to the house, along with detailed instructions on international dialing codes. "Call at any time." Sarah then said something pointed based on Matthew's startled expression. "I'll make sure she's safe." He handed me the phone. "I'm getting off now. I love you both." "Don't worry," Sarah scolded. "You're our niece. We're good and worried, Diana, and likely to stay that way." I sighed. "What can I do to convince you that I'm all right?" "Pick up the phone more often, for starters," she said grimly. When we'd said our goodbyes, I stood next to Matthew, unwilling to meet his eyes. "All this is my fault, just like Sarah said. I've been behaving like a clueless human." He turned away and walked to the end of the sofa, as far from me as he could get in the small room, and sank into the cushions. This bargain you made about magic and its place in your life, you made it when you were a lonely, frightened child. Now, every time you take a step, it's as though your future hinges on whether you manage to put your foot down in the right place. Matthew looked startled when I sat next to him and silently took his hands in mine, resisting the urge to tell him it was going to be all right. In France, maybe you can just be for a few days, not trying, not worrying about making a mistake, he continued. Maybe you could rest, although I've never seen you stop moving long enough. You even move in your sleep, you know. I don't have time to rest, Matthew. I was already having second thoughts about leaving Oxford. The alchemy conference is less than 6 weeks away. They're expecting me to deliver the opening lecture. I've barely started it, and without access to the Bodleian, there's no chance of finishing it in time. Matthew's eyes narrowed speculatively. Your paper is on alchemical illustrations, I assume? Yes, on the allegorical image tradition in England. Then I don't suppose you would be interested in seeing my 14th century copy of Aurora Consurgens. It's French, regrettably. My eyes widened. Aurora Consurgens was a baffling manuscript about the opposing forces of alchemical transformations, silver and gold, female and male, dark and light. Its illustrations were equally complex and puzzling. The earliest known copy of the Aurora is from the 1420s. Mine is from 1356. But a manuscript from such an early date won't be illustrated, I pointed out. Finding an illuminated alchemical manuscript from before 1400 was as unlikely as discovering a Model T Ford parked on the battlefield at Gettysburg. This one is. Does it contain all 38 images? No, it has 40. He smiled. It would seem that previous historians have been wrong about several particulars. Discoveries on this scale were rare. To get first crack at an unknown 14th century illustrated copy of Aurora Consurgens represented the opportunity of a lifetime for a historian of alchemy. What do the extra illustrations show? Is the text the same? You'll have to come to France to find out. Let's go then, I said promptly. After weeks of frustration, writing my keynote address suddenly seemed possible. You won't go for your own safety, but if there's a manuscript involved... He shook his head ruefully. So much for common sense. I've never been known for my common sense, I confessed. When do we leave? An hour? An hour. This was no spur-of-the-moment decision. He'd been planning it since I'd fallen asleep the night before. He nodded. There's a plane waiting at the airstrip by the old American Air Force Base. How long will it take you to get your things together? That depends on what I need to bring with me, I said, my head spinning. Nothing much. We won't be going anywhere. Pack warm clothes, and I don't imagine you'll consider leaving without your running shoes. It will be just the two of us, along with my mother and her housekeeper. His? Mother? I said faintly. I didn't know you had a mother. Everybody has a mother, Diana, he said, turning his clear gray eyes to mine. I've had two. The woman who gave birth to me, and Ysabeau, the woman who made me a vampire. Matthew was one thing. A house full of unfamiliar vampires was quite another. Caution about taking such a dangerous step pushed aside some of my eagerness to see the manuscript. My hesitation must have shown. I hadn't thought, he said, his voice tinged with hurt. Of course you have no reason to trust Ysabeau. But she did assure me that you would be safe with her and Marthe. If you trust them, then I do too. To my surprise, I meant it, in spite of the niggling worry that he'd had to ask them if they planned on taking a piece out of my neck. Thank you, he said simply. Matthew's eyes drifted to my mouth, and my blood tingled in response. You pack, and I'll wash up and make a few phone calls. When I passed by his end of the sofa, he caught my hand in his. Once again, the shock of his cold skin was counteracted by an answering warmth in my own. You're doing the right thing, he murmured before he released me. It was almost laundry day, and my bedroom was draped with dirty clothes. A rummage through the wardrobe yielded several nearly identical pairs of black pants that were clean, a few pairs of leggings, and half a dozen long-sleeved t-shirts and turtlenecks. There was a beat-up Yale duffel bag on top of it, and I jumped up and snagged the strap with one hand. The clothes all went into the old blue and white canvas bag, along with a few sweaters and a fleece pullover. I also chucked in sneakers, socks, and underwear, along with some old yoga clothes. I didn't own decent pajamas and could sleep in those. Remembering Matthew's French mother, I slipped in one presentable shirt and pair of trousers. Matthew's low voice floated down the hall. He talked first to Fred, then to Marcus, and then to a cab company. With the bag strap over my shoulder, I maneuvered myself awkwardly into the bathroom. Toothbrush, soap, shampoo, and a hairbrush all went inside, along with a hairdryer and a tube of mascara. I hardly ever wore the stuff, but on this occasion a cosmetic aid seemed a good idea. When I was finished, I rejoined Matthew in the living room. He was thumbing through the messages on his phone, my computer case at his feet. "Is that it?" he asked, eyeing the duffel bag with surprise. "You told me I didn't need much." "Yes, but I'm not used to women listening to me when it comes to luggage. When Miriam goes away for the weekend, she packs enough to outfit the French Foreign Legion, and my mother requires multiple steamer trunks. Louisa wouldn't have crossed the street with what you're carrying, never mind leave the country. Along with having no common sense, I'm not known for being high maintenance either." Matthew nodded appreciatively. "Do you have your passport?" I pointed. "It's in my computer bag." "We can go then," Matthew said, his eyes sweeping the rooms one last time. "Where's the photo? It seemed wrong to just leave it." "Marcus has it," he said quickly. "When was Marcus here?" I asked with a frown. "While you were sleeping. Do you want me to get it back for you?" His finger hovered over a key on his phone. "No," I shook my head. There was no reason for me to look at it again. Matthew took my bags and managed to get them and me down the stairs with no mishaps. A cab was waiting outside the college gates. Matthew stopped for a brief conversation with Fred. The vampire handed the porter a card, and the two men shook hands. Some deal had been struck, the particulars of which would never be disclosed to me. Matthew tucked me into the cab, and we drove for about 30 minutes, leaving the lights of Oxford behind us. "Why didn't we take your car?" I asked as we headed into the countryside. "This is better," he explained. "There's no need to have Marcus fetch it later." The sway of the cab was rocking me to sleep. Leaning against Matthew's shoulder, I dozed. At the airport, we were airborne soon after we'd had our passports checked and the pilot filed the paperwork. We sat opposite each other on couches arranged around a low table during the takeoff. I yawned every few moments, ears popping as we climbed. Once we reached cruising altitude, Matthew unsnapped his seatbelt and gathered up some pillows and a blanket from a cabinet under the windows. "We'll be in France soon." He propped the pillows at the end of my sofa, which was about as deep as a twin bed, and held the blanket open to cover me. "Meanwhile, you should get some sleep." I didn't want to sleep. The truth was, I was afraid to. That photograph was etched on the inside of my eyelids. He crouched next to me, the blanket hanging lightly from his fingers. "What is it?" "I don't want to close my eyes." Matthew tossed all the pillows except one onto the floor. "Come here," he said, sitting beside me and patting the fluffy white rectangle invitingly. I swung around, shimmied down the leather-covered surface, and put my head on his lap, stretching out my legs. He tossed the edge of the blanket from his right hand to his left so that it covered me in soft folds. "Thank you," I whispered. "You're welcome." He took his fingers and touched them to his lips, then to mine. I tasted salt. "Sleep. I'll be right here." I did sleep, heavy and deep with no dreams, waking only when Matthew's cool fingers touched my face and he told me we were about to land. "What time is it?" I asked, now thoroughly disoriented. "It's about 8, he said, looking at his watch. "Where are we?" I swung to a seated position and rooted for my seatbelt. Outside Lyon, in the Auvergne. In the center of the country? I asked, imagining the map of France. He nodded. Is that where you're from? I was born and reborn nearby. My home, my family's home, is an hour or two away. We should arrive by mid-morning. We landed in the private area of the busy regional airport and had our passports and travel documents checked by a bored-looking civil servant who snapped to attention the moment he saw Matthew's name. Do you always travel this way? It was far easier than flying a commercial airline through London's Heathrow or Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. Yes, he said, without apology or self-consciousness. The one time I'm entirely glad that I'm a vampire and have money to burn is when I travel. Matthew stopped behind a Range Rover the size of Connecticut and fished a set of keys out of his pocket. He opened the back door, stowing my bags inside. The Range Rover was slightly less deluxe than his Jaguar, but what it lacked in elegance it more than made up for in heft. It was like traveling in an armored personnel carrier. Do you really need this much car to drive in France? I eyed the smooth roads. Matthew laughed. You haven't seen my mother's house yet. We drove west through beautiful countryside, studded here and there with grand chateaux and steep mountains. Fields and vineyards stretched in all directions, and even under the steely sky the land seemed to blaze with the color of turning leaves. A sign indicated the direction of Clermont-Ferrand. That couldn't be a coincidence, in spite of the different spelling. Matthew kept heading west. He slowed, turned down a narrow road, and pulled to the side. He pointed off to the distance. There, he said, Septatours. In the center of rolling hills was a flattened peak dominated by a crenellated hulk of buff and rose stone. 7 smaller towers surrounded it, and a turreted gatehouse stood guard in front. This was not a pretty fairy tale castle made for moonlit balls. Septatours was a fortress. That's home? I gasped. That's home. Matthew took his phone out of his pocket and dialed a number. Mama, we're almost there. Something was said on the other end, and the line went dead. Matthew smiled tightly and pulled back onto the road. She's expecting us? I asked, just managing to keep the tremor out of my voice. She is. And this is all right with her? I didn't ask the real question, are you sure it's okay that you're bringing a witch home? But didn't need to. Matthew's eyes remained fixed on the road. Isabeau doesn't like surprises as much as I do, he said lightly, turning on to something that looked like a goat track. We drove between rows of chestnut trees, climbing until we reached Septatours. Matthew steered the car between 2 of the 7 towers and through to a paved courtyard in front of the entrance to the central structure. Parterres and gardens peeked out to the right and left before the forest took over. The vampire parked the car. Ready? He asked with a bright smile. As I'll ever be, I replied warily. Matthew opened my car door and helped me down. Pulling at my black jacket, I looked up at the chateau's imposing stone facade. The forbidding lines of the castle were nothing compared to what awaited me inside. The door swung open. Courage, Matthew said, kissing me gently on the cheek. Chapter 18. Isabeau stood in the doorway of her enormous chateau, regal and icy, and glared at her vampire son as we climbed the stone stairs. Matthew stooped a full foot to kiss her softly on both cheeks. Shall we come inside, or do you wish to continue our greetings out here? His mother stepped back to let us pass. I felt her furious gaze and smelled something reminiscent of sarsaparilla soda and caramel. We walked through a short, dark hallway, lined in a none too welcoming fashion with pikes that pointed directly at the visitor's head, and into a room with high ceilings and wall paintings that had clearly been done by some imaginative 19th century artist to reflect a medieval past that never was. Lions, fleurs de lis, a snake with his tail in his mouth, and scallop shells were painted on white walls. At one end, a circular set of stairs climbed to the top of one of the towers. Indoors, I faced the full force of Ysabeau's stare. Matthew's mother personified the terrifying elegance that seemed bred to the bone in Frenchwomen. Like her son, who disconcertingly appeared to be slightly older than she was dressed in a monochromatic palette that minimized her uncanny paleness. Ysabeau's preferred colors ranged from cream to soft brown. Every inch of her ensemble was expensive and simple, from the tips of her soft, buff-colored leather shoes to the topazes that fluttered from her ears. Slivers of startling, cold emerald surrounded dark pupils, and the high slashes of her cheekbones kept her perfect features and dazzling white skin from sliding into mere prettiness. Her hair had the color and texture of honey, a golden pour of silk caught at the base of her skull in a heavy low knot. You might have shown some consideration, Matthew. Her accent softened his name, making it sound ancient. Like all vampires, she had a seductive and melodic voice. In Ysabeau's case, it sounded of distant bells, pure and deep. Afraid of the gossip, Mamma? I thought you prided yourself on being a radical. Matthew sounded both indulgent and impatient. He tossed the keys onto a nearby table. They slid across the perfect finish and landed with a clatter at the base of a Chinese porcelain bowl. I have never been a radical, Ysabeau was horrified. Change is very much overrated. She turned and surveyed me from head to toe. Her perfectly formed mouth tightened. She did not like what she saw, and it was no wonder. I tried to see myself through her eyes. The sandy hair that was neither thick nor well-behaved, the dusting of freckles from being outdoors too much, the nose that was too long for the rest of my face. My eyes were my best feature, but they were unlikely to make up for my fashion sense. Next to her elegance and Matthew's perpetually unruffled self, I felt and looked like a gauche country mouse. I pulled at the hem of my jacket with my free hand, glad to see that there was no sign of magic at the fingertips, and hoped that there was also no sign of that phantom shimmering that Matthew had mentioned. Maman, this is Diana Bishop. Diana, my mother, Ysabeau de Clairmont. The syllables rolled off his tongue. Ysabeau's nostrils flared delicately. I do not like the way witches smell. Her English was flawless, her glittering eyes fixed on mine. She is sweet and repulsively green like spring. Matthew launched into a volley of something unintelligible that sounded like a cross between French, Spanish, and Latin. He kept his voice low, but there was no disguising the anger in it. "Ça suffit," Ysabeau retorted in recognizable French, drawing her head across her throat. I swallowed hard and reflexively reached for the collar of my jacket. Diana. Ysabeau said it with a long E rather than an I and an emphasis on the first rather than the second syllable. She extended one white, cold hand, and I took her fingers lightly in mine. Matthew grabbed my left hand in his, and for a moment we made an odd chain of vampires and a witch. Encantada. "She's pleased to meet you," Matthew said, translating for me and shooting a warning glance at his mother. "Yes, yes," Ysabeau said impatiently, turning back to her son. "Of course she speaks only English and New French. Modern warm-bloods are so poorly educated." A stout old woman with skin like snow and a mass of incongruously dark hair wrapped around her head in intricate braids stepped into the front hall. "Matthew," she cried, "Così anats, va plein, mercis. Et tu?" Matthew caught her in a hug and kissed her on both cheeks. Idal, she replied, grabbing her elbow and grimacing. Matthew murmured in sympathy, and Ysabeau appealed to the ceiling for deliverance from the emotional spectacle. "Marthe, this is my friend Diana," he said, drawing me forward. Marthe, too, was a vampire, one of the oldest I'd ever seen. She had to have been in her 60s when she was reborn, and though her hair was dark, there was no mistaking her age. Lines crisscrossed her face, and the joints of her hands were so gnarled that apparently not even vampiric blood could straighten them. "Welcome, Diana," she said in a husky voice of sand and treacle, looking deep into my eyes. She nodded at Matthew and reached for my hand. Her nostrils flared. "Elle est une puissante sorcière," she said to Matthew, her voice appreciative. "She says you're a powerful witch," Matthew explained. His closeness somewhat diminished my instinctive concern with having a vampire sniff me. Having no idea what the proper French response was to such a comment, I smiled weakly at Marthe and hoped that would do. "You're exhausted," Matthew said, his eyes flicking over my face. He began rapidly questioning the two vampires in the unfamiliar language. This led to a great deal of pointing, eye-rolling, emphatic gestures, and sighs. When Isabeau mentioned the name Louisa, Matthew looked at his mother with renewed fury. His voice took on a flat, abrupt finality when he answered her. Isabeau shrugged. "Of course, Matthew," she murmured with patent insincerity. "Let's get you settled." Matthew's voice warmed as he spoke to me. "I will bring food and wine," Marthe said in halting English. "Thank you," I said, "and thank you, Isabeau, for having me in your home." She sniffed and bared her teeth. I hoped it was a smile, but feared it was not. "And water, Marthe," Matthew added. "Oh, and food is coming this morning," his mother said tartly. "Leaves, sacks of vegetables and eggs. You were very bad to ask them to drive it down. Diana needs to eat, maman. I didn't imagine you had a great deal of proper food in the house." Matthew's long ribbon of patience was fraying from the events of last evening and now his lukewarm homecoming. "I need fresh blood, but I don't expect Victoire and Alain to fetch it from Paris in the middle of the night." Isabeau looked vastly pleased with herself as my knees swayed. Matthew exhaled sharply, his hand under my elbow to steady me. "Marthe," he asked, pointedly ignoring Isabeau, "can you bring up eggs and toast and some tea for Diana?" Marthe eyed Isabeau and then Matthew, as if she were at center court at Wimbledon. She cackled with laughter. "Och," she replied, with a cheerful nod. "Well, see you two at dinner," Matthew said calmly. I felt 4 icy patches on my shoulders as the women watched us depart. Marthe said something to Isabeau that made her snort, and Matthew smiled broadly. "What did Marthe say?" I whispered, remembering too late that there were few conversations, whispered or shouted, that would not be overheard by everyone in the house. "She said we looked well together." "I don't want Isabeau to be furious with me the whole time we're here." "Pay no attention to her," he said serenely. "Her bark is worse than her bite." We passed through a doorway into a long room with a wide assortment of chairs and tables of many different styles and periods. There were 2 fireplaces, and 2 knights in glistening armor jousted over one of them, their bright lances crossing neatly without a drop of bloodshed. The fresco had clearly been painted by the same dewy-eyed chivalric enthusiast who decorated the hall. A pair of doors led to another room, this one lined with bookcases. "Is that a library?" I asked, Isabeau's hostility momentarily forgotten. "Can I see your copy of Aurora Consurgence now?" "Later," Matthew said firmly. "You're going to eat something and then sleep." He led the way to another curving staircase, navigating through the labyrinth of ancient furniture with the ease of long experience. My own passage was more tentative, and my thighs grazed a bow-fronted chest of drawers, setting a tall porcelain vase swaying. When we finally reached the bottom of the staircase, Matthew paused. "It's a long climb, and you're tired. Do you need me to carry you?" "No," I said indignantly. "You are not going to sling me over your shoulder like a victorious medieval knight making off with the spoils of battle." Matthew pressed his lips together, eyes dancing. Don't you dare laugh at me." He did laugh, the sound bouncing off the stone walls as if a pack of amused vampires were standing in the stairwell. This was, after all, precisely the kind of place where knights would have carried women upstairs. But I didn't plan on being counted among them. By the 15th tread, my sides were heaving with effort. The tower's worn stone steps were not made for ordinary feet and legs. They had clearly been designed for vampires like Matthew, who were either over 6 feet tall, extremely agile, or both. I gritted my teeth and kept climbing. Around a final bend in the stairs, a room opened up suddenly. Oh! My hand traveled to my mouth in amazement. I didn't have to be told whose room this was. It was Matthew's, through and through. We were in the chateau's graceful round tower, the one that still had its smooth conical copper roof and was set on the back of the massive main building. Tall, narrow windows punctuated the walls, their leaded panes letting in slashes of light and autumn colors from the fields and trees outside. The room was circular, and high bookcases smoothed its graceful curves into occasional straight lines. A large fireplace was set squarely into the walls that butted up against the chateau's central structure. This fireplace had miraculously escaped the attention of the 19th century fresco painter. There were armchairs and couches, tables and hassocks, most in shades of green, brown, and gold. Despite the size of the room and the expanses of gray stone, the overall effect was of cozy warmth. The room's most intriguing objects were those Matthew had chosen to keep from one of his many lives. A painting by Vermeer was propped up on a bookshelf next to a shell. It was unfamiliar, not one of the artist's few known canvases. A broadsword so long and heavy that no one but a vampire could have wielded it hung over the fireplace, and a Matthew-sized suit of armor stood in one corner. Opposite, there was an ancient-looking human skeleton hanging from a wooden stand, the bones tied together with something resembling piano wire. On the table next to it were 2 microscopes, both made in the 17th century unless I was very much mistaken. An ornate crucifix studded with large red, green, and blue stones was tucked into a niche in the wall, along with a stunning ivory carving of the Virgin. Matthew's snowflakes drifted across my face as he watched me survey his belongings. "It's a Matthew museum," I said softly, knowing that every object there told a story. "It's just my study." "Where did you—" I began, pointing at the microscopes. "Later," he said again. "You have 30 more steps to climb." Matthew led me to the other side of the room and a second staircase. This one, too, curved up toward the heavens. 30 slow steps later, I stood on the edge of another round room dominated by an enormous walnut 4-poster bed, complete with tester and heavy hangings. High above it were the exposed beams and supports that held the copper roof in place. A table was pushed against one wall, a fireplace was tucked into another, and a few comfortable chairs were arranged before it. Opposite, a door stood ajar, revealing an enormous bathtub. "It's like a falcon's lair," I said, peering out the window. Matthew had been looking at this landscape from these windows since the Middle Ages. I wondered, briefly, about the other women he'd brought here before me. I was sure I wasn't the first, but I didn't think there had been many. There was something intensely private about the chateau. Matthew came up behind me and looked over my shoulder. "Do you approve?" His breath was soft against my ear. I nodded. "How long?" I asked, unable to help myself. "This tower?" he asked. "About 700 years. "And the village? Do they know about you?" "Yes. Like witches, vampires are safer when they're part of a community who knows what they are but doesn't ask too many questions. Generations of bishops had lived in Madison without anyone's making a fuss. Like Peter Knox, we were hiding in plain sight. "Thank you for bringing me to Sept Tours," I said. "It does feel safer than Oxford. In spite of Ysabeau. Thank you for braving my mother." Matthew chuckled as if he'd heard my unspoken words. The distinctive scent of carnations accompanied the sound. She's overprotective, like most parents. I felt like an idiot, and underdressed, too. I didn't bring a single thing to wear that will meet with her approval. I bit my lip, my forehead creased. Coco Chanel didn't meet with Ysabeau's approval. You may be aiming a bit high. I laughed and turned, my eyes seeking his. When they met, my breath caught. Matthew's gaze lingered on my eyes, cheeks, and finally my mouth. His hand rose to my face. "You're so alive," he said gruffly. "You should be with a man much, much younger." I lifted to my toes. He bent his head. Before our lips touched, a tray clattered on the table. "Vos ets arbres e branca," Martha sang, giving Matthew a wicked look. He laughed and sang back in a clear baritone, "On fruits de gog sasozona." "What language is that?" I asked, getting down off my tiptoes and following Matthew to the fireplace. "The old tongue," Martha replied, "Occitan." Matthew removed the silver cover from a plate of eggs. The aroma of hot food filled the room. "Martha decided to recite poetry before you sat down to eat." Martha giggled and swatted at Matthew's wrist with a towel that she pulled from her waist. He dropped the cover and took a seat. Come here," she said, gesturing at the chair across from him. "Sit, eat." I did as I was told. Martha poured Matthew a goblet of wine from a tall, silver-handled glass pitcher. "Mercés," he murmured, his nose going immediately to the glass in anticipation. A similar pitcher held icy cold water, and Martha put this in another goblet, which she handed to me. She poured a steaming cup of tea, which I recognized immediately as coming from Mariage Frère in Paris. Apparently, Matthew had raided my cupboards while I slept last night and been quite specific with his shopping lists. Martha poured thick cream into the cup before he could stop her, and I shot him a warning glance. At this point, I needed allies. Besides, I was too thirsty to care. He leaned back in his chair meekly, sipping his wine. Martha pulled more items from her tria, a silver place setting, salt, pepper, butter, jam, toast, and a golden omelet flecked with fresh herbs. "Merci, Martha," I said with heartfelt gratitude. "Eat," she commanded, aiming her towel at me this time. Martha looked satisfied with the enthusiasm of my first few bites. Then she sniffed the air. She frowned and directed an exclamation of disgust at Matthew before striding to the fireplace. A match snapped, and the dry wood began to crackle. "Martha," Matthew protested, standing up with his wineglass, "I can do that." "She is cold," Martha grumbled, clearly aggravated that he hadn't anticipated this before he sat down. "And you are thirsty. I will make the fire." Within minutes there was a blaze. Though no fire would make the enormous room toasty, it took the chill from the air. Martha brushed her hands together and stood. She must sleep. I can smell she has been afraid. "She'll sleep when she's through eating," Matthew said, holding up his right hand in a pledge. Martha looked at him for a long moment and shook her finger at him as though he were 15 and not 1,500 years old. Finally, his innocent expression convinced her. She left the room, her ancient feet moving surely down the challenging stairs. "Occitan is the language of the troubadours, isn't it?" I asked after Martha had departed. The vampire nodded. "I didn't realize it was spoken this far north." "We're not that far north," Matthew said with a smile. "Once, Paris was nothing more than an insignificant borderlands town. Most people spoke Occitan then. The hills kept the northerners and their language at a distance. Even now people here are wary of outsiders." "What do the words mean?" I asked. "You are the tree and branch," he said, fixing his eyes on the slashes of countryside visible through the nearest window, "where delight's fruit ripens." Matthew shook his head ruefully. "Martha will hum the song all afternoon and make Ysabeau crazy." The fire continued to spread its warmth through the room, and the heat made me drowsy. By the time the eggs were gone, it was difficult to keep my eyes open. I was in the middle of a jaw-splitting yawn when Matthew drew me from the chair. He scooped me into his arms, my feet swinging in midair. I started to protest. "Enough," he said. "You can barely sit up straight, never mind walk." He put me gently on the end of the bed and pulled the coverlet back. The snowy white sheets looked so crisp and inviting. I dropped my head onto the mountain of down pillows arranged against the bed's intricate walnut carvings. Sleep. Matthew took the bed's curtains in both hands and gave them a yank. "I'm not sure I'll be able to," I said, stifling another yawn. "I'm not good at napping." "All appearances to the contrary," he said dryly. "You're in France now. You're not supposed to try. I'll be downstairs. Call if you need anything." With one staircase leading from the hall up to his study, and the other staircase leading to the bedroom from the opposite side, no one could reach this room without going past and through Matthew. The rooms had been designed as if he needed to protect himself from his own family. A question rose to my lips, but he gave the curtains a final tug until they were closed, effectively silencing me. The heavy bed hangings didn't allow the light to penetrate, and they shut out the worst of the drafts as well. Relaxing into the firm mattress, my body's warmth magnified by the layers of bedding, I quickly fell asleep. I woke up to the rustle of turning pages and sat bolt upright, trying to imagine why someone had shut me into a box made of fabric. Then I remembered. France. Matthew. At his home. "Matthew?" I called softly. He parted the curtains and looked down with a smile. Behind him, candles were lit, dozens and dozens of them. Some were set into the sconces around the room, and others stood in ornate candelabras on the floor and tables. "For someone who doesn't nap, you slept quite soundly," he said with satisfaction. As far as he was concerned, the trip to France had already proved a success. "What time is it?" "I'm going to get you a watch if you don't stop asking me that." Matthew glanced at his old Cartier. "It's nearly 2 in the afternoon. Martha will probably be here any minute with some tea. Do you want to shower and change?" The thought of a hot shower had me eagerly pushing back the covers. "Yes, please." Matthew dodged my flying limbs and helped me to the floor, which was farther away than I had expected. It was cold, too, the stone flagstones stinging against my bare feet. "Your bag is in the bathroom, the computer is downstairs in my study, and there are fresh towels. Take your time." He watched as I skittered into the bathroom. "This is a palace!" I exclaimed. An enormous white freestanding tub was tucked between 2 of the windows, and a long wooden bench held my dilapidated Yale duffel. In the far corner, a shower head was set into the wall. I started running the water, expecting to wait a long time for it to heat up. Miraculously, steam enveloped me immediately, and the honey and nectarine scent of my soap helped to lift the tension of the past 24 hours. Once my muscles were unkinked, I slipped on jeans and a turtleneck, along with a pair of socks. There was no outlet for my blow-dryer, so I settled instead for roughly toweling my hair and dragging a comb through it before tying it back in a ponytail. "Marthe brought up tea," he said when I walked into the bedroom, glancing at a teapot and cup sitting on the table. "Do you want me to pour you some?" I sighed with pleasure as the soothing liquid went down my throat. "When can I see the Aurora manuscript?" "When I'm sure you won't get lost on your way to the library." "Ready for the grand tour?" "Yes, please." I slid loafers on over my socks and ran back into the bathroom to get a sweater. As I raced around, Matthew waited patiently, standing near the top of the stairs. "Should we take the teapot down?" I asked, skidding to a halt. "No, she'd be furious if I let a guest touch a dish. Wait 24 hours before helping Marthe." Matthew slipped down the stairs as if he could handle the uneven, smooth treads blindfolded. I crept along, guiding my fingers against the stone wall. When we reached his study, he pointed to my computer, already plugged in and resting on a table by the window, before we descended to the salon. Marthe had been there, and a warm fire was crackling in the fireplace, sending the smell of wood smoke through the room. I grabbed Matthew. "The library," I said. "The tour needs to start there." It was another room that had been filled over the years with bric-a-brac and furniture. An Italian Savonarola folding chair was pulled up to a French directory secretary, while a vast oak table, circa 1700, held display cabinets that looked as if they'd been plucked from a Victorian museum. Despite the mismatches, the room was held together by miles of leather-bound books on walnut shelving and by an enormous Aubusson carpet in soft golds, blues, and browns. As in most old libraries, the books were shelved by size. There were thick manuscripts in leather bindings, shelved with spines in and ornamental clasps out, the titles inked onto the foredges of the vellum. There were tiny incunabula and pocket-sized books in neat rows on one bookcase, spanning the history of print from the 1450s to the present. A number of rare modern first editions, including a run of Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes stories and T.H. White's The Sword and the Stone, were there too. One case held nothing but large folios, botanical books, atlases, medical books. If all this was downstairs, what treasures lived in Matthew's tower study? He let me circle the room, peering at the titles and gasping. When I returned to his side, all I could do was shake my head in disbelief. "Imagine what you'd have if you'd been buying books for centuries," Matthew said, with a shrug that reminded me of Yasubo. "Things pile up. We've gotten rid of a lot over the years. We had to. Otherwise, this room would be the size of the Bibliothèque Nationale. So where is it? You're already out of patience, I see." He went to a shelf, his eyes darting among the volumes. He pulled out a small book with black tooled covers and presented it to me. When I looked for a velveteen cradle to put it on, he laughed. "Just open it, Diana. It's not going to disintegrate." It felt strange to hold such a manuscript in my hands, trained as I was to think of them as rare, precious objects rather than reading material. Trying not to open the covers too wide and crack the binding, I peeked inside. An explosion of bright colors, gold and silver, leapt out. "Oh," I breathed. The other copies I'd seen of Aurora Consorgens were not nearly so fine. "It's beautiful. Do you know who did the illuminations?" "A woman named Bergot Lenoir. She was quite popular in Paris in the middle of the 14th century. Matthew took the book from me and opened it fully. There, now you can see it properly. The first illumination showed a queen standing on a small hill, sheltering 7 small creatures inside her outspread cloak. Delicate vines framed the image, twisting and turning their way across the vellum. Here and there, buds burst into flowers, and birds sat on the branches. In the afternoon light, the queen's embroidered golden dress glowed against a brilliant vermilion background. At the bottom of the page, a man in a black robe sat atop a shield that bore a coat of arms in black and silver. The man's attention was directed at the queen, a rapt expression on his face, and his hands raised in supplication. Nobody is going to believe this. An unknown copy of Aurora Consorgens with illuminations by a woman? I shook my head in amazement. How will I cite it? I'll loan the manuscript to the Beinecke Library for a year, if that helps. Anonymously, of course. As for Bergot, the experts will say it's her father's work, but it's all hers. We probably have the receipt for it somewhere, Matthew said vaguely, looking around. I'll ask Yasubo where Godfrey's things are. Godfrey? The unfamiliar coat of arms featured a fleur-de-lis surrounded by a snake with its tail in its mouth. My brother! The vagueness left his voice and his face darkened. He died in 1668 fighting in one of Louis XIV's infernal wars. Closing the manuscript gently, he put it on a nearby table. I'll take this up to my study later so you can look at it more closely. In the morning, Yasubo reads her newspapers here, but otherwise it sits empty. You're welcome to browse the shelves whenever you like. With that promise, he moved me through the salon and into the great hall. We stood by the table with the Chinese bowl, and he pointed out features of the room, including the old minstrel's gallery, the trapdoor in the roof that had let the smoke out before the fireplaces and chimneys were constructed, and the entrance to the square watchtower overlooking the main approach to the chateau. That climb could wait until another day. Matthew led me down to the lower ground floor, with its maze of storerooms, wine cellars, kitchens, servants' rooms, larders, and pantries. Marthe stepped out of one of the kitchens, flour covering her arms up to the elbows, and handed me a warm roll fresh from the oven. I munched on it as Matthew walked the corridors, pointing out the old purposes of every room, where the grain was stored, the venison hung, the cheese made. "Vampires don't eat anything," I said, confused. "No, but our tenants did. Marthe loves to cook. I promised to keep her busy." The roll was delicious, and the eggs had been perfect. Our next stop was the gardens. Though we had descended a flight of stairs to get to the kitchens, we left the chateau at ground level. The gardens were straight out of the 16th century, with divided beds full of herbs and autumn vegetables. Rose bushes, some with a few lonely blooms remaining, filled the borders. But the aroma that intrigued me wasn't floral. I made a beeline for a low-slung building. "Be careful, Diana," he called, striding across the gravel. "Balthazar bites." "Which one is Balthazar?" He rounded the stable entrance, an anxious look on his face. "The stallion using your spine as a scratching post," Matthew replied tightly. I was standing with my back to a large, heavy-footed horse, while a mastiff and a wolfhound circled my feet. "Oh, he won't bite me." The enormous Percheron maneuvered his head so he could rub his ears on my hip. "And who are these gentlemen?" I asked, ruffling the fur on the wolfhound's neck, while the mastiff tried to put my hand in his mouth. "The hound is Fallon, and the mastiff is Hector Matthew." Matthew snapped his fingers, and both dogs came running to his side, where they sat obediently and watched his face for further instructions. "Please step away from that horse." "Why? He's fine." Balthasar stamped the ground in agreement and pitched an ear back to look haughtily at Matthew. "If the butterfly wings its way to the sweet light that attracts it, it's only because it doesn't know that the fire can consume it," Matthew murmured under his breath. "Balthasar is only fine until he gets bored. I'd like you to move away before he kicks the stall door down. We're making your master nervous, and he started reciting obscure bits of poetry written by mad Italian clerics. I'll be back tomorrow with something sweet." I turned and kissed Balthasar on the nose. He nickered, his hooves dancing with impatience. Matthew tried to cover his surprise. "You recognize that? Giordano Bruno. If the thirsty stag runs to the brook, it's only because he isn't aware of the cruel bow," I continued. "If the unicorn runs to its chaste nest, it's only because he doesn't see the noose prepared for him. You know the work of the Nolan?" Matthew used the 16th century mystic's own way of referring to himself. My eyes narrowed. Good God, had he known Bruno as well as Machiavelli? Matthew seemed to have been attracted to every strange character who'd ever lived. He was an early supporter of Copernicus, and I'm a historian of science. How do you know Bruno's work? "I'm a great reader," he said evasively. "You knew him?" My tone was accusing. "Was he a demon? One who crossed the madness-genius divide rather too frequently, I'm afraid?" I should have known. He believed in extraterrestrial life and cursed his inquisitors on the way to the stake, I said, shaking my head. Nevertheless, he understood the power of desire. I looked sharply at the vampire. "Desire urges me on, as fear bridles me. Did Bruno feature in your essay for All Souls?" "A bit." Matthew's mouth flattened into a hard line. "Will you please come away from there? We can talk about philosophy another time." Other passages drifted through my mind. There was something else about Bruno's work that might make Matthew think of him. He wrote about the goddess Diana. I stepped away from the stall. Balthasar isn't a pony, Matthew warned, pulling my elbow. I can see that, but I could handle that horse. Both the alchemical manuscript and the Italian philosopher vanished from my mind at the thought of such a challenge. You don't ride as well? Matthew asked in disbelief. I grew up in the country and have ridden since I was a child. Dressage, jumping, everything. Being on a horse was even more like flying than rowing was. We have other horses. Balthasar stays where he is, he said firmly. Riding was an unforeseen bonus of coming to France, one that almost made Ysabeau's cold presence bearable. Matthew led me to the other end of the stables, where 6 more fine animals waited. 2 of them were big and black, although not as large as Balthasar. One a fairly round chestnut mare, another a bay gelding. There were 2 gray Andalusians as well, with large feet and curved necks. One came to the door to see what was going on in her domain. This is Na Rakasa, he said, gently rubbing her muzzle. Her name means fire dancer. We usually just call her Rakasa. She moves beautifully, but she's willful. You two should get along famously. I refused to take the bait, though it was charmingly offered, and let Rakasa sniff at my hair and face. What's her sister's name? Fitta Silver. Fitta came forward when Matthew said her name, her dark eyes affectionate. Fitta is Ysabeau's horse, and Rakasa is her sister. Matthew pointed to the 2 blacks. Those are mine, Dar and Sayad. What do their names mean? I asked, walking to their stalls. Dar is Arabic for time, and Sayad means hunter, Matthew explained, joining me. Sayad loves riding across the fields, chasing game and jumping hedges. Dar is patient and steady. We continued the tour, Matthew pointing out features of the mountains and orienting me to the town. He showed me where the chateau had been modified and how restorers had used a different kind of stone because the original was no longer available. By the time we were finished, I wasn't likely to get lost, in part due to the central keep, which was hard to misplace. Why am I so tired? I yawned as we returned to the chateau. You're hopeless, Matthew said in exasperation. Do you really need me to recount the events of the past 36 hours? At his urging, I agreed to another nap. Leaving him in the study, I climbed the stairs and flung myself into bed, too tired to even blow out the candles. Moments later, I was dreaming of riding through a dark forest, a loose green tunic belted around my waist. There were sandals tied onto my feet, their leather fastenings crossed around my ankles and calves. Dogs bayed and hooves crashed in the underbrush behind me. A quiver of arrows nestled against my shoulder, and in one fist I held a bow. Despite the ominous sounds of my pursuers, I felt no fear. In my dream, I smiled with the knowledge I could outrun those who hunted me. Fly, I commanded, and the horse did. Chapter 19. The next morning, my first thoughts were also of riding. I ran a brush through my hair, rinsed my mouth out, and threw on close-fitting pair of black leggings. They were the nearest thing to riding breeches that I had with me. Running shoes would make it impossible to keep my heels down in the stirrups, so on went my loafers instead. Not exactly proper footwear, but they do. A long-sleeve t-shirt and a fleece pullover completed my ensemble. Dragging my hair back into a ponytail, I returned to the bedroom. Matthew lifted his eyebrow as I rocketed into the room, his arm barring me from going any farther. He was leaning against the wide archway that led to the stairs, well-groomed as always, wearing dark gray breeches and a black sweater. Let's ride in the afternoon. I'd been expecting this. Dinner with Ysabeau had been tense at best, and afterward my sleep had been punctuated with nightmares. Matthew had climbed the stairs to check on me several times. I'm fine. Exercise and fresh air will be the best thing in the world for me. When I tried to get past him again, he stopped me with only a dark look. If you so much as sway in the saddle, I'm bringing you home. Understood? Understood. Downstairs, I headed for the dining room, but Matthew pulled me in the other direction. Let's eat in the kitchens, he said quietly. No formal breakfast with Ysabeau staring at me over Le Monde. That was welcome news. We ate in what were ostensibly the housekeeper's rooms, in front of a blazing fire at a table set for two, though I would be the only one eating Martha's excellent, abundant food. A huge pot of tea sat on the scarred, round wooden table, wrapped in a linen towel to keep it hot. Martha glanced at me with concern, tutting at my dark circles and pale skin. When my fork slowed, Matthew reached for a pyramid of boxes crowned with a black velvet-covered helmet. "For you," he said, putting them on the table. The helmet was self-explanatory. It was shaped like a high-crowned baseball hat, with a fold of black grosgrain ribbon at the nape. Despite its velvet covering and ribbon, the helmet was sturdy and made expressly to keep soft human skulls from cracking if they met with the ground. I hated them, but it was a wise precaution. "Thank you," I said. "What's in the boxes?" "Open them and see." The first box held a pair of black breeches with suede patches inside the knees to grip the saddle. They would be far more pleasant to ride in than my thin, slippery leggings, and looked like they would fit, too. Matthew must have been making more phone calls and relaying approximate measurements while I napped. I smiled at him in gratitude. The box also held a black padded vest with a long tail and stiff metal supports sewn into the seams. It looked, and would no doubt feel, like a turtle's shell, uncomfortable and unwieldy. "This isn't necessary." I held it up, frowning. "It is if you're going riding." His voice didn't show the slightest hint of emotion. "You tell me you're experienced. If so, you won't have a problem adjusting to its weight." My color rose, and my fingertips gave a warning tingle. Matthew watched me with interest, and Martha came to the door and gave a sniff. I breathed in and out until the tingling stopped. "You wear a seatbelt in my car," Matthew said evenly. "You'll wear a vest on my horse." We stared at each other in a standoff of wills. The thought of the fresh air defeated me, and Martha's eyes glittered with amusement. No doubt our negotiations were as much fun to watch as were the volleys between Matthew and Ysabeau. I pulled the final box toward me in silent concession. It was long and heavy, and there was a sharp tang of leather when the lid lifted. Boots. Knee-length, black boots. I'd never shown horses and had limited resources, so I had never owned a proper pair of riding boots. These were beautiful, with their curved calves and supple leather. My fingers touched their shining surfaces. "Thank you," I breathed, delighted with his surprise. "I'm pretty sure they'll fit," Matthew said, his eyes soft. "Come, girl," Martha said cheerfully from the door. "You change." She barely got me into the laundry room before I'd kicked off my loafers and peeled the leggings from my body. She took the worn lycra and cotton from me while I wriggled into the breeches. "There was a time when women didn't ride like men," Martha said, looking at the muscles in my legs and shaking her head. Matthew was on his phone when I returned, sending out instructions to all the other people in his world who required his management. He looked up with approval. "Those will be more comfortable." He stood and picked up the boots. "There's no jack in here. You'll have to wear your other shoes to the stables." "No, I want to put them on now," I said, fingers outstretched. "Sit down, then." He shook his head at my impatience. "You'll never get them on the first time without help." Matthew picked up my chair with me in it and turned it so he had more room to maneuver. He held out the right boot, and I stuck my foot in as far as the ankle. He was right. No amount of tugging was going to get my foot around the stiff bend. He stood over my foot, grasping the heel and toe of the boot and wriggling it gently as I pulled the leather in the other direction. After several minutes of struggle, my foot worked its way into the shank. Matthew gave the sole a final firm push, and the boot snuggled against my bones. Once both boots were on, I held my legs out to admire. Matthew tugged and patted, sliding his cold fingers around the top rim to make sure my blood could circulate. I stood, my legs feeling unusually long, took a few stiff-ankled steps, and did a little twirl. "Thank you." I threw my arms around his neck, the toes of my boots grazing the floor. "I love them." Matthew carried my vest and hat to the stables, much as he had carried my computer and yoga mat in Oxford. The stable doors were flung open, and there were sounds of activity. "George's?" Matthew called. A small, wiry man of indeterminate age, though not a vampire, came around the corner, carrying a bridle and a currycomb. When we passed Balthazar's stall, the stallion stomped angrily and tossed his head. "You promised," he seemed to say. Inside my pocket was a tiny apple that I'd wheedled from Martha. "Here you go, baby," I said, holding it out on a flat palm. Matthew watched warily as Balthazar extended his neck and reached with delicate lips to pick the fruit from my hand. Once it was in his mouth, he looked at his owner triumphantly. "Yes, I see that you are behaving like a prince," Matthew said dryly, "but that doesn't mean you won't behave like a devil at the first opportunity." Balthazar's hooves struck the ground in annoyance. We passed by the tack room. In addition to the regular saddles, bridles, and reins, there were freestanding wooden frames that held something like a small armchair with odd supports on one side. "What are they?" "Side saddles," Matthew said, kicking off his shoes and stepping into a tall pair of well-worn boots. His foot slid down easily with a simple stamp on the heel and a tug at the top. "Ysabeau prefers them." In the paddock, Dar and Rakasa turned their heads and looked with interest while George and Matthew began a detailed discussion of all the natural obstacles we might encounter. I held my palm out to Dar, sorry that there were no more apples in my pocket. The gelding looked disappointed, too, once he picked up the sweet scent. "Next time," I promised. Ducking under his neck, I arrived at Rakasa's side. "Hello, beauty." Rakasa picked up her right front foot and cocked her head toward me. I ran my hands over her neck and shoulders, getting her used to my scent and touch, and gave the saddle a tug, checking the tightness of the girth strap and making sure the blanket underneath was smooth. She reached around and gave me an inquiring smell and a snuffle, nosing at my pullover where the apple had been. She tossed her head in indignation. "You too," I promised her with a laugh, placing my left hand firmly on her rump. "Let's have a look." Horses like having their feet touched about as much as most witches like being dunked in water, which is to say, not much. But out of habit and superstition, I'd never ridden a horse without first checking to make sure that nothing was lodged in their soft hooves. When I straightened, the two men were watching me closely. Georges said something that indicated I would do. Matthew nodded thoughtfully, holding out my vest and hat. The vest was snug and hard, but it wasn't as bad as I'd expected. The hat interfered with my ponytail, and I slid the elastic band lower to accommodate it before snapping the chin band together. Matthew was at my back in the time it took me to grab the reins and lift my foot to Rakasa's stirrup. "Will you never wait until I help you?" he growled into my ear. "I can get onto a horse myself," I said hotly. "But you don't need to." Matthew's hands cupped my shin, lifting me effortlessly into the saddle. After that, he checked my stirrup length, rechecked the girth strap, and finally went to his own horse. He swung into the saddle with a practiced air that suggested he'd been on horseback for hundreds of years. Once there, he looked like a king. Rakasa started to dance in impatience, and I pushed my heels down. She stopped, looking puzzled. "Quiet," I whispered. She nodded her head and stared forward, her ears working back and forth. "Take her around the paddock while I check my saddle," Matthew said casually, swinging his left knee onto Dar's shoulder and fiddling with his stirrup leather. My eyes narrowed. His stirrups needed no adjustment. He was checking out my riding skills. I walked Rakasa halfway around the paddock to feel her gait. The Andalusian really did dance, delicately picking up her feet and putting them down firmly in a beautiful rocking motion. When I pressed both heels into her sides, Rakasa's dancing walk turned into an equally rollicking smooth trot. We passed Matthew, who had given up all pretense of adjusting his saddle. Georges leaned against the fence, smiling broadly. "Beautiful girl," I breathed silently. Her left ear shot back, and she picked up the pace slightly. My calf pressed into her flank, just behind the stirrup, and she broke into a canter, her feet reaching out into the air and her neck arched. How angry would Matthew be if we jumped the paddock fence? Angry, I was sure. Rakasa rounded the corner, and I slowed her to a trot. "Well?" I demanded. Georges nodded and opened the paddock gate. "You have a good seat," Matthew said, eyeing my backside. "Good hands, too. You'll be all right." "By the way," he continued in a conversational tone, leaning toward me and dropping his voice, "if you jumped the fence back there, today's outing would have been over." Once we'd cleared the gardens and passed through the old gate, the trees thickened, and Matthew scanned the forest. A few feet into the woods he began to relax, having accounted for every creature within, and discovered that none of them were of the two-legged variety. Matthew kicked Dar into a trot, and Rakasa obediently waited for me to kick her as well. I did, amazed all over again at how smoothly she moved. "What kind of horse is Dar?" I asked, noticing his equally smooth gait. "I suppose you'd call him a destrier," Matthew explained. "That was the mount that carried knights to the Crusades. He was bred for speed and agility. I thought destriers were enormous war horses. Dar was bigger than Rakasa, but not much. They were large for the time. But they weren't big enough to carry any of the men in this family into battle, not once we had armor on our backs and weapons. We trained on horses like Dar and rode them for pleasure, but we fought on percherons like Balthazar." I stared between Rakasa's ears, working up the courage to broach another subject. "May I ask you something about your mother?" "Of course," Matthew said, twisting in his saddle. He put one fist on his hip and held his horse's reins lightly in the other hand. I now knew with absolute certainty how a medieval knight looked on horseback. "Why does she hate witches so much?" "Vampires and witches are traditional enemies, but Isabeo's dislike of me goes beyond that. It seems personal." "I suppose you want a better answer than that you smell like spring?" "Yes, I want the real reason." "She's jealous," Matthew patted Dar's shoulder. "What on earth is she jealous of?" "Let's see. Your power, especially a witch's ability to see the future. Your ability to bear children and pass that power to a new generation. And the ease with which you die, I suppose," he said, his voice reflective. "Isabeau had you and Louisa for children." "Yes, Isabeau made both of us. But it's not quite the same as bearing a child, I think. Why does she envy a witch's second sight? That has to do with how Isabeau was made. Her maker didn't ask permission first." Matthew's face darkened. He wanted her for a wife, and he just took her and turned her into a vampire. She had a reputation as a seer and was young enough to still hope for children. When she became a vampire, both of those abilities were gone. She's never quite gotten over it, and witches are a constant reminder of the life she lost. Why does she envy that witches die so easily? Because she misses my father." He abruptly stopped talking, and it was clear I'd pressed him enough. The trees thinned, and Rakasa's ears shot back and forth impatiently. "Go ahead," he said with resignation, gesturing at the open field before us. Rakasa leaped forward at the touch of my heels, catching the bit in her teeth. She slowed climbing the hill, and once on the crest she pranced and tossed her head, clearly enjoying the fact that Dar was standing at the bottom while she was on top. I circled her into a fast figure-8, changing her leads on the fly to keep her from stumbling as she went around corners. Dar took off, not at a canter, but a gallop, his black tail streaming out behind him and his hooves striking the earth with unbelievable speed. I gasped and pulled lightly on Rakassa's reins to make her stop. So that was the point of destriers. They could go from 0 to 60 like a finely tuned sports car. Matthew made no effort to slow his horse as he approached, but Dar stopped on a dime about 6 feet away from us. His sides bowed out slightly with the exertion. Show off? You won't let me jump a fence, and you put on that display? I teased. Dar doesn't get enough exercise either. This is exactly what he needs. Matthew grinned and patted his horse on the shoulder. Are you interested in a race? We'll give you a head start, of course, he said with a courtly bow. You're on. Where to? Matthew pointed to a solitary tree on the top of the ridge and watched me, alert for the first indication of movement. He'd picked something that you could shoot past without running into anything. Maybe Rakassa wasn't as good at abrupt stops as Dar was. There was no way I was going to surprise a vampire, and no way my horse, for all her smooth gait, was going to beat Dar up the ridge. Still, I was eager to see how well she would perform. I leaned forward and patted Rakassa on the neck, resting my chin for just a moment on her warm flesh and closing my eyes. Fly, I encouraged her silently. Rakassa shot forward as if she'd been slapped on the rump, and my instincts took over. I lifted myself out of the saddle to make it easier for her to carry my weight, tying a loose knot in the reins. When her speed stabilized, I lowered myself into the saddle, clutching her warm body between my legs. My feet kicked free from the unnecessary stirrups, and my fingers wove through her mane. Matthew and Dar thundered behind us. It was like my dream, the one where dogs and horses were chasing me. My left hand curled as if holding something, and I bent low along Rakassa's neck, eyes closed. Fly, I repeated, but the voice in my head no longer sounded like my own. Rakassa responded with still more speed. I felt the tree grow closer. Matthew swore in Occitan, and Rakassa swerved to the left at the last minute, slowing to a canter and then a trot. There was a tug on her reins. My eyes shot open in alarm. Do you always ride unfamiliar horses at top speed with your eyes closed, no reins, and no stirrups? Matthew's voice was coldly furious. You row with your eyes closed, I've seen you. And you walk with them closed, too. I always suspected that magic— By the way, he continued in a conversational tone, leaning toward me and dropping his voice, if you'd jumped the fence back there, today's outing would have been over. Once we'd cleared the gardens and passed through the old gate, the trees thickened, and Matthew scanned the forest. A few feet into the woods, he began to relax, having accounted for every creature within and discovered that none of them were of the two-legged variety. Matthew kicked Dar into a trot, and Rakassa obediently waited for me to kick her as well. I did, amazed all over again at how smoothly she moved. What kind of horse is Dar? I asked, noticing his equally smooth gait. I suppose you'd call him a destrier, Matthew explained. That was the mount that carried knights to the Crusades. He was bred for speed and agility. I thought destriers were enormous war horses. Dar was bigger than Rakassa, but not much. They were large for the time, but they weren't big enough to carry any of the men in this family into battle, not once we had armor on our backs and weapons. We trained on horses like Dar and rode them for pleasure, but we fought on percherons like Balthasar. I stared between Rakassa's ears, working up the courage to broach another subject. May I ask you something about your mother? Of course, Matthew said, twisting in his saddle. He put one fist on his hip and held his horse's reins lightly in the other hand. I now knew with absolute certainty how a medieval knight looked on horseback. Why does she hate witches so much? Vampires and witches are traditional enemies, but Isabeau's dislike of me goes beyond that. It seems personal. I suppose you want a better answer than that you smell like spring. Yes, I want the real reason. She's jealous. Matthew patted Dar's shoulder. What on earth is she jealous of? Let's see. Your power, especially a witch's ability to see the future, your ability to bear children and pass that power to a new generation, and the ease with which you die, I suppose, he said, his voice reflective. Isabeau had you and Louisa for children. Yes, Isabeau made both of us, but it's not quite the same as bearing a child, I think. Why does she envy a witch's second sight? That has to do with how Isabeau was made. Her maker didn't ask permission first. Matthew's face darkened. He wanted her for a wife, and he just took her and turned her into a vampire. She had a reputation as a seer and was young enough to still hope for children. When she became a vampire, both of those abilities were gone. She's never quite gotten over it, and witches are a constant reminder of the life she lost. Why does she envy that? Witches die so easily. Because she misses my father. He abruptly stopped talking, and it was clear I'd pressed him enough. The trees thinned, and Rakassa's ears shot back and forth impatiently. "Go ahead," he said with resignation, gesturing at the open field before us. Rakassa leaped forward at the touch of my heels, catching the bit in her teeth. She slowed climbing the hill, and once on the crest, she pranced and tossed her head, clearly enjoying the fact that Dar was standing at the bottom while she was on top. I circled her into a fast figure eight, changing her leaves on the fly to keep her from stumbling as she went around corners. Dar took off, not at a canter, but a gallop, his black tail streaming out behind him and his hooves striking the earth with unbelievable speed. Miriam's tiny, precise handwriting marched down the left side of the page, and the bars, some circled with red pen, marched down the right. "This is the genetic marker for precognition," Matthew continued, pointing to the first circled smudge. His finger began slowly moving down the page. "This one is for flight. This helps witches find things that are lost." Matthew kept reeling off powers and abilities one at a time until my head spun. "This one is for talking with the dead. This is transmogrification. This is telekinesis. This is spell casting. This one is charms. This one is curses. And you've got mind reading, telepathy, and empathy. They're next to one another. This can't be right. I'd never heard of a witch with more than 1 or 2 powers. Matthew had already reached a dozen. "I think the findings are right, Diana. These powers may never manifest, but you've inherited the genetic predisposition for them." He flipped the page. There were more red circles and more careful annotations by Miriam. "Here are the elemental markers. Earth is present in almost all witches, and some have either earth and air or earth and water. You've got all 3, which we've never seen before. And you've also got fire. Fire is very, very rare." Matthew pointed to the 4 smudges. "What are elemental markers?" My feet were feeling uncomfortably breezy, and my fingers were tingling. "Indications that you have the genetic predisposition to control one or more of the elements. They explain why you could raise a witch wind. Based on this, you could command witch fire, and what's called witch water as well. What does earth do? Herbal magic, the power to affect growing things, the basics. Combined with spellcasting, cursing, and charms, or any one of them really, it means you have not only powerful magical abilities, but an innate talent for witchcraft. My aunt was good with spells. Emily wasn't, but could fly for short distances and see the future. These were classic differences among witches, dividing those who used witchcraft, like Sarah, from those who used magic. It all boiled down to whether words shaped your power or whether you just had it and could wield it as you liked. I buried my face in my hands. The prospect of seeing the future as my mother could had been scary enough. Control of the elements? Talking with the dead? There is a long list of powers on that sheet. We've only seen, 4 or 5 of them? It was terrifying. I suspect we've seen more than that, like the way you move with your eyes closed. Your ability to communicate with Rakasa and your sparkly fingers. We just don't have names for them yet. Please tell me that's all." Matthew hesitated. "Not quite." He flipped to another page. "We can't yet identify these markers. In most cases, we have to correlate accounts of a witch's activities, some of them centuries old, with DNA evidence. It can be hard to match them up. Do the tests explain why my magic is emerging now? We don't need a test for that. Your magic is behaving as if it's waking after a long sleep. All that inactivity has made it restless, and now it wants to have its way." "Blood will out," Matthew said lightly. He rocked gracefully to his feet and lifted me up. "You'll catch cold sitting on the ground, and I'll have a hell of a time explaining myself to Martha if you get sick." He whistled to the horses. They strolled in our direction, still munching on their unexpected treat. We rode for another hour, exploring the woods and fields around Septours. Matthew pointed out the best place to hunt rabbits and where his father had taught him to shoot a crossbow without taking out his own eye. When we turned back to the stables, my worries over the test results had been replaced with a pleasant feeling of exhaustion. "My muscles will be sore tomorrow," I said, groaning. "I haven't been on a horse for years." "Nobody would have guessed that from the way that you rode today," he said. We passed out of the forest and entered the chateau stone gate. "You're a good rider, Diana, but you mustn't go out by yourself. It's too easy to lose your way." Matthew wasn't worried I'd get lost. He was worried I'd be found. "I won't." His long fingers relaxed on the reins. He'd been clutching them for the past 5 minutes. This vampire was used to giving orders that were obeyed instantly. He wasn't accustomed to making requests and negotiating agreements. And his usual quick temper was nowhere in evidence. Sidling Rakasa closer to Dar, I reached over and raised Matthew's palm to my mouth. My lips were warm against his hard, cold flesh. His pupils dilated in surprise. I let go and, clucking Rakasa forward, headed into the stables. Chapter 20. Ysabeau was mercifully absent at lunch. Afterward, I wanted to go straight to Matthew's study and start examining Aurora Consurgence, but he convinced me to take a bath first. It would, he promised, make the inevitable muscle stiffness more bearable. Halfway upstairs, I had to stop and rub a cramp in my leg. I was going to pay for the morning's enthusiasm. The bath was heavenly, long, hot, and relaxing. I put on loose black trousers, a sweater, and a pair of socks, and padded downstairs, where a fire was blazing. My flesh turned orange and red as I held my hands out to the flames. What would it be like to control fire? My fingers tingled in response to the question, and I slid them safely into my pockets. Matthew looked up from his desk. "Your manuscript is next to your computer." Its black covers drew me as surely as a magnet. I sat down at the table and opened them, holding the book carefully. The colors were even brighter than I remembered. After staring at the Queen for several minutes, I turned the first page. "Incipit Tractatus Aurora Consurgens Intitulatus." The words were familiar. Here begins the treatise called The Rising of the Dawn. But I still felt the shiver of pleasure associated with seeing a manuscript for the first time. Everything good comes to me along with her. She is known as the wisdom of the South, who calls out in the streets, and to the multitudes, I read silently, translating from the Latin. It was a beautiful work, full of paraphrases from Scripture as well as other texts. "Do you have a Bible up here? It would be wise for me to have one handy as I made my way through the manuscript." "Yes, but I'm not sure where it is. Do you want me to look for it?" Matthew rose slightly from his chair, but his eyes were still glued to his computer screen. "No, I'll find it." I got up and ran my finger down the edge of the nearest shelf. Matthew's books were arranged not by size, but in a running timeline. Those on the first bookshelf were so ancient that I couldn't bear to think about what they contained. The lost works of Aristotle, perhaps? Anything was possible. Roughly half of Matthew's books were shelved spine in to protect the book's fragile edges. Many of these had identifying marks written along the edges of the pages, and thick black letters spelled out a title here, an author's name there. Halfway around the room, the books began to appear spine out, their titles and authors embossed in gold and silver. I slid past the manuscripts with their thick and bumpy pages, some with small Greek letters on the front edge. I kept going, looking for a large, fat, printed book. My index finger froze in front of one bound in brown leather and covered with gilding. Matthew, please tell me Biblia Sacra 1450 is not what I think it is? Okay, it's not what you think it is, he said automatically, fingers racing over the keys with more than human speed. He was paying little attention to what I was doing and none at all to what I was saying. Leaving Gutenberg's Bible where it was, I continued along the shelves, hoping that it wasn't the only one available to me. My finger froze again at a book labeled Will's Plays. Were these books given to you by friends? Most of them. Matthew didn't even look up. Like German printin', the early days of English drama were a subject for later discussion. For the most part, Matthew's books were in pristine condition. This was not entirely surprising, given their owner. Some, though, were well worn. A slender, tall book on the bottom shelf, for instance, had corners so torn and thin you could see the wooden boards peeking through the leather. Curious to see what had made this book a favorite, I pulled it out and opened the pages. It was Vesalius' anatomy book from 1543, the first to depict dissected human bodies in exacting detail. Now hunting for fresh insights into Matthew, I sought out the next book to show signs of heavy use. This time, it was a smaller, thicker volume. Inked onto the foredge was the title De Motu. William Harvey's study of the circulation of the blood and his explanation of how the heart pumped must have been interesting reading for vampires when it was first published in the 1620s, though they must already have had some notion that this might be the case. Matthew's well-worn books included works on electricity, microscopy, and physiology. But the most battered book I'd seen yet was resting on the 19th century shelves, a first edition of Darwin's On the Origin of Species. Sneaking a glance at Matthew, I pulled the book off the shelf with the stealth of a shoplifter. Its green cloth binding, with the title and author stamped in gold, was frayed with wear. Matthew had written his name in a beautiful copperplate script on the flyleaf. There was a letter folded inside. "Dear Sir," it began, "your letter of 15 October has reached me at last. I am mortified at my slow reply. I have for many years been collecting all the facts which I could in regard to the variation and origin of species, and your approval of my reasonings comes as welcome news as my book will soon pass into the publisher's hands." It was signed C. Darwin, and the date was 1859. The two men had been exchanging letters just weeks prior to Origin's publication in November. The book's pages were covered with the vampire's notes in pencil and ink, leaving hardly an inch of blank paper. 3 chapters were annotated even more heavily than the rest. They were the chapters on instinct, hybridism, and the affinities between the species. Like Harvey's treatise on the circulation of blood, Darwin's 7th chapter, on natural instincts, must have been page-turning reading for vampires. Matthew had underlined specific passages and written above and below the lines as well as in the margins as he grew more excited by Darwin's ideas. Hence, we may conclude that domestic instincts have been acquired and natural instincts have been lost partly by habit and partly by man selecting and accumulating during successive generations peculiar mental habits and actions, which at first appeared from what we must in our ignorance call an accident. Matthew's scribbled remarks included questions about which instincts might have been acquired, and whether accidents were possible in nature. Can it be that we have maintained as instincts what humans have given up through accident and habit? He asked across the bottom margin. There was no need for me to ask who was included in we. He meant creatures, not just vampires, but witches and demons too. In the chapter on hybridism, Matthew's interest had been caught by the problems of crossbreeding and sterility. First crosses between forms sufficiently distinct to be ranked as species and their hybrids, Darwin wrote, are very generally, but not universally, sterile. A sketch of a family tree crowded the margins next to the underlined passage. There was a question mark where the roots belonged and 4 branches. Why has inbreeding not led to sterility or madness? Matthew wondered in the tree's trunk. At the top of the page, he had written 1 species or 4, and comment sont faits les déos. I traced the writing with my finger. This was my specialty, turning the scribbles of scientists into something sensible to everyone else. In his last note, Matthew had used a familiar technique to hide his thoughts. He'd written in a combination of French and Latin and used an archaic abbreviation for demons for good measure, in which the consonants save the first and last had been replaced with lines over the vowels. That way, no one paging through his book would see the word demons and stop for a closer look. How are demons made? Matthew had wondered in 1859. He was still looking for the answer a century and a half later. When Darwin began discussing the affinities between species, Matthew's pen had been unable to stop racing across the page, making it nearly impossible to read the printed text. Against a passage explaining, from the first dawn of life, all organic beings are found to resemble each other in descending degrees, so that they can be classed in groups under groups, Matthew had written origins in large black letters. A few lines down, another passage had been underlined twice. The existence of groups would have been of simple significance if one group had been exclusively fitted to inhabit the land and another the water, one to feed on flesh, another on vegetable matter, and so on. But the case is widely different in nature, for it is notorious how commonly members of even the same subgroup have different habits. Did Matthew believe that the vampire diet was a habit rather than a defining characteristic of the species? Reading on, I found the next clue. Finally, the several classes of facts which have been considered in this chapter seem to me to proclaim so plainly that the innumerable species, genera, and families of organic beings with which this world is peopled have all descended, each within its own class or group, from common parents and have all been modified in the course of descent. In the margins, Matthew had written common parents and ce qui explique too. The vampire believed that monogenesis explained everything, or at least he had in 1859. Matthew thought it was possible that demons, humans, vampires, and witches shared common ancestors. Our considerable differences were matters of descent, habit, and selection. He had evaded me in his laboratory when I asked whether we were 1 species or 4, but he couldn't do so in his library. Matthew remained fixated on his computer. Closing the covers of Aurora Consurgens to protect its pages and abandoning my search for a more ordinary Bible, I carried his copy of Darwin to the fire and curled up on the sofa. I opened it, intending to try to make sense of the vampire based on the notes he'd made in his book. He was still a mystery to me, perhaps even more so here at Sept-Tours. Matthew in France was different from Matthew in England. He'd never lost himself in his work this way. Here, his shoulders weren't fiercely squared, but relaxed, and he'd caught his lower lip in his slightly elongated, sharp cuspid as he typed. It was a sign of concentration, as was the crease between his eyes. Matthew was oblivious to my attention, his fingers flying over the keys, clattering on the computer with a considerable amount of force. He must go through laptops at quite a rate, given their delicate plastic parts. He reached the end of a sentence, leaned back in his chair, and stretched. Then he yawned. I'd never seen him yawn before. Was his yawn, like his lowered shoulders, a sign of relaxation? The day after we'd first met, Matthew had told me that he liked to know his environment. Here, he knew every inch of the place. Every smell was familiar, as was every creature who roamed nearby. And then there was his relationship with his mother and Marthe. They were a family, this odd assortment of vampires, and they had taken me in, for Matthew's sake. I turned back to Darwin, but the bath, the warm fire, and the constant background noise of his clacking fingers lulled me to sleep. I woke up covered with a blanket, on the Origin of Species lying on the floor nearby, neatly closed with a slip of paper marking my place. I flushed. I'd been caught snooping. "Good evening," Matthew said from the sofa opposite. He slid a piece of paper into the book that he was reading and rested it on his knee. "Can I interest you in some wine?" Wine sounded very, very good. "Yes, please." Matthew went to a small 18th century table near the landing. There was a bottle with no label, the cork pulled and lying at its side. He poured 2 glasses and carried one to me before he sat down. I sniffed, anticipating his first question. "Raspberries and rocks. For a witch, you're really quite good at this." Matthew nodded in approval. "What is it that I'm drinking?" I asked, taking a sip. "Is it ancient, rare?" Matthew put his head back and laughed. "Neither. It was probably put in the bottle about 5 months ago. It's local wine from vineyards down the road. Nothing fancy, nothing special." It may not have been fancy or special, but it was fresh and tasted woody and earthy like the air around Septours. "I see that you gave up your search for a Bible in favor of something more scientific. Were you enjoying Darwin?" he asked mildly after watching me drink for a few moments. "Do you still believe that creatures and humans are descended from common parents? Is it really possible that the differences between us are merely racial?" He made a small sound of impatience. "I told you in the lab that I didn't know." "You were sure in 1859. And you thought that drinking blood might be simply a dietary habit, not a mark of differentiation. Do you know how many scientific advances have taken place between Darwin's time and today? It's a scientist's prerogative to change his mind as new information comes to light." He drank some wine and rested the glass against his knee, turning it this way and that so the firelight played on the liquid inside. Besides, there's no longer much scientific evidence for human notions of racial distinctions. Modern research suggests that most ideas about race are nothing more than an outmoded human method for explaining easily observable differences between themselves and someone else. The question of why you're here, how we're all here, really does consume you, I said slowly. I could see it on every page of Darwin's book. Matthew studied his wine. "It's the only question worth asking." His voice was soft, but his profile was stern, with its sharp lines and heavy brow. I wanted to smooth the lines and lift his features into a smile, but remained seated while the firelight danced over his white skin and dark hair. Matthew picked up his book again, cradling it in one set of long fingers while his wineglass rested in the other. I stared at the fire as the light dimmed. When a clock on the desk struck 7, Matthew put down his book. "Should we join Ysabeau in the salon before dinner?" "Yes," I replied, squaring my shoulders slightly. "But let me change first." My wardrobe couldn't hold a candle to Ysabeau's, but I didn't want Matthew to be completely ashamed of me. As ever, he looked ready for a boardroom or a Milan catwalk in a simple pair of black wool trousers and a fresh selection from his endless supply of sweaters. My recent close encounters with them had convinced me they were all cashmere thick and luscious. Upstairs, I rooted through the items in my duffel bag and selected a gray pair of trousers and a sapphire blue sweater made out of finely spun wool with a tight funnel-shaped neck and bell-shaped sleeves. My hair had a wave in it, thanks to my earlier bath and the fact that it had finished drying scrunched under my head on the sofa. With the minimum conditions of presentability met, I slid on my loafers and started down the stairs. Matthew's keen ears had picked up the sound of my movements, and he met me on the landing. When he saw me, his eyes lit up and his smile was wide and slow. "I like you in blue as much as I like you in black." "You look beautiful," he murmured, kissing me formally on both cheeks. The blood moved toward them as Matthew lifted my hair around my shoulders, the strands falling through his long white fingers. "Now, don't let Ysabeau get under your skin, no matter what she says." "I'll try," I said with a little laugh, looking up at him uncertainly. When we reached the salon, Marthe and Ysabeau were already there. His mother was surrounded by newspapers written in every major European language, as well as one in Hebrew and another in Arabic. Marthe, on the other hand, was reading a paperback murder mystery with a lurid cover, her black eyes darting over the lines of print with enviable speed. "Good evening, Maman," Matthew said, moving to give Ysabeau a kiss on each cold cheek. Her nostrils flared as he moved his body from one side to the other, and her cold eyes fixed on mine angrily. I knew what had earned me such a black look. Matthew smelled like me. "Come, girl," Marthe said, patting the cushion next to her and shooting Matthew's mother a warning glance. Ysabeau closed her eyes. When they opened again, the anger was gone, replaced by something like resignation. "Gäbe es einem kandern Tod," Ysabeau murmured to her son as Matthew picked up Die Welt and began scanning the headlines with a sound of disgust. "Where?" I asked. Another bloodless corpse had been found. If Ysabeau thought she was going to shut me out of the conversation with German, she'd better think again. "Munich," Matthew said, his face buried in the pages. "Christ, why doesn't someone do something about this?" "We must be careful what we wish for, Matthew," Ysabeau said. She changed the subject abruptly. "How was your ride, Diana?" Matthew peered warily at his mother over Die Welt's headlines. "It was wonderful. Thank you for letting me ride Rakasa," I replied, sitting back next to Marthe and forcing myself to meet Ysabeau's eyes without blinking. "She is too willful for my liking," she said, shifting her attention to her son, who had the good sense to put his nose back in his paper. "Fidat is much more biddable. As I get older, I find that quality admirable in horses. In sons, too," I thought. Marthe smiled encouragingly at me and got up to fuss at a sideboard. She carried a large goblet of wine to Ysabeau and a much smaller one to me. Marthe returned to the table and came back with another glass for Matthew. He sniffed it appreciatively. "Thank you, Maman," he said, raising his glass in tribute. "Hein, it's not much," Ysabeau said, taking a sip of the same wine. "No, not much, just one of my favorites. Thank you for remembering." Matthew savored the wine's flavors before swallowing the liquid down. "Are all vampires as fond of wine as you are?" I asked Matthew, smelling the peppery wine. "You drink it all the time, and you never get the slightest bit tipsy." Matthew grinned. "Most vampires are much fonder of it. As for getting drunk, our family has always been known for its admirable restraint, hasn't it, Maman?" Ysabeau gave a most unladylike snort. "Occasionally. With respect to wine, perhaps. You should be a diplomat, Ysabeau. You're very good with a quick non-answer," I said. Matthew shouted with laughter. "Dear, I never thought the day would come when my mother would be thought diplomatic, especially not with her tongue. Ysabeau's always been much better with the diplomacy of the sword." Marthe snickered in agreement. Ysabeau and I both looked indignant, which only made him shout again. The atmosphere at dinner was considerably warmer than it had been last night. Matthew sat at the head of the table, with Ysabeau to his left and me at his right. Marthe traveled incessantly from kitchen to fireside to table, sitting now and again to take a sip of wine and make small contributions to the conversation. Plates full of food came and went, everything from wild mushroom soup to quail to delicate slices of beef. I marveled aloud that someone who no longer ate cooked food could have such a deft hand with spices. Marthe blushed and dimpled, swatting at Matthew when he tried to tell stories of her more spectacular culinary disasters. "Do you remember the live pigeon pie?" he chortled. "No one ever explained that you had to keep the birds from eating for 24 hours before you baked it, or the inside would resemble a bird bath." That earned him a sharp tap on the back of his skull. "Matthew," Isabeau warned, wiping the tears from her eyes after a prolonged bout of laughter, "you shouldn't bait Marthe. You have had your share of disasters over the years, too." "And I have seen them all," Marthe pronounced, carrying over a salad. Her English got stronger by the hour as she switched into the language whenever she talked in front of me. She returned to the sideboard and fetched a bowl of nuts, which she put between Matthew and Isabeau. "When you flooded the castle with your idea for capturing water on the roof, for one," she said, ticking it off on her fingers. "When you forgot to collect the taxes, too. It was spring, you were bored, and so you got up one morning and went to Italy to make war. Your father had to beg forgiveness from the king on his knees. And then there was New York!" she shouted triumphantly. The three vampires continued to swap reminiscences. None of them talked about Isabeau's past, though. When something came up that touched on her, or Matthew's father, or his sister, the conversation slid gracefully away. I noticed the pattern and wondered about the reasons for it, but said nothing, content to let the evening develop as they wished it to, and strangely comforted to be part of a family again, even a family of vampires. After dinner, we returned to the salon, where the fire was larger and more impressive than before. The castle's chimneys were heating up, with each log thrown into the grate. The fires burned hotter, and the room almost felt warm as a result. Matthew made sure that Isabeau was comfortable, getting her yet another glass of wine, and fiddled with a nearby stereo. Marthe made me tea instead, thrusting the cup and saucer into my hands. "Drink," she instructed, her eyes attentive. Isabeau watched me drink too, and gave Marthe a long look. "It will help you sleep. Did you make this?" It tasted of herbs and flowers. Normally I didn't like herbal tea, but this one was fresh and slightly bitter. "Yes," she answered, turning up her chin at Isabeau's stare. "I have made it for a long time. My mother taught me. I will teach you as well." The sound of dance music filled the room, lively and rhythmic. Matthew adjusted the position of the chairs by the fireplace, clearing a spot on the floor. "Voulez danser am you?" Matthew asked his mother, holding out both hands. Isabeau's smile was radiant, transforming her lovely, cold features into something indescribably beautiful. "Och," she said, putting her tiny hands into his. The two of them took their places in front of the fire, waiting for the next song to start. When Matthew and his mother began to dance, they made Astaire and Rogers look clumsy. Their bodies came together and drew apart, turned in circles away from each other, and then dipped and turned. The slightest touch from Matthew sent Isabeau reeling, and the merest hint of an undulation or a hesitation from Isabeau caused a corresponding response in him. Isabeau dipped into a graceful curtsy, and Matthew swept into a bow at the precise moment the music drew to its close. "What was that?" I asked. "It started out as a tarantella," Matthew said, escorting his mother back to her chair. "But Maman never can stick to one dance. So there were elements of the volta in the middle, and we finished with a minuet, didn't we?" Isabeau nodded and reached up to pat him on the cheek. "You always were a good dancer," she said proudly. "Ah, but not as good as you, and certainly not as good as Father was," Matthew said, settling her in her chair. Isabeau's eyes darkened, and a heartbreaking look of sadness crossed her face. Matthew picked up her hand and brushed his lips across her knuckles. Isabeau managed a small smile in return. "Now it's your turn," he said, coming to me. "I don't like to dance, Matthew," I protested, holding up my hands to fend him off. "I find that hard to believe," he said, taking my right hand in his left and drawing me close. "You contort your body into improbable shapes. Skim across the water in a boat the width of a feather and ride like the wind. Dancing should be second nature." The next song sounded like something that might have been popular in Parisian dance halls in the 1920s. Notes of trumpet and drum filled the room. "Matthew, be careful with her," Isabeau warned as he moved me across the floor. "She won't break, maman." Matthew proceeded to dance despite my best efforts to put my feet in his way at every opportunity. With his right hand at my waist, he gently steered me into the proper steps. I started to think about where my legs were in an effort to help the process along, but this only made things worse. My back stiffened and Matthew clasped me tighter. "Relax," he murmured into my ear. "You're trying to lead. Your job is to follow." "I can't," I whispered back, gripping his shoulder as if he were a life preserver. Matthew spun us around again. "Yes, you can. Close your eyes, stop thinking about it, and let me do the rest." Inside the circle of his arms, it was easy to do what he instructed. Without the whirling shapes and colors of the room coming at me from all directions, I could relax and stop worrying that we were about to crash. Gradually, the movement of our bodies in the darkness became enjoyable. Soon, it was possible for me to concentrate not on what I was doing, but on what his legs and arms were telling me he was about to do. It felt like floating. "Matthew," Isabeau's voice held a note of caution. "Le chatoiement." "I know," he murmured. The muscles in my shoulders tensed with concern. "Trust me," he said quietly into my ear. "I've got you." My eyes remained tightly closed, and I sighed happily. We continued to swirl together. Matthew gently released me, spinning me out to the end of his fingers, then rolled me back along his arm until I came to rest, my back tight against his chest. The music stopped. "Open your eyes," he said softly. My eyelids slowly lifted. The feeling of floating remained. Dancing was better than I had expected it to be. At least it was with a partner who'd been dancing for more than a millennium and never stepped on your toes. I tilted my face up to thank him, but his was much closer than expected. "Look down," Matthew said. Turning my head in the other direction revealed that my toes were dangling several inches above the floor. Matthew released me. He wasn't holding me up. I was holding me up. The air was holding me up. With that realization, the weight returned to the lower half of my body. Matthew gripped both elbows to keep my feet from smashing into the floor. From her seat by the fire, Marthe hummed a tune under her breath. Isabeau's head whipped around, eyes narrowed. Matthew smiled at me reassuringly, while I concentrated on the uncanny feeling of the earth under my feet. Had the ground always seemed so alive? It was as if 1,000 tiny hands were waiting under the soles of my shoes to catch me or give me a push. "Was it fun?" Matthew asked as the last notes of Marthe's song faded, eyes gleaming. "It was," I answered, laughing, after considering his question. "I hoped it would be." "You've been practicing for years. Now maybe you'll ride with your eyes open for a change." He caught me up in an embrace full of happiness and possibility. Isabeau began to sing the same song Marthe had been humming. "Whoever sees her dance, and her body moves so gracefully, could say in truth that in all the world she has no equal, our joyful queen. Go away, dance together, together. Go away, jealous ones." Matthew repeated as the final echo of his mother's voice faded. "Let us dance together." I laughed again. "With you I'll dance. But until I figure out how this flying business works, there will be no other partners." "Properly speaking, you are floating, not flying," Matthew corrected me. "Floating, flying, whatever you call it, it would be best not to do it with strangers. Agreed, he said. Marth had vacated the sofa for a chair near Ysabeau. Matthew and I sat together, our hands still entwined. "This was her first time?" Ysabeau asked him, her voice genuinely puzzled. "Diana doesn't use magic, Maman, except for little things," he explained. "She is full of power, Matthew. Her witch's blood sings in her veins. She should be able to use it for big things, too." He frowned. "It's hers to use or not." "Enough of such childishness," she said, turning her attention to me. "It is time for you to grow up, Diana, and accept responsibility for who you are." Matthew growled softly. "Do not growl at me, Matthew de Clairmont. I am saying what needs to be said. You're telling her what to do. It's not your job." "Nor yours, my son," Ysabeau retorted. "Excuse me." My sharp tone caught their attention, and the de Clairmonts, mother and son, stared at me. "It's my decision whether and how to use my magic." "But," I said, turning to Ysabeau, "it can't be ignored any longer. It seems to be bubbling out of me. I need to learn how to control my power, at the very least." Ysabeau and Matthew continued to stare. Finally, Ysabeau nodded. Matthew did too. We continued to sit by the fire until the logs burned down. Matthew danced with Marth, and each of them broke into song occasionally when a piece of music reminded them of another night, by another fire. But I didn't dance again, and Matthew didn't press me. Finally, he stood. "I am taking the only one of us who needs her sleep up to bed." I stood as well, smoothing my trousers against my thighs. "Good night, Ysabeau." "Good night, Marth." "Thank you both for a lovely dinner and a surprising evening." Marth gave me a smile in return. Ysabeau did her best, but managed only a tight grimace. Matthew let me lead the way and put his hand gently against the small of my back as we climbed the stairs. "I might read for a bit," I said, turning to face him when we reached his study. He was directly behind me, so close that the faint, ragged sound of his breath was audible. He took my face in his hands. "What spell have you put on me?" He searched my face. "It's not simply your eyes, though they do make it impossible for me to think straight, or the fact you smell like honey." He buried his face in my neck, the fingers of one hand sliding into my hair, while the other drifted down my back, pulling my hips toward him. My body softened into his, as if it were meant to fit there. "It's your fearlessness," he murmured against my skin, "and the way you move without thinking, and the shimmer you give off when you concentrate or when you fly." My neck arched, exposing more flesh to his touch. Matthew slowly turned my face toward him, his thumb seeking out the warmth of my lips. "Did you know that your mouth puckers when you sleep? You look as though you might be displeased with your dreams, but I prefer to think you wish to be kissed." He sounded more French with each word that he spoke. Aware of Ysabeau's disapproving presence downstairs, as well as her acute vampiric hearing, I tried to pull away. It wasn't convincing, and Matthew's arms tightened. "Matthew, your mother—" He gave me no chance to complete my sentence. With a soft, satisfied sound, he deliberately fitted his lips to mine and kissed me. Gently but thoroughly, until my entire body, not just my hands, was tingling. I kissed him back, feeling a simultaneous sense of floating and falling until I had no clear awareness of where my body ended and his began. His mouth drifted to my cheeks and eyelids. When it brushed against my ear, I gasped. Matthew's lips curved into a smile, and he pressed them once more against my own. "Your lips are as red as poppies, and your hair is so alive," he said, when he was quite finished kissing me, with an intensity that left me breathless. "What is it with you and my hair? Why anyone with a head of hair like yours would be impressed with this," I said, grabbing a fistful of it and pulling, "is beyond me. Ysabeau's hair looks like satin, so does Marth's. Mine is a mess, every color of the rainbow and badly behaved as well." "That's why I love it," Matthew said, gently freeing the strands. "It's imperfect, just like life. It's not vampire hair, all polished and flawless. I like that you're not a vampire, Diana. And I like that you are a vampire. A shadow flitted across his eyes, gone in a moment. I like your strength, I said, kissing him with the same enthusiasm as he had kissed me. I like your intelligence. Sometimes I even like your bossiness. But most of all, I rubbed the tip of my nose gently against his. I like the way you smell. You do? I do. My nose went into the hollow between his collarbones, which I was fast learning was the spiciest, sweetest part of him. It's late. You need your rest. He released me reluctantly. Come to bed with me. His eyes widened with surprise at the invitation, and the blood coursed to my face. Matthew brought my hand to his heart. It beat once, powerfully. I will come up, he said, but not to stay. We have time, Diana. You've known me for only a few weeks. There's no need to rush. Spoken like a vampire. He saw my dejection and drew me closer for another lingering kiss. A promise, he said when he was finished, of what's to come, in time. It was time, but my lips were alternately freezing and burning, making me wonder for a fleeting second if I was as ready as I thought. Upstairs, the room was ablaze with candles and warm from the fire. How Marthe had managed to get up here, change dozens of candles, and light them so that they would still be burning at bedtime was a mystery. But the room didn't have a single electrical outlet, so I was doubly grateful for her efforts. Changing in the bathroom behind a partially closed door, I listened to Matthew's plans for the next day. These involved a long walk, another long ride, and more work in the study. I agreed to all of it, provided that the work came first. The alchemical manuscript was calling to me, and I was eager to get a closer look at it. I got into Matthew's vast four-poster, and he tightened the sheets around my body before pinching out the candles. "Sing to me," I said, watching his long fingers fearlessly move through the flames. "An old song, one Marthe likes." Her wicked fondness for love songs had not gone unnoticed. He was quiet for a few moments while he walked through the room, snuffing the candles and trailing shadows behind him as the room fell into darkness. He began to sing in his rich baritone. Ni muer, ni vive, ni no guaris, ni mal nom sent, e si lai gran, quar des amor no sui devis, ni no sai si ja naurai ni quan, qu'en leis est toute le mercés qu'en pot sorzer o decaser. The song was full of yearning and teetered on the edge of sadness. By the time he returned to my side, the song was finished. Matthew let one candle burning next to the bed. What do the words mean? I reached for his hand. Not dying, nor living, nor healing. There is no pain in my sickness, for I am not kept from her love. He leaned down and kissed me on the forehead. I don't know if I will ever have it, for all the mercy that makes me flourish or decay is in her power. Who wrote that? I asked, struck by the aptness of the words when sung by a vampire. My father wrote it for Ysabeau. Someone else took the credit, though, Matthew said, his eyes gleaming and his smile bright and content. He hummed the song under his breath as he went downstairs. I lay in his bed, alone, and watched the last candle burn until it guttered out. Chapter 21. A vampire holding a breakfast tray greeted me the next morning after my shower. "I told Marthe you wanted to work this morning," Matthew explained, lifting the cover that was keeping the food warm. "You two are spoiling me." I unfolded the napkin waiting on a nearby chair. "I don't think your character is in any real danger." Matthew stooped and gave me a lingering kiss, his eyes smoky. "Good morning. Did you sleep well?" "Very well." I took the plate from his hands, my cheeks reddening at the memory of the invitation I'd extended to him last night. There was still a twinge of hurt when I recalled his gentle rebuff, but this morning's kiss confirmed that we had slipped past the limits of friendship and were moving in a new direction. After my breakfast, we headed downstairs, turned on our computers, and got to work. Matthew had left a perfectly ordinary 19th century copy of an early English translation of the Vulgate Bible on the table next to his manuscript. "Thank you," I called over my shoulder, holding it up. "I found it downstairs. Apparently the one I have isn't good enough for you," he grinned. "I absolutely refuse to treat a Gutenberg Bible as a reference book, Matthew." My voice came out more sternly than anticipated, making me sound like a schoolmarm. "I know the Bible backwards and forwards. If you have a question, you could just ask me," he suggested. "I'm not using you as a reference book either. Suit yourself," he said with a shrug and another smile. With my computer at my side and an alchemical manuscript before me, I was soon absorbed in reading, analyzing, and recording my ideas. There was one distracting incident when I asked Matthew for something to weight down the book's pages while I typed. He rummaged around and found a bronze medal with the likeness of Louis XIV on it and a small wooden foot that he claimed came from a German angel. He wouldn't surrender the two objects without sureties for their return. Finally, he was satisfied by several more kisses. Aurora Consurgens was one of the most beautiful texts in the alchemical tradition, a meditation on the female figure of wisdom, as well as an exploration of the chemical reconciliation of opposing natural forces. The text in Matthew's copy was nearly identical to the copies I'd consulted in Zurich, Glasgow, and London, but the illustrations were quite different. The artist, Borgo Lenoir, had been a true master of her craft. Each illumination was precise and beautifully executed. But her talent did not lie simply in technical mastery. Her depictions of the female characters showed a different sensibility. Borgo's wisdom was full of strength, but there was a softness to her as well. In the first illumination, where wisdom shielded the personification of the 7 metals in her cloak, she bore an expression of fierce, maternal pride. There were 2 illuminations, just as Matthew had promised, that weren't included in any known copy of Aurora Consurgens. Both appeared in the final parable, devoted to the chemical wedding of gold and silver. The first accompanied words spoken by the female principal. In alchemical change, often represented as a queen dressed in white with emblems of the moon to show her association with silver, she had been transformed by Borgo into a beautiful, terrifying creature with silvery snakes instead of hair, her face shadowed like a moon eclipsed by the sun. Silently, I read the accompanying text, translating the Latin into English. "Turn to me with all your heart. Do not refuse me because I am dark and shadowed. The fire of the sun has altered me. The seas have encompassed me. The earth has been corrupted because of my work. Night fell over the earth when I sank into the miry deep, and my substance was hidden. The Moon Queen held a star in one outstretched palm. From the depths of the water I cried out to you, and from the depths of the earth I will call to those who pass by me," I continued. "Watch for me, see me, and if you find another who is like me, I will give him the morning star." My lips formed the words, and Borgo's illumination brought the text to life in the Moon Queen's expression that showed both her fear of rejection and her shy pride. The second unique illumination came on the next page and accompanied the words spoken by the male principal, the Golden Sun King. The hair on my neck rose at Borgo's depiction of a heavy stone sarcophagus. Its lid opened just enough to reveal a golden body lying within. The king's eyes were closed peacefully, and there was a look of hope on his face as if he were dreaming of his release. "I will rise now and go about the city. In its streets I will seek out a pure woman to marry," I read. "Her face beautiful, her body more beautiful, her raiment most beautiful. She will roll away the stone from the entrance of my tomb and give me the wings of a dove so that I might fly with her to the heavens to live forever and be at rest." The passage reminded me of Matthew's badge from Bethany and Lazarus's briny silver coffin. I reached for the Bible. Mark 16, Psalms 55, and Deuteronomy 32, verse 40. Matthew's voice cut through the quiet, spouting references like an automated biblical concordance. How did you know what I was reading? I twisted in my chair to get a better view of him. Your lips were moving, he replied, staring fixedly at his computer screen, his fingers clattering on the keys. Pressing my lips together, I returned to the text. The author had drawn on every biblical passage that fit the alchemical story of death and creation, paraphrasing and cobbling them together. I pulled the Bible across the desk. It was bound in black leather, and a gold cross adorned the cover. Opening it to the Gospel of Mark, I scanned chapter 16. There it was, Mark 16:3, and they said one to another, "Who shall roll us back the stone from the door of the sepulchre?" Find it? Matthew inquired mildly. Yes. Good. The room grew silent once more. Where's the verse about the morning star? Sometimes my pagan background was a serious professional liability. Revelation 2, verse 28. Thank you. My pleasure. A smothered laugh came from the other desk. I bent my head to the manuscript and ignored it. After 2 hours of reading tiny Gothic handwriting and searching for corresponding biblical references, I was more than ready to go riding when Matthew suggested it was time for a break. As an added bonus, he promised to tell me over lunch how he knew the 17th century physiologist William Harvey. It's not a very interesting story, Matthew had protested. Maybe not to you, but to a historian of science? It's the closest thing I'll get to meeting the man who figured out that the heart is a pump. We hadn't seen the sun since we'd arrived at Septours, but neither of us minded. Matthew seemed more relaxed, and I was surprisingly happy to be out of Oxford. Gillian's threats, the picture of my parents, even Peter Knox, they all receded with each hour that passed. As we walked out into the gardens, Matthew chatted animatedly about a problem at work that involved a missing strand of something that should have been present in a blood sample but wasn't. He sketched out a chromosome in the air in an effort to explain, pointing to the offending area, and I nodded even though what was at stake remained mysterious. The words continued to roll out of his mouth, and he put an arm around my shoulder, drawing me close. We rounded a line of hedges. A man in black stood outside the gate we'd passed through yesterday on our ride. The way he leaned against a chestnut tree, with the elegance of a leopard on the prowl, suggested he was a vampire. Matthew scooped me behind him. The man pulled himself gracefully away from the tree's rough trunk and strolled toward us. The fact that he was a vampire was now confirmed by his unnaturally white skin and huge dark eyes, emphasized by his black leather jacket, jeans, and boots. This vampire didn't care who knew he was different. His wolfish expression was the only imperfection in an otherwise angelic face, with symmetrical features and dark hair worn curling low onto his collar. He was smaller and slighter than Matthew, but the power he exuded was undeniable. His eyes sent coldness deep under my skin, where it spread like a stain. "Domenico," Matthew said calmly, though his voice was louder than usual. "Matthew." The glance the vampire turned on Matthew was full of hate. "It's been years." Matthew's casual tone suggested that the vampire's sudden appearance was an everyday occurrence. Domenico looked thoughtful. "When was that? In Ferrara? We were both fighting the Pope, though for different reasons, as I remember. I was trying to save Venice. You were trying to save the Templars." Matthew nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the other vampire. "I think you must be right. After that, my friend, you seemed to disappear. We shared so many adventures in our youth, on the seas, in the Holy Land. Venice was always full of amusements for a vampire such as you, Matthew." Domenico shook his head in apparent sorrow. "The vampire inside the chateau gate did look Venetian, or like some unholy cross between an angel and a devil. Why did you not come and visit me when you passed between France and one of your other haunts? If I caused offense, Domenico, it was surely too long ago to be of any concern to us now. Perhaps, but one thing hasn't changed in all these years. Whenever there's a crisis, there's a de Clairmont nearby. He turned to me, and something avaricious bloomed on his face. This must be the witch I've heard so much about. Diana, go back to the house, Matthew said sharply. The sense of danger was palpable, and I hesitated, not wanting to leave him alone. Go, he said again, his voice as keen-edged as a sword. Our vampire visitor spotted something over my shoulder and smiled. An icy breeze brushed past me, and a cold, hard arm linked through mine. "Domenico," chimed Isabeau's musical voice, "what an unexpected visit." He bowed formally. "My lady, it is a pleasure to see you in such good health." "How did you know I was here?" "I smelled you," Isabeau said contemptuously. "You come here, to my house, uninvited. What would your mother say if she knew you behaved in such a fashion?" "If my mother was still alive, we could ask her," Domenico said with barely concealed savagery. "Maman, take Diana back to the house." "Of course, Matthew. We will leave the two of you to talk." Isabeau turned, tugging me along with her. "I'll be gone more quickly if you let me deliver my message," Domenico warned. "If I have to come back, I won't be alone." "Today's visit was a courtesy to you, Isabeau." "She doesn't have the book," Matthew said sharply. "I'm not here about the witch's damned book, Matthew. Let them keep it. I've come from the congregation." Isabeau exhaled, soft and long, as if she'd been holding her breath for days. A question burbled to my lips, but she silenced it with a warning look. "Well done, Domenico. I'm surprised you have the time to call on old friends with all your new responsibilities." Matthew's voice was scornful. "Why is the congregation wasting time paying official visits on the de Clairmont family when there are vampires leaving bloodless corpses all over Europe for humans to find? It's not forbidden for vampires to feed on humans, though the carelessness is regrettable. As you know, death follows vampires wherever we go." Domenico shrugged off the brutality, and I shivered at his casual disregard for frail, warm-blooded life. "But the covenant clearly forbids any liaison between a vampire and a witch." I turned and stared at Domenico. "What did you say?" "She can speak!" Domenico clasped his hands in mock delight. "Why not let the witch take part in this conversation?" Matthew reached around and drew me forward. Isabeau remained entwined through my other arm. We stood in a short, tight line of vampire, witch, and vampire. "Diana Bishop," Domenico bowed low. "It's an honor to meet a witch of such ancient, distinguished lineage. So few of the old families are still with us." Every word he uttered, no matter how formally phrased, sounded like a threat. "Who are you?" I asked, "and why are you concerned with whom I spend time?" The Venetian looked at me with interest before his head fell back and he howled with laughter. "They said you were argumentative like your father, but I didn't believe them." My fingers tingled slightly, and Isabeau's arm grew fractionally tighter. "Have I made your witch angry?" Domenico's eyes were fixed on Isabeau's arm. "Say what you came to say and get off our land." Matthew's voice was entirely conversational. "My name is Domenico Michele. I have known Matthew since I was reborn, and Isabeau nearly as long. I know neither of them so well as I knew the lovely Louisa, of course. But we should not speak lightly of the dead." The Venetian crossed himself piously. "You should try not to speak of my sister at all." Matthew sounded calm, but Isabeau looked murderous, her lips white. "You still haven't answered my question," I said, drawing Domenico's attention once more. The Venetian's eyes glittered with frank appraisal. Diana, Matthew said, unable to stop the rumble in his throat. It was as close as he'd ever been to growling at me. Marthe came out of the kitchens, a look of alarm on her face. She is more fiery than most of her kind, I see. Is that why you're risking everything to keep her with you? Does she amuse you, or do you intend to feed on her until you get bored and then discard her, as you have with other warm bloods? Matthew's hand strayed to Lazarus's coffin, evident only as a bump under his sweater. He hadn't touched it since we'd arrived in Septitours. Domenico's keen eyes noticed the gesture too, and his answering smile was vindictive. Feeling guilty? Furious at the way Domenico was baiting Matthew, I opened my mouth to speak. Diana, go back to the house immediately. Matthew's tone suggested that we would have a serious, unpleasant talk later. He pushed me slightly in Isabeau's direction, and put himself even more squarely between his mother, me, and the dark Venetian. By that time, Marthe was nearby, her arms crossed over her sturdy body in a striking imitation of Matthew. Not before the witch hears what I have to say. I have come to serve you with a warning, Diana Bishop. Relationships between witches and vampires are forbidden. You must leave this house and no longer associate with Matthew de Clairmont or any of his family. If you don't, the congregation will take whatever steps are necessary to preserve the covenant. I don't know your congregation, I said, still furious. Besides, covenants aren't enforceable, they're voluntary. Are you a lawyer as well as a historian? You modern women with your fine educations are so fascinating. But women are no good at theology, Domenico continued sorrowfully, which is why we never thought it worth educating you in the first place. Do you think we adhered to the ideas of that heretic Calvin when we made these promises to one another? When the covenant was sworn, it bound all vampires, demons, and witches, past, present, and future. This is not a path you can follow or not as you please. You've delivered your warning, Domenico, Matthew said in a voice like silk. That's all I have to say to the witch, the Venetian replied. I have more to say to you. Then Diana will return to the house. Get her out of here, maman, he said tersely. This time his mother did what he asked, immediately, and Marthe followed. Don't, Isabeau hissed when I turned to look back at Matthew. Where did that thing come from? Marthe asked once we were safely inside. From hell, presumably, said Isabeau. She touched my face briefly with her fingertips, drawing them back hastily when they met the warmth of my angry cheeks. You are brave, girl, but what you did was reckless. You are not a vampire. Do not put yourself at risk by arguing with Domenico or any of his allies. Stay away from them. Isabeau gave me no time to respond, speeding me through the kitchens, the dining room, the salon, and into the great hall. Finally, she towed me toward the arch that led to the keep's most formidable tower. My calves seized up at the thought of the climb. We must, she insisted. Matthew will be looking for us there. Fear and anger propelled me halfway up the stairs. The second half I conquered through sheer determination. Lifting my feet from the final tread, I found myself on a flat roof with a view for miles in every direction. A faint breeze blew, loosening my braided hair and coaxing the mist around me. Ysabeau moved swiftly to a pole that extended another dozen feet into the sky. She raised a forked black banner adorned with a silver Ouroboros. It unfurled in the gloomy light, the snake holding its shimmering tail in its mouth. I ran to the far side of the crenellated walls, and Domenico looked up. Moments later, a similar banner rose over the top of a building in the village, and a bell began to toll. Men and women slowly came out of houses, bars, shops, and offices. Their faces turned toward Septitours, where the ancient symbol of eternity and rebirth snapped in the wind. I looked at Ysabeau, my question evident on my face. Our family's emblem, and a warning to the village to be on their guard, she explained. We fly the banner only when others are with us. The villagers have grown too accustomed to living among vampires, and though they have nothing to fear from us, we have kept it for times such as this. The world is full of vampires who cannot be trusted, Diana. Domenico Michele is one of them. You didn't need to tell me that. Who the hell is he? One of Matthew's oldest friends, Ysabeau murmured, eyes on her son, which makes him a very dangerous enemy. My attention turned to Matthew, who continued to exchange words with Domenico across a precisely drawn zone of engagement. There was a blur of black and gray movement, and the Venetian hurtled backward toward the chestnut tree he'd been leaning against when we first spotted him. A loud crack carried across the grounds. "Well done," Ysabeau muttered. "Where's Marthe?" I looked over my shoulder toward the stairs. In the hall, just in case. Ysabeau's keen eyes remained fixed on her son. Would Domenico really come in here and rip my throat open? Ysabeau turned her black, glittering gaze on me. "That would be all too easy, my dear. He would play with you first. He always plays with his prey. And Domenico loves an audience." I swallowed hard. "I'm capable of taking care of myself." "You are, if you have as much power as Matthew believes. Witches are very good at protecting themselves, I found, with a little effort and a drop of courage," Ysabeau said. "What is this congregation that Domenico mentioned?" I asked. "A council of 9, 3 from each order of demons, witches, and vampires. It was established during the Crusades to keep us from being exposed to the humans. We were careless and became too involved in their politics and other forms of insanity." Ysabeau's voice was bitter. Ambition, pride, and grasping creatures like Michele, who were never content with their lot in life and always wanted more, they drove us to the covenant. "And you agreed to certain conditions?" It was ludicrous to think that promises made by creatures in the Middle Ages could affect Matthew and me. Ysabeau nodded, the breeze catching a few strands of her heavy, honeyed hair and moving them around her face. "When we mixed with one another, we were too conspicuous. When we became involved in human affairs, they grew suspicious of our cleverness. They are not quick, the poor creatures, but they are not entirely stupid either. By mixing, you don't mean dinners and dancing. No dinners, no dancing, and no kissing and singing songs to each other," Ysabeau said pointedly. "And what comes after the dancing and the kissing was forbidden as well. We were full of arrogance before we agreed to the covenant. There were more of us, and we'd become accustomed to taking whatever we wanted, no matter the cost. What else does this promise cover? No politics or religion. Too many princes and popes were otherworldly creatures. It became more difficult to pass from one life to the next once humans started writing their chronicles." Ysabeau shuddered. "Vampires found it difficult to feign a good death and move on to a new life with humans nosing around." I glanced quickly at Matthew and Domenico, but they were still talking outside the chateau's walls. "So," I repeated, ticking items off my fingers, "no mixing between different types of creatures, no careers in human politics or religion. Anything else?" Apparently my aunt's xenophobia and fierce opposition to my studying the law derived from her imperfect understanding of this long-ago agreement. "Yes. If any creature breaks the covenant, it is the responsibility of the congregation to see that the misconduct is stopped and the oath is upheld. And if 2 creatures break the covenant?" The silence stretched taut between us. "To my knowledge, it has never happened," she said grimly. "It is a very good thing, therefore, that the 2 of you have not done so. Last night, I'd made a simple request that Matthew join me in my bed. But he'd known it wasn't a simple request. It wasn't me he was unsure of, or his feelings. Matthew wanted to know how far he could go before the congregation would intervene. The answer had come quickly. They weren't going to let us get very far at all. My relief was quickly replaced by anger. Had no one complained, as our relationship developed, he might never have told me about the congregation or the covenant, and his silence would have had implications for my relationship with my own family and with his. I might have gone to my grave believing that my aunt and Ysabeau were bigots. Instead, they were living up to a promise made long ago, which was less understandable but somehow more excusable. Your son needs to stop keeping things from me. My temper rose, the tingling mounting in my fingertips. And you should worry less about the congregation and more about what I'm going to do when I see him again, she snorted. You won't get the chance to do much before he takes you to task for questioning his authority in front of Domenico. I'm not under Matthew's authority. You, my dear, have a great deal to learn about vampires, she said with a note of satisfaction. And you have a great deal to learn about me. So does the congregation. Ysabeau took me by the shoulders, her fingers digging into the flesh of my arms. This is not a game, Diana. Matthew would willingly turn his back on creatures he has known for centuries to protect your right to be whatever you imagine you want to be in your fleeting life. I'm begging you not to let him do it. He's his own man, Ysabeau, I said coldly. I don't tell Matthew what to do. No, but you have the power to send him away. Tell him you refuse to break the covenant for him, for his sake, or that you feel nothing more for him than curiosity. Witches are famous for it. She flung me away. If you love him, you'll know what to say. It is over, Marthe called from the top of the stairs. We both rushed to the edge of the tower. A black horse and rider streaked out of the stables and cleared the paddock fence before thundering into the forest. Chapter 22. We'd been waiting in the salon, the three of us, since he'd ridden off on Balthasar in the late morning. Now the shadows were lengthening toward twilight. A human would be half dead from the prolonged effort needed to control that enormous horse in the open countryside. However, the events of the morning had reminded me that Matthew wasn't human, but a vampire, with many secrets, a complicated past, and frightening enemies. Overhead, a door closed. He's back. He will go to his father's room as he always does when he is troubled, Ysabeau explained. Matthew's beautiful young mother sat and stared at the fire, while I wrung my hands in my lap, refusing everything Marthe put in front of me. I hadn't eaten since breakfast, but my hollowness had nothing to do with hunger. I felt shattered, surrounded by the broken pieces of my formerly ordered life. My degree from Oxford, my position at Yale, and my carefully researched and written books had long provided meaning and structure to my life. But none of them were of comfort to me in this strange new world of menacing vampires and threatening witches. My exposure to it had left me raw, with a new fragility linked to a vampire and the invisible, undeniable movement of a witch's blood in my veins. At last, Matthew entered the salon, clean and dressed in fresh clothes. His eyes sought me out immediately, their cold touch fluttering over me as he checked that I was unharmed. His mouth softened in relief. It was the last hint of comforting familiarity that I detected in him. The vampire who entered the salon was not the Matthew that I knew. He was not the elegant, charming creature who had slipped into my life with a mocking smile and invitations to breakfast. Nor was he the scientist, absorbed in his work and preoccupied with the question of why he was here. And there was no sign of the Matthew who had swung me into his arms and kissed me with such passionate intensity only the night before. This Matthew was cold and impassive. The few soft edges he'd once possessed, around his mouth, in the delicacy of his hands, the stillness of his eyes, had been replaced by hard lines and angles. He seemed older than I remembered, a combination of weariness and careful remove reflecting every moment of his nearly 1,500 years of age. A log broke in the fireplace. The sparks caught my eye, burning blood orange as they fell in the grate. Nothing but the color red appeared at first. Then the red took on a texture. Strands of red burnished here and there with gold and silver. The texture became a thing. Hair. Sarah's hair. My fingers caught the strap of a backpack from my shoulder, and I dropped my lunchbox on the floor of the family room with the same officious clatter as my father when he dropped his briefcase by the door. "I'm home!" My child's voice was high and bright. "Are there cookies?" Sarah's head turned, red and orange, catching sparks in the late afternoon light. But her face was pure white. The white overwhelmed the other colors, became silver, and assumed a texture like the scales of a fish. Chainmail clung to a familiar muscular body. "Matthew!" "I'm through." His white hands tore at a black tunic with a silver cross on the front, rending it at the shoulders. He flung it at someone's feet, turned, and strode away. With a single blink of my eyes, the vision was gone, replaced by the warm tones of the salon at Septours, but the startling knowledge of what had happened lingered. As with the witch-wind, there had been no warning when this hidden talent of mine was released. Had my mother's visions come on so suddenly and had such clarity? I glanced around the room, but the only creature who seemed to have noticed something was odd was Marthe, who looked at me with concern. Matthew went to Isabeau and kissed her lightly on both of her flawless white cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Mamma," he murmured. "Hein, he was always a pig. It's not your fault." Isabeau gave her son's hand a gentle squeeze. "I am glad you are home." "He's gone." "There's nothing to worry about tonight," Matthew said, his mouth tight. He drew his fingers through his hair. "Drink." Marthe belonged to the sustenance school of crisis management. She handed a glass of wine to Matthew and plunked yet another cup of tea next to me. It sat on the table untouched, sending tendrils of steam into the room. "Thank you, Marthe." Matthew drank deeply. As he did, his eyes returned to mine, but he deliberately looked away as he swallowed. "My phone," he said, turning toward his study. He descended the stairs a few moments later. "For you." He gave me the phone in such a way that our hands didn't need to touch. I knew who was on the line. "Hello, Sarah. I've been calling for more than 8 hours. What on earth is wrong?" Sarah knew something bad was happening. She wouldn't have called a vampire otherwise. Her tense voice conjured up the image of her white face from my vision. She'd been frightened in it, not just sad. "There's nothing wrong," I said, not wanting her to be scared anymore. "I'm with Matthew." "Being with Matthew is what got you into this trouble in the first place. Sarah, I can't talk now. The last thing I needed was to argue with my aunt." She drew in her breath. "Diana, there are a few things you need to know before you decide to throw in your lot with a vampire." "Really?" I asked, my temper flaring. "Do you think now is the time to tell me about the covenant? You don't by any chance know the witches who are among the current members of the congregation, do you? I have a few things I'd like to say to them." My fingers were burning, and the skin under my nails was becoming a vivid sky blue. "You turned your back on your power, Diana, and refused to talk about magic. The covenant wasn't relevant to your life, nor was the congregation." Sarah sounded defensively. My bitter laugh helped the blue tinge fade from my fingers. "Justify it any way you want, Sarah. After Mom and Dad were killed, you and Em should have told me, and not just hinted at something in mysterious half-truths. But it's too late now. I need to talk to Matthew. I'll call you tomorrow." After severing the connection and flinging the phone onto the ottoman at my feet, I closed my eyes and waited for the tingling in my fingers to subside. All 3 vampires were staring at me. I could feel it. So I said into the silence. Are we to expect more visitors from this congregation? Matthew's mouth tightened. No. It was a one-word answer, but at least it was the word I wanted to hear. Over the past few days, I'd had a respite from Matthew's mood changes and had almost forgotten how alarming they could be. His next words wiped away my hope that this latest outburst would soon pass. There will be no visits from the congregation, because we aren't going to break the covenant. We'll stay here for a few more days, then return to Oxford. Is that all right with you, Mamma? Of course, Isabeau replied promptly. She sighed with relief. We should keep the standard flying, Matthew continued, his voice businesslike. The village should know to be on its guard. Isabeau nodded, and her son took a sip of his wine. I stared, first at one and then the other. Neither responded to my silent demand for more information. It's only been a few days since you took me out of Oxford, I said, after no one rose to my wordless challenge. Matthew's eyes lifted to mine in forbidding response. Now you're going back, he said evenly. Meanwhile, there will be no walks outside the grounds, no riding on your own. His present coldness was more frightening than anything Domenico had said. And, I pressed him, no more dancing, Matthew said, his abruptness suggesting that a host of other activities were included in this category. We're going to abide by the congregation's rules. If we stop aggravating them, they'll turn their attention to more important matters. I see. You want me to play dead. And you'll give up your work in Ashmole 782? I don't believe that. I stood and moved toward the door. Matthew's hand was rough on my arm. It violated all the laws of physics that he could have reached my side so quickly. Sit down, Diana. His voice was as rough as his touch, but it was oddly gratifying that he was showing any emotion at all. Why are you giving in? I whispered. To avoid exposing us all to the humans and to keep you alive. He pulled me back to the sofa and pushed me onto the cushions. This family is not a democracy, especially not at a time like this. When I tell you to do something, you do it without hesitation or question. Understood? Matthew's tone indicated that the discussion was over. Or what? I was deliberately provoking him, but his aloofness frightened me. He put down his wine, and the crystal captured the light from the candles. I felt myself falling, this time into a pool of water. The pool became a drop, the drop a tear glistening on a white cheek. Sarah's cheeks were covered in tears, her eyes red and swollen. Em was in the kitchen. When she joined us, it was evident that she'd been crying too. She looked devastated. What? I said, fear gripping my stomach. What's happened? Sarah wiped at her eyes, her fingers stained with the herbs and spices she used in her spellcasting. Her fingers grew longer, the stains dissolving. What? Matthew said, his eyes wild, white fingers brushing a tiny, blood-stained tear from an equally white cheek. What's happened? Witches. They have your father, Isabeau said, her voice breaking. As the vision faded, I searched for Matthew, hoping his eyes would exert their usual pull and relieve my lingering disorientation. As soon as our glances met, he came and hovered over me. But there was none of the usual comfort associated with his presence. I will kill you myself before I let anyone hurt you. The words caught in his throat. And I don't want to kill you, so please do what I tell you. So that's it? I asked when I could manage it. We're going to abide by an ancient, narrow-minded agreement made almost 1,000 years ago? Case closed. You mustn't be under the congregation's scrutiny. You have no control over your magic and no understanding of your relationship to Ashmole 782. At Sept Tours, you may be protected from Peter Knox, Diana, but I've told you before that you aren't safe around vampires. No warm blood is. Ever. You won't hurt me. In spite of what had happened over the past several days, on this point I was absolutely certain. You persist in this romantic vision of what it is to be a vampire, but despite my best efforts to curb it, I have a taste for blood. I made a dismissive gesture. You've killed humans. I know this, Matthew. You're a vampire, and you've lived for hundreds of years. Do you think I imagined you survived on nothing but animals? Isabeau was watching her son closely. Saying you know I've killed humans and understanding what that means are two different things, Diana. You have no idea what I'm capable of. He touched his talisman from Bethany and moved away from me with swift, impatient steps. I know who you are. Here was another point of absolute certainty. I wondered what made me so instinctively sure of Matthew, as the evidence about the brutality of vampires, even witches, mounted. You don't know yourself. And 3 weeks ago, you'd never heard of me. Matthew's gaze was restless, and his hands, like mine, were shaking. This worried me less than the fact that Isabeau had pitched farther forward in her seat. He picked up a poker and gave the fire a vicious thrust before throwing it aside. The metal rang against the stone, gouging the hard surface as if it were butter. We will figure this out. Give us some time. I tried to make my voice low and soothing. There's nothing to figure out. Matthew was pacing now. You have too much undisciplined power. It's like a drug, a highly addictive, dangerous drug that other creatures are desperate to share. You'll never be safe so long as a witch or vampire is near you. My mouth opened to respond, but the place where he'd been standing was empty. Matthew's icy fingers were on my chin, lifting me to my feet. I'm a predator, Diana. He said it with the seductiveness of a lover. The dark aroma of cloves made me dizzy. I have to hunt and kill to survive. He turned my face away from him with a savage twist, exposing my neck. His restless eyes raked over my throat. Matthew, put Diana down. Isabeau sounded unconcerned, and my own faith in him remained unshaken. He wanted to frighten me off for some reason, but I was in no real danger. Not as I had been with Domenico. She thinks she knows me, Maman, he purred. But Diana doesn't know what it's like when the craving for a warm blood tightens your stomach so much that you're mad with need. She doesn't know how much we want to feel the blood of another heart pulsing through our veins. Or how difficult it is for me to stand here so close and not taste her. Isabeau rose, but remained where she was. Now is not the time to teach her, Matthew. You see, it's not just that I could kill you outright, he continued, ignoring his mother. His black eyes were mesmerizing. I could feed on you slowly, taking your blood and letting it replenish, only to begin again the next day. His grip moved from my chin to circle my neck, and his thumb stroked the pulse at my throat as if he were gauging just where to sink his teeth into my flesh. "Stop it!" I said sharply. His scare tactics had gone on long enough. Matthew dropped me abruptly on the soft carpet. By the time I felt the impact, the vampire was across the room, his back to me and his head bowed. I stared at the pattern on the rug beneath my hands and knees. A swirl of colors, too many to distinguish, moved before my eyes. They were leaves, dancing against the sky, green, brown, blue, gold. "It's your mom and dad," Sarah was explaining, her voice tight. "They've been killed. They're gone, honey." I dragged my eyes from the carpet to the vampire standing with his back to me. "No," I shook my head. "What is it, Diana?" Matthew turned, concern momentarily pushing the predator away. The swirl of colors captured my attention again. Green, brown, blue, gold. They were leaves, caught in an eddy on a pool of water, falling onto the ground around my hands. A bow, curved and polished, rested next to a scattering of arrows and a half-empty quiver. I reached for the bow and felt the taut string cut into my flesh. "Matthew," Isabeau warned, sniffing the air delicately. "I know. I can smell it too," he said grimly. "He's yours," a strange voice whispered. "You mustn't let him go." "I know," I murmured impatiently. "What do you know, Diana?" Matthew took a step toward me. Marthe shot to my side. "Leave her," she hissed. "The child is not in this world." I was nowhere, caught between the terrible ache of losing my parents and the certain knowledge that soon Matthew, too, would be gone. "Be careful," the strange voice warned. "It's too late for that." I raised my hand from the floor and smashed it into the bow, snapping it in two. Much too late. "What's too late?" Matthew asked. "I've fallen in love with you." "You can't," he said numbly. The room was utterly silent, except for the crackling of the fire. "It's too soon. Why do vampires have such a strange attitude toward time?" I mused aloud, still caught in a bewildering mix of past and present. The word love had sent feelings of possessiveness through me, however, drawing me to the here and now. "Witches don't have centuries to fall in love. We do it quickly. Sarah says my mother fell in love with my father the moment she saw him. I've loved you since I decided not to hit you with an oar on the city of Oxford's dock." The blood in my veins began to hum. Marthe looked startled, suggesting she could hear it too. "You don't understand." It sounded as if Matthew, like the bow, might snap in two. "I do. The congregation will try to stop me, but they won't tell me who to love. When my parents were taken from me, I was a child with no options and did what people told me. I was an adult now, and I was going to fight for Matthew. Domenico's overtures are nothing compared to what you can expect from Peter Knox. What happened today was an attempt at rapprochement, a diplomatic mission. You aren't ready to face the congregation, Diana, no matter what you think. And if you did stand up to them, what then? Bringing these old animosities to the surface could spin out of control, expose us to humans. Your family might suffer." Matthew's words were brutal, meant to make me stop and reconsider. But nothing he said outweighed what I felt for him. I love you, and I'm not going to stop. Of this, too, I was certain. You are not in love with me. I decide who I love, and how, and when. Stop telling me what to do, Matthew. My ideas about vampires may be romantic, but your attitudes toward women need a major overhaul. Before he could respond, his phone began to hop across the ottoman. He swore an oath in Occitan that must have been truly awe-inspiring, because even Marthe looked shocked. He reached down and snagged the phone before it could skitter onto the floor. "What is it?" he said, his eyes fixed on me. There were faint murmurs on the other end of the line. Marthe and Isabeau exchanged worried glances. "When?" Matthew's voice sounded like a gunshot. "Did they take anything?" My forehead creased at the anger in his voice. Thank God. Was there damage? Something had happened in Oxford while we were gone, and it sounded like a robbery. I hoped it wasn't the old lodge. The voice on the other end of the phone continued. Matthew passed a hand over his eyes. "What else?" he asked, his voice rising. There was another long silence. He turned away and walked to the fireplace, his right hand splayed flat against the mantel. "So much for diplomacy," Matthew swore under his breath. "I'll be there in a few hours. Can you pick me up?" We were going back to Oxford. I stood. "Fine. I'll call before I land. And, Marcus? Find out who else besides Peter Knox and Domenico Michele are members of the congregation." Peter Knox? The pieces of the puzzle began to click into place. No wonder Matthew had come back to Oxford so quickly when I told him who the brown wizard was. It explained why he was so eager to push me away now, too. We were breaking the covenant, and it was Knox's job to enforce it. Matthew stood silently for a few moments after the line went dead. one hand clenched as if he were resisting the urge to beat the stone mantle into submission. That was Marcus. Someone tried to break into the lab. I need to go back to Oxford. He turned, his eyes dead. Is everything all right? Ysabeau shot a worried look in my direction. They didn't make it through the security controls. Still, I need to talk to the university officials and make sure whoever it was doesn't succeed the next time. Nothing that Matthew was saying made sense. If the burglars had failed, why wasn't he relieved? And why was he shaking his head at his mother? Who were they? I asked warily. Marcus isn't sure. That was odd, given a vampire's preternaturally sharp sense of smell. Was it humans? No. We were back to the monosyllabic answers. I'll get my things. I turned toward the stairs. You aren't coming. You're staying here. Matthew's words brought me to a standstill. I'd rather be in Oxford, I protested, with you. Oxford's not safe at the moment. I'll be back when it is. You just told me we should return there. Make up your mind, Matthew. Where is the danger? The manuscript and the witches? Peter Knox and the congregation? Or Domenico Michele and the vampires? Were you listening? I am the danger. Matthew's voice was sharp. Oh, I heard you. But you're keeping something from me. It's a historian's job to uncover secrets, I promised him softly, and I'm very good at it. He opened his mouth to speak, but I stopped him. No more excuses or false explanations. Go to Oxford. I'll stay here. Do you need anything from upstairs? Ysabeau asked. You should take a coat. Humans will notice if you're wearing only a sweater. Just my computer. My passport's in the bag. I'll get them. Wanting a respite from all the de Clairmonts for a moment, I pelted up the stairs. In Matthew's study, I looked around the room that held so much of him. The armor's silvery surfaces winked in the firelight, holding my attention while a jumble of faces flashed through my mind, the visions as swift as comets through the sky. There was a pale woman with enormous blue eyes and a sweet smile. Another woman whose firm chin and square shoulders exuded determination. A man with a hawkish nose in terrible pain. There were other faces, too, but the only one I recognized was Louisa de Clairmont, holding dripping, bloody fingers in front of her face. Resisting the vision's pull helped the faces fade, but it left my body shaking and my mind bewildered. The DNA report had indicated that visions were likely to come, but there'd been no more warning of their arrival than there had been last night when I floated in Matthew's arms. It was as if someone had pulled the stopper on a bottle, and my magic, released at last, was rushing to get out. Once I was able to jerk the cord from the socket, I slid it into Matthew's bag, along with the computer. His passport was in the front pocket, as he'd said it would be. When I returned to the salon, Matthew was alone, his keys in his hands and a suede barn jacket draped across his shoulders. Marthe muttered and paced in the great hall. I handed him his computer and stood far away to better resist the urge to touch him once more. Matthew pocketed his keys and took the bag. I know this is hard. His voice was hushed and strange. But you need to let me take care of it. And I need to know that you're safe while I'm doing that. I'm safe with you, wherever we are. He shook his head. My name should have been enough to protect you. It wasn't. Leaving me isn't the answer. I don't understand all of what's happened today, but Domenico's hatred goes beyond me. He wants to destroy your family and everything else you care about. Domenico might decide this isn't the right time to pursue his vendetta. But Peter Knox? He wants Ashmole 782, and he thinks I can get it for him. He won't be put off so easily. I shivered. He'll make a deal if I offer him one. A deal? What do you have to trade? The vampire fell silent. Matthew? I insisted. The manuscript, he said flatly. I'll leave it, and you, alone if he promises the same. Ashmole 782 has been undisturbed for a century and a half. We'll let it remain that way. You can't make a deal with Knox. He can't be trusted. I was horrified. Besides, you have all the time you need to wait for the manuscript. Knox doesn't. Your deal won't appeal to him. Just leave Knox to me, he said gruffly. My eyes snapped with anger. Leave Domenico to you? Leave Knox to you? What do you imagine I'm going to do? You said I'm not a damsel in distress, so stop treating me like one. I suppose I deserved that, he said slowly, his eyes black. But you have a lot to learn about vampires. So your mother tells me. But you may have a few things to learn about witches, too. I pushed the hair out of my eyes and crossed my arms over my chest. Go to Oxford. Sort out what happened there. Whatever happened that you won't share with me. But for God's sake, Matthew, don't negotiate with Peter Knox. Decide how you feel about me. Not because of what the covenant forbids, or the congregation wants, or even what Peter Knox and Domenico Michele make you afraid of. My beloved vampire, with a face that would make an angel envious, looked at me with sorrow. You know how I feel about you. I shook my head. No, I don't. When you're ready, you'll tell me. Matthew struggled with something and left it unsaid. Wordlessly, he walked toward the door into the hall. When he reached it, he gave me a long look of snowflakes and frost before walking through. Marthe met him in the hall. He kissed her softly on both cheeks and said something in rapid Occitan. Compreni, compreni, she said, nodding vehemently and looking past him at me. Merces am tot meu cor, he said quietly. Al rebere, me fi. Ta fortisi. Matthew turned to me. And you'll promise me the same thing, that you'll be careful. Listen to Ysabeau. He left without a glance or a final reassuring touch. I bit my lip and tried to swallow the tears, but they spilled out. After 3 slow steps toward the watchtower stairs, my feet began to run, tears streaming down my face. With a look of understanding, Marthe let me go. When I came out into the cold, damp air, the de Clairmont standard was snapping gently to and fro, and the clouds continued to obscure the moon. Darkness pressed on me from every direction, and the one creature who kept it at bay was leaving, taking the light with him. Peering down over the tower's ramparts, I saw Matthew standing by the Range Rover, talking furiously to Ysabeau. She looked shocked and grabbed the sleeve of his jacket as if to stop him from getting in the car. His hand was a white blur as he pulled his arm free. His fist pounded once into the car's roof. I jumped. Matthew had never used his strength on anything bigger than a walnut or an oyster shell when he was around me, and the dent he'd left in the metal was alarmingly deep. He hung his head. Ysabeau touched him lightly on the cheek, his sad features gleaming in the dim light. He climbed into the car and said a few more words. His mother nodded and looked briefly at the watchtower. I stepped back, hoping neither of them had seen me. The car turned over and its heavy tires crunched across the gravel as Matthew pulled away. The Range Rover's lights disappeared below the hill. With Matthew gone, I slid down the stone wall of the keep and gave in to the tears. It was then that I discovered what Witchwater was all about. Chapter 23. Before I met Matthew, there didn't seem to be room in my life for a single additional element, especially not something as significant as a 1,500-year-old vampire. But he'd slipped into unexplored, empty places when I wasn't looking. Now that he'd left, I was terribly aware of his absence. As I sat on the roof of the watchtower, my tears softened my determination to fight for him. Soon, there was water everywhere. I was sitting in a puddle of it, and the level just kept rising. It wasn't raining, despite the cloudy skies. The water was coming out of me. My tears fell normally, but swelled as they dropped into globules the size of snowballs that hit the stone roof of the watchtower with a splash. My hair snaked over my shoulders in sheets of water that poured over the curves of my body. I opened my mouth to take a breath because the water streaming down my face was blocking my nose, and water gushed out in a torrent that tasted of the sea. Through a film of moisture, Marth and Ysabeau watched me. Marth's face was grim. Ysabeau's lips were moving, but the roar of 1,000 seashells made it impossible to hear her. I stood, hoping the water would stop. It didn't. I tried to tell the two women to let the water carry me away along with my grief and the memory of Matthew, but all that produced was another gush of ocean. I reached out, thinking that would help the water drain from me. Even more water cascaded from my fingertips. The gesture reminded me of my mother's arm reaching toward my father, and the waves increased. As the water poured forth, my control slipped further. Domenico's sudden appearance had frightened me more than I'd been willing to admit. Matthew was gone, and I had vowed to fight for him against enemies I couldn't identify and didn't understand. It was now clear that Matthew's past was not composed simply of homely elements of firelight, wine, and books, nor had it unfolded solely within the limits of a loyal family. Domenico had alluded to something darker that was full of enmity, danger, and death. Exhaustion overtook me, and the water pulled me under. A strange sense of exhilaration accompanied the fatigue. I was poised between mortality and something elemental that held within it the promise of a vast, incomprehensible power. If I surrendered to the undertow, there would be no more Diana Bishop. Instead, I would become water, nowhere, everywhere, free of my body and the pain. I'm sorry, Matthew. My words were nothing more than a burble as the water began its inexorable work. Ysabeau stepped toward me, and a sharp crack sounded in my brain. My warning to her was lost in a roar like a tidal wave coming ashore. The winds rose around my feet, whipping the water into a hurricane. I raised my arms to the sky, water and wind shaping themselves into a funnel that encircled my body. Marth grabbed Ysabeau's arm, her mouth moving rapidly. Matthew's mother tried to pull away, her own mouth shaping the word no, but Marth held on, staring at her fixedly. After a few moments, Ysabeau's shoulders slumped. She turned toward me and started to sing. Haunting and yearning, her voice penetrated the water and called me back to the world. The winds began to die down. The de Clairmont standard, which had been whipping around, resumed its gentle swaying. The cascade of water from my fingertips slowed to a river, then to a trickle, and stopped entirely. The waves flowing from my hair subsided into swells, and then they too disappeared. At last, nothing came out of my mouth but a gasp of surprise. The balls of water falling from my eyes were the last vestige of the witch water to disappear, just as they had been the first sign of its power moving through me. The remains of my deluge sluiced toward small holes at the base of the crenellated walls. Far, far below, water splashed onto the courtyard's thick bed of gravel. When the last of the water left me, I felt scooped out like a pumpkin, and freezing cold, too. My knees buckled, banging painfully on the stone. "Thank God," Ysabeau murmured. "We almost lost her." I was shaking violently from exhaustion and cold. Both women flew at me and lifted me to my feet. They each gripped an elbow and supported me down the curving flight of stairs with a speed that made me shiver. Once in the hall, Marth headed toward Matthew's rooms, and Ysabeau pulled in the opposite direction. "Mine are closer," Matthew's mother said sharply. "She will feel safer closer to him," Marth said. With a sound of exasperation, Ysabeau conceded. At the bottom of Matthew's staircase, Ysabeau blurted out a string of colorful phrases that sounded totally incongruous coming from her delicate mouth. "I'll carry her," she said when she was finished cursing her son, the forces of nature, the powers of the universe, and many other unspecified individuals of questionable parentage who'd taken part in building the tower. Ysabeau lifted my much larger body easily. Why he had to make these stairs so twisting and in two separate flights is beyond my understanding. Marth tucked my wet hair into the crook of Ysabeau's elbow and shrugged. To make it harder, of course. He has always made things harder. For him, for everyone else, too. No one had thought to come up in the late afternoon to light the candles, but the fire still smoldered, and the room retained some of its warmth. Marth disappeared into the bathroom, and the sound of running water made me examine my fingers with alarm. Ysabeau threw two enormous logs onto the grate as if they were kindling, snapping a long splinter off one before it caught. She stirred the coals into flames with it and then used it to light a dozen candles in the space of a few seconds. In their warm glow, she surveyed me anxiously from head to foot. "He will never forgive me if you become ill," she said, picking up my hands and examining her nails. They were bluish again, but not from electricity. Now they were blue with cold and wrinkled from witch water. She rubbed them vigorously between her palms. Still shaking so much that my teeth were chattering, I withdrew my hands to hug myself in an attempt to conserve what little warmth was left in my body. Ysabeau picked me up again without ceremony and swept me into the bathroom. "She needs to be in there now," Ysabeau said brusquely. The room was full of steam, and Marth turned from the bath to help strip off my clothes. Soon I was naked, and the two of them were lifting me into the hot water, one cold, vampiric hand in each armpit. The shock of the water's heat on my frigid skin was extreme. Crying out, I struggled to pull myself from Matthew's deep bathtub. "Shh," Ysabeau said, holding my hair away from my face while Marth pushed me back into the water. "It will warm you. We must get you warm." Marth stood sentinel at one end of the tub, and Ysabeau remained at the other, whispering soothing sounds and humming softly under her breath. It was a long time before the shaking stopped. At one point, Marth murmured something in Occitan that included the name Marcus. Ysabeau and I said no at the same moment. "I'll be fine. Don't tell Marcus what happened. Matthew mustn't know about the magic. Not now," I said through chattering teeth. "We just need some time to warm you." Ysabeau sounded calm, but she looked concerned. Slowly the heat began to reverse the changes the witch water had worked on my body. Marth kept adding fresh hot water to the tub as my body cooled it down. Ysabeau grabbed a beat-up tin pitcher from under the window and dipped it into the bath, pouring hot water over my head and shoulders. Once my head was warm, she wrapped it in a towel and pushed me slightly lower in the water. "Soak," she commanded. Marth bustled between the bathroom and the bedroom, carrying clothes and towels. She tutted over my lack of pajamas and the old yoga clothes I brought to sleep in. None of them met her requirements for warmth. Ysabeau felt my cheeks and the top of my head with the back of her hand. She nodded. They let me get myself out of the tub. The water falling off my body reminded me of the watchtower roof, and I dug my toes into the floor to resist the element's insidious pull. Marth and Ysabeau bundled me into towels fresh from the fireside that smelled faintly of wood smoke. In the bedroom, they somehow managed to dry me without ever exposing an inch of my flesh to the air, rolling me this way and that inside the towels until I could feel heat radiating from my body. Rough strokes of another towel scratched against my hair before Marth's fingers raked through the strands and twisted them into a tight braid against my scalp. Ysabeau tossed the damp towels onto a chair near the fire as I shed them to dress, seemingly unconcerned by their contact with antique wood and fine upholstery. Now fully clothed, I sat down and stared mindlessly at the fire. Marth disappeared without a word into the lower regions of the chateau and returned with a tray of tiny sandwiches and a steaming pot of her herbal tea. "You will, now." It was not a request, but a command. I brought one of the sandwiches to my mouth and nibbled around the edges. Marth's eyes narrowed at this sudden change in my eating habits. Eat. The food tasted like sawdust, but my stomach rumbled nonetheless. After I'd swallowed two of the tiny sandwiches, Marth thrust a mug into my hands. She didn't need to tell me to drink. The hot liquid slid down my throat, carrying away the water's salty vestiges. Was that witch water? I shivered at the memory of all that water coming out of me. Isabeau, who had been standing by the window, looking out into the darkness, walked toward the opposite sofa. "Yes," she said. "It has been a long time, though, since we have seen it come forth like that." "Thank God that wasn't the usual way," I said faintly, swallowing another sip of tea. "Most witches today are not powerful enough to draw on the witch water as you did. They can make waves on ponds and cause rain when there are clouds. They do not become the water." Isabeau sat across from me, studying me with evident curiosity. I had become the water. Knowing that this was no longer common made me feel vulnerable and even more alone. A phone rang. Isabeau reached into her pocket and pulled out a small red phone that seemed uncharacteristically bright and high-tech against her pale skin and classic buff-colored clothes. "Oui? Ah, good. I am glad that you are there and safe." She spoke English out of courtesy to me and nodded in my direction. "Yes, she is fine. She is eating." She stood and handed me the phone. "Matthew would like to speak with you." "Diana?" Matthew was barely audible. "Yes?" I didn't trust myself to say much for fear that more than words would tumble out. He made a soft sound of relief. "I just wanted to make sure you were all right. Your mother and Martha are taking good care of me. And I didn't flood the castle," I thought. "You're tired." The distance between us was making him anxious, and he was tuned in to every nuance of our exchange. "I am. It's been a long day." "Sleep, then," he said, his tone unexpectedly gentle. My eyes closed against the sudden sting of tears. There would be little sleep for me tonight. I was too worried about what he might do in some half-baked, heroic attempt to protect me. "Have you been to the lab?" "I'm headed there now. Marcus wants me to go over everything carefully and make sure we've taken all the necessary precautions. Miriam's checked the security at the house as well." He told the half-truth with smooth conviction, but I knew it for what it was. The silence stretched out until it became uncomfortable. "Don't do it, Matthew. Please don't try to negotiate with Knox. I'll make sure you're safe before you return to Oxford." "Then there's nothing more to say. You've decided. So have I." I returned the phone to Isabeau. She frowned, her cold fingers pulling it from my grip. Isabeau said goodbye to her son, his reply audible only as a staccato burst of unintelligible sound. "Thank you for not telling him about the witch water," I said quietly after she'd disconnected the line. "That is your tale to tell, not mine." Isabeau drifted toward the fireplace. "It's no good trying to tell a story you don't understand. Why is the power coming out now? First it was the wind, then the visions, and now the water, too." I shuddered. "What kind of visions?" Isabeau asked, her curiosity evident. "Didn't Matthew tell you?" "My DNA has all this magic," I said, stumbling over the word, "in it. The tests warned there might be visions, and they've begun. Matthew would never tell me what your blood revealed, certainly not without your permission, and probably not with your permission either. I've seen them here in the chateau." I hesitated. "How did you learn to control them?" "Matthew told you that I had visions before I became a vampire?" Isabeau shook her head. He should not have. "Were you a witch?" "That might explain why she disliked me so much." "A witch?" "No. Matthew wonders if I was a daemon, but I'm sure I was an ordinary human. They have their visionaries, too. It's not only creatures who are blessed and cursed in this way. Did you ever manage to control your second sight and anticipate it?" "It gets easier. There are warning signs. They can be subtle, but you will learn. Martha helped me as well. It was the only piece of information I had about Martha's past. Not for the first time, I wondered how old these two women were and what workings of fate had brought them together." Martha stood with her arms crossed. "Oui," she said, giving Isabeau a tender, protective look. It is easier if you let the visions move through you without fighting. I'm too shocked to fight, I said, thinking back to the salon and the library. Shock is your body's way of resisting, Isabeau said. You must try to relax. It's difficult to let go when you see knights in armor and the faces of women you've never met mixed up with scenes from your own past. My jaw cracked with a yawn. You are too exhausted to think about this now. Isabeau rose to her feet. I'm not ready to sleep. I smothered another yawn with the back of my hand. She eyed me speculatively, like a beautiful falcon scrutinizing a field mouse. Isabeau's glance turned mischievous. Get into bed, and I will tell you how I made Matthew. Her offer was too tempting to resist. I did as she told me, while she pulled up a chair and Marthe busied herself with dishes and towels. So, where do I begin? She drew herself straighter in the chair and stared into the candle's flames. I cannot begin simply with my part of the story, but must start with his birth, here in the village. I remember him as a baby, you know. His father and mother came when Philippe decided to build on this land back when Clovis was king. That's the only reason the village is here. It was where the farmers and craftsmen who built the church and castle lived. Why did your husband pick this spot? I leaned against the pillows, my knees folded close to my chest under the bedclothes. Clovis promised him the land in hopes it would encourage Philippe to fight against the king's rivals. My husband was always playing both sides against the middle. Isabeau smiled wistfully. Very few people caught him at it, though. Was Matthew's father a farmer? A farmer? Isabeau looked surprised. No, he was a carpenter, as was Matthew, before he became a stonemason. A mason. The tower's stones all fit together so smoothly they didn't seem to require mortar. And there were the oddly ornate chimneys at the old lodge gatehouse that Matthew just had to let some craftsman try his hand at constructing. His long, slender fingers were strong enough to twist open an oyster shell or crack a chestnut. Another piece of Matthew fell into place, fitting perfectly next to the warrior, the scientist, and the courtier. And they both worked on the chateau? Not this chateau, Isabeau said, looking around her. This was a present from Matthew when I was sad over being forced to leave a place that I loved. He tore down the fortress his father had built and replaced it with a new one. Her green and black eyes glittered with amusement. Philippe was furious. But it was time for a change. The first chateau was made of wood, and even though there had been stone additions over the years, it was a bit ramshackle. My mind tried to take in the timeline of events, from the construction of the first fortress and its village in the 6th century to Matthew's tower in the 13th century. Isabeau's nose crinkled in distaste. Then he stuck this tower onto the back when he returned home and didn't want to live so close to the family. I never liked it. It seemed a romantic trifle, but it was his wish, and I let him. She shrugged. Such a funny tower. It didn't help defend the castle. He had already built far more towers here than we needed. Isabeau continued to spin her tale, seeming only partially in the 21st century. Matthew was born in the village. He was always such a bright child, so curious. He drove his father mad, following him to the chateau and picking up tools and sticks and stones. Children learn their trades early then, but Matthew was precocious. By the time he could hold a hatchet without injuring himself, he was put to work. An 8-year-old Matthew with gangly legs and gray-green eyes ran around the hills in my imagination. Yes, she smiled, agreeing with my unspoken thoughts. He was indeed a beautiful child, a beautiful young man as well. Matthew was unusually tall for the time, though not as tall as he became once he was a vampire. And he had a wicked sense of humor. He was always pretending that something had gone wrong, or that instructions had not been given to him regarding this roof beam or that foundation. Philippe never failed to believe the tall tales Matthew told him. Isabeau's voice was indulgent. Matthew's first father died when he was in his late teens, and his first mother had been dead for years by then. He was alone, and we worried about him finding a woman to settle down with and start a family. And then he met Blanca. Isabeau paused, her look level and without malice. You cannot have imagined that he was without the love of women. It was a statement, not a question. Marthe shot Isabeau an evil look, but kept quiet. Of course not, I said calmly, though my heart felt heavy. Blanca was new to the village, a servant to one of the master masons Philippe had brought in from Ravenna to construct the first church. She was as pale as her name suggested, with white skin, eyes the color of a spring sky, and hair that looked like spun gold. A pale, beautiful woman had appeared in my visions when I went to fetch Matthew's computer. Isabeau's description of Blanca fit her perfectly. She had a sweet smile, didn't she? I whispered. Isabeau's eyes widened. Yes, she did. I know. I saw her when Matthew's armor caught the light in his study. Marthe made a warning sound, but Isabeau continued. Sometimes Blanca seemed so delicate that I feared she would break when drawing water from the well or picking vegetables. My Matthew was drawn to that delicacy, I suppose. He has always liked fragile things. Isabeau's eyes flicked over my far from fragile form. They were married when Matthew turned 25 and could support a family. Blanca was just 19. They were a beautiful couple, of course. There was such a strong contrast between Matthew's darkness and Blanca's pale prettiness. They were very much in love, and the marriage was a happy one. But they could not seem to have children. Blanca had miscarriage after miscarriage. I cannot imagine what it was like inside their house to see so many children of your body die before they drew breath. I wasn't sure if vampires could cry, though I remembered the blood-stained tear on Isabeau's cheek from my earlier visions in the salon. Even without the tears, however, she looked now as though she were weeping, her face a mask of regret. Finally, after so many years of trying and failing, Blanca was with child. It was 531, such a year. There was a new king to the south, and the battles had started all over again. Matthew began to look happy, as if he dared to hope this baby would survive. And it did. Lucas was born in the autumn and was baptized in the unfinished church that Matthew was helping to build. It was a hard birth for Blanca. The midwife said that he would be the last child she bore. For Matthew, though, Lucas was enough. And he was so like his father, with his black curls and pointed chin and those long legs. What happened to Blanca and Lucas? I asked softly. We were only 6 years from Matthew's transformation into a vampire. Something must have happened, or he would never have let Isabeau exchange his life for a new one. Matthew and Blanca watched their son grow and thrive. Matthew had learned to work in stone rather than wood, and he was in high demand among the lords from here to Paris. Then fever came to the village. Everyone fell ill. Matthew survived. Blanca and Lucas did not. That was in 536. The year before had been strange, with very little sunshine, and the winter was cold. When spring came, the sickness came too, and carried Blanca and Lucas away. Didn't the villagers wonder why you and Philippe remained healthy? Of course, but there were more explanations then than there would be today. It was easier to think God was angry with the village, or that the castle was cursed, than to think that the manjasong were living among them. Manjasong? I tried to roll the syllables around my mouth as Isabeau had. It is the old tongue's word for vampire, blood-eater. There were those who suspected the truth and whispered by the fireside. But in those days, the return of the Ostrogoth warriors was a far more frightening prospect than a manjasong overlord. Philippe promised the village his protection if the raiders came back. Besides, we made it a point never to feed close to home, she explained primly. What did Matthew do after Blanca and Lucas were gone? He grieved. Matthew was inconsolable. He stopped eating. He looked like a skeleton, and the village came to us for help. I took him food," Isabeau smiled at Marthe, "and made him eat, and walked with him until he wasn't so restless. When he could not sleep, we went to church and prayed for the souls of Blanca and Lucas. Matthew was very religious in those days. We talked about heaven and hell, and he worried about where their souls were and if he would be able to find them again. Matthew was so gentle with me when I woke up in terror. Had the nights before he'd become a vampire been as sleepless as those that came after? By autumn, he seemed more hopeful. But the winter was difficult. People were hungry, and the sickness continued. Death was everywhere. The spring could not lift the gloom. Philippe was anxious about the church's progress, and Matthew worked harder than ever. At the beginning of the second week in June, he was found on the floor beneath its vaulted ceiling, his legs and back broken. I gasped at the thought of Matthew's soft human body plummeting to the hard stones. There was no way he could survive the fall, of course, Isabeau said softly. He was a dying man. Some of the masons said he'd slipped. Others said he was standing on the scaffolding one moment and gone the next. They thought Matthew had jumped and were already talking about how he could not be buried in the church because he was a suicide. I could not let him die, fearing he might not be saved from hell. He was so worried about being with Blanca and Lucas. How could he go to his death wondering if he would be separated from them for all eternity? You did the right thing. It would have been impossible for me to walk away from him no matter what the state of his soul. Leaving his body broken and hurting was unthinkable. If my blood would have saved him, I would have used it. Did I? Isabeau shook her head. I have never been sure. Philippe told me it was my decision whether to make Matthew one of our family. I had made other vampires with my blood, and I would make others after him. But Matthew was different. I was fond of him, and I knew that the gods were giving me a chance to make him my child. It would be my responsibility to teach him how a vampire must be in the world. Did Matthew resist you? I asked, unable to stop myself. No, she replied. He was out of his mind with pain. We told everyone to leave, saying we would fetch a priest. We didn't, of course. Philippe and I went to Matthew and explained we could make him live forever, without pain, without suffering. Much later, Matthew told us that he thought we were John the Baptist and the Blessed Mother, come to take him to heaven to be with his wife and child. When I offered him my blood, he thought I was the priest, offering him last rites. The only sounds in the room were my quiet breathing and the crackle of logs in the fireplace. I wanted Isabeau to tell me the particulars of how she had made Matthew, but I was afraid to ask in case it was something that vampires didn't talk about. Perhaps it was too private or too painful. Isabeau soon told me without prompting. He took my blood so easily, like he was born to it, she said with a rustling sigh. Matthew was not one of those humans who turn their face from the scent or sight. I opened my wrist with my own teeth and told him my blood would heal him. He drank his salvation without fear. And afterward, I whispered. Afterward, he was difficult, Isabeau said carefully. All new vampires are strong and full of hunger, but Matthew was almost impossible to control. He was in a rage at being a vampire, and his need to feed was endless. Philippe and I had to hunt all day for weeks to satisfy him. And his body changed more than we expected. We all get taller, finer, stronger. I was much smaller before I became a vampire. But Matthew developed from a reed-thin human into a formidable creature. My husband was larger than my new son, but in the first flush of my blood, Matthew was a handful even for Philippe. I forced myself not to shrink from Matthew's hunger and rage. Instead, my eyes remained fixed on his mother, not closing my eyes for an instant against the knowledge of him. This was what Matthew feared, that I would come to understand who he had been, who he still was, and feel revulsion. What calmed him? I asked. Philippe took him hunting, Isabeau explained, once he thought that Matthew would no longer kill everything in his path. The hunt engaged his mind, and the chase engaged his body. He soon craved the hunt more than the blood, which is a good sign in young vampires. It meant he was no longer a creature of pure appetite, but was once again rational. After that, it was only a matter of time before his conscience returned and he began to think before he killed. Then all we had to fear were his black periods, when he felt the loss of Blanca and Lucas again and turned to humans to dull his hunger. Did anything help Matthew then? Sometimes I sang to him, the same song I sang to you tonight, and others as well. That often broke the spell of his grief. Other times Matthew would go away. Philippe forbade me to follow or to ask questions when he returned. Isabeau's eyes were black as she looked at me. Our glances confirmed what we both suspected, that Matthew had been lost with other women, seeking solace in their blood and the touch of hands that belonged to neither his mother nor his wife. He's so controlled, I mused aloud. It's hard to imagine him like that. Matthew feels deeply. It is a blessing as well as a burden to love so much that you can hurt so badly when love is gone. There was a threat in Isabeau's voice. My chin went up in defiance, my fingers tingling. Then I'll have to make sure my love never leaves him, I said tightly. And how will you do that? Isabeau taunted. Would you become a vampire then and join us in our hunting? She laughed, but there was neither joy nor mirth in the sound. No doubt that's what Domenico suggested. One simple bite, the draining of your veins, the exchange of our blood for yours. The congregation would have no grounds to intrude on your business then. What do you mean? I asked numbly. Don't you see? Isabeau snarled. If you must be with Matthew, then become one of us and put him and yourself out of danger. The witches may want to keep you as their own, but they cannot object to your relationship if you are a vampire too. A low rumble started in Martha's throat. Is that why Matthew went away? Did the congregation order him to make me a vampire? Matthew would never make you a manjasang, Martha said scornfully, her eyes snapping with fury. No, Isabeau's voice was softly malicious. He has always loved fragile things, as I told you. This was one of the secrets that Matthew was keeping. If I were a vampire, there would be no prohibitions looming over us, and thus no reason to fear the congregation. All I had to do was become something else. I contemplated the prospect with surprisingly little panic or fear. I could be with Matthew, and I might even be taller. Isabeau would do it. Her eyes glittered as she took in the way my hand moved to my neck. But there were my visions to consider, not to mention the power of the wind and the water. I didn't yet understand the magical potential in my blood. And as a vampire, I might never solve the mystery of Ashmole 782. I promised him, Martha said, her voice rough. Diana must stay as she is, a witch. Isabeau bared her teeth slightly, unpleasantly, and nodded. Did you also promise not to tell me what really happened in Oxford? Matthew's mother scrutinized me closely. You must ask Matthew when he returns. It is not my tale to tell. I had other questions as well, questions that Matthew might have been too distracted to mark as off-limits. Can you tell me why it matters that it was a creature who tried to break into the lab rather than a human? There was silence while Isabeau considered my words. Finally, she replied, Clever girl. I did not promise Matthew to remain silent about appropriate rules of conduct, after all. She looked at me with a touch of approval. Such behavior is not acceptable among creatures. We must hope it was a mischievous daemon who does not realize the seriousness of what he has done. Matthew might forgive that. He has always forgiven daemons, Martha muttered darkly. What if it wasn't a daemon? If it was a vampire, it represents a terrible insult. We are territorial creatures. A vampire does not cross into another vampire's house or land without permission. Would Matthew forgive such an insult? Given the look on Matthew's face when he'd thrown a punch at the car, I suspected that the answer was no. Perhaps, Isabeau said doubtfully. Nothing was taken, nothing was harmed. But it is more likely Matthew would demand some form of retribution. Once more I'd been dropped into the Middle Ages, with the maintenance of honor and reputation the primary concern. And if it was a witch? I asked softly. Matthew's mother turned her face away. For a witch to do such a thing would be an act of aggression. No apology would be adequate. Alarm bells sounded. I flung the covers aside and swung my legs out of bed. The break-in was meant to provoke Matthew. He went to Oxford thinking he could make a good faith deal with Knox. We have to warn him. Isabeau's hands were firm on my knees and shoulder, stopping my motion. He already knows, Diana. That information settled in my mind. Is that why he wouldn't take me to Oxford with him? Is he in danger? Of course he is in danger, Isabeau said sharply. But he will do what he can to put an end to this. She lifted my legs back onto the bed and tucked the covers tightly around me. I should be there, I protested. You would be nothing but a distraction. You will stay here, as he told you. Don't I get a say in this? I asked, for what seemed like the 100th time since I came to Sept-Tours. No, both women said at the same moment. You really do have a lot to learn about vampires, Isabeau said once again, but this time she sounded mildly regretful. I had a lot to learn about vampires, this I knew. But who was going to teach me, and when? Chapter 24. From afar I beheld a black cloud covering the earth. It absorbed the earth and covered my soul, as the seas entered, becoming putrid and corrupted at the prospect of hell and the shadow of death. A tempest had overwhelmed me, I read aloud from Matthew's copy of Aurora Consurgens. Turning to my computer, I typed notes about the imagery my anonymous author had used to describe nigredo, one of the dangerous steps in alchemical transformation. During this part of the process, the combination of substances like mercury and lead gave off fumes that endangered the alchemist's health. Appropriately, one of Bourgeois-Lenoir's gargoyle-like faces pinched his nose tight shut, avoiding the cloud mentioned in the text. Get your writing clothes on. My head lifted from the pages of the manuscript. Matthew made me promise to take you outdoors, he said. It would keep you from getting sick, Isabeau explained. You don't have to, Isabeau. Domenico and the witch water have depleted my adrenaline supply, if that's your concern. Matthew must have told you how alluring the smell of panic is to a vampire. Marcus told me, I corrected her. Actually, he told me what it tastes like. What does it smell like? Isabeau shrugged. Like it tastes. Maybe a bit more exotica, a touch of muskiness, perhaps. I was never much drawn to it. I prefer the kill to the hunt, but to each your own. I'm not having as many panic attacks these days. There's no need for you to take me riding. I turned back to my work. Why do you think they have gone away? Isabeau asked. I honestly don't know, I said with a sigh, looking at Matthew's mother. You have been like this for a long time? Since I was 7. What happened then? My parents were killed in Nigeria, I replied shortly. This was the picture you received? The one that caused Matthew to bring you to Sept-Tours? When I nodded in response, Isabeau's mouth flattened into a familiar, hard line. Pigs. There were worse things to call them, but pigs did the job pretty well. And if it grouped whoever had sent me the photograph with Domenico Michel, then it was the right category. Panic or no panic, Isabeau said briskly, we are going to exercise as Matthew wanted. I powered off the computer and went upstairs to change. My riding clothes were folded neatly in the bathroom, courtesy of Marth, though my boots were in the stables, along with my helmet and vest. I slithered into the black breeches, added a turtleneck, and slipped on loafers over a pair of warm socks, then went downstairs in search of Matthew's mother. "I'm in here," she called. I followed the sound to a small room painted warm terracotta. It was ornamented with old plates, animal horns, and an ancient dresser large enough to store an entire inn's worth of plates, cups, and cutlery. Isabeau peered over the pages of Le Monde, her eyes covering every inch of me. "Marth tells me you slept." "Yes, thank you." I shifted from one foot to the other, as if waiting to see the school principal to explain my misbehavior. Marth saved me from further discomfort by arriving with a pot of tea. She, too, surveyed me from head to foot. "You are better today," she finally announced, handing me a mug. She stood there frowning until Matthew's mother put down her paper, and then she departed. When I was finished with my tea, we went to the stables. Isabeau had to help with my boots, since they were still too stiff to slide on and off easily, and she watched carefully while I put on my turtle shell of a vest and the helmet. Clearly, safety equipment had been part of Matthew's instructions. Isabeau, of course, wore nothing more protective than a brown quilted jacket. The relative indestructibility of vampire flesh was a boon if you were a rider. In the paddock, Fidat and Ricasa stood side by side, mirror images right down to the armchair-style saddles on their backs. "Isabeau," I protested, "George put the wrong tack on Ricasa. I don't ride side saddle." "Are you afraid to try?" Matthew's mother looked at me appraisingly. "No," I said, tamping down my temper. "I just prefer to ride astride." "How do you know?" Her emerald eyes flickered with a touch of malice. We stood for a few moments staring at each other. Ricasa stamped her hoof and looked over her shoulder. "Are you going to ride or talk?" she seemed to be asking. "Behave," I replied brusquely, walking over and putting her fetlock against my knee. "George has seen to this," Isabeau said in a bored tone. "I don't ride horses I haven't checked myself." I examined Ricasa's hooves, ran my hands over her reins, and slid my fingers under the saddle. Philippe never did either. Isabeau's voice held a note of grudging respect. With poorly concealed impatience, she watched me finish. When I was done, she led Fidat over to a set of steps and waited for me to follow. After she'd helped me get into the strange contraption of a saddle, she hopped onto her own horse. I took one look at her and knew I was in for quite a morning. Judging from her seat, Isabeau was a better rider than Matthew, and he was the best I'd ever seen. "Walk around," Isabeau said. "I need to make sure you won't fall off and kill yourself." "Show a little faith, Isabeau." "Don't let me fall," I bargained with Ricasa, "and I'll make sure you get an apple a day for the rest of your life." My mount's ears shot forward, then back, and she nickered gently. We circled the paddock twice before I drew to a gentle stop in front of Matthew's mother. "Satisfied?" "You're a better rider than I expected," she admitted. "You could probably jump, but I promised Matthew we would not." "He managed to wheedle a fair number of promises out of you before he left," I muttered, hoping she wouldn't hear me. "Indeed," she said crisply, "some of them harder to keep than others." We passed through the open paddock gate. George touched his cap to Isabeau and shut the gate behind us, grinning and shaking his head. Matthew's mother kept us on relatively flat ground while I got used to the strange saddle. The trick was to keep your body square, despite how off-kilter you felt. "This isn't too bad," I said after about 20 minutes. "It is better now that the saddles have 2 pommels," Isabeau said. "Before, all side saddles were good for was being led around by a man." Her disgust was audible. It was not until the Italian queen put a pommel and stirrup on her saddle that we could control our own horses. Her husband's mistress rode astride so she could go with him when he exercised. Catherine was always being left at home, which is most unpleasant for a wife. She shot me a withering glance. Henry's whore was named after the goddess of the hunt, like you. I wouldn't have crossed Catherine de' Medici. I shook my head. The king's mistress, Diane de Poitiers, was the dangerous one, Isabeau said darkly. She was a witch. Actually or metaphorically? I asked with interest. Both, Matthew's mother said in a tone that could strip paint. I laughed. Ysabeau looked surprised, then joined in. We rode a bit farther. Ysabeau sniffed the air and sat taller in the saddle, her face alert. "What is it?" I asked anxiously, keeping Rakasa under a tight rein. "Rabbit." She kicked Fedot into a canter. I followed closely, reluctant to see if it was as difficult to track a witch in the forest as Matthew had suggested. We streaked through the trees and out into the open field. Ysabeau held Fedot back, and I pulled alongside her. "Have you ever seen a vampire kill?" Ysabeau asked, watching my reaction carefully. "No," I said calmly. "Rabbits or small. That's where we will begin. Wait here." She swung out of the saddle and dropped lightly to the ground. Fedot stood obediently, watching her mistress. "Diana," she said sharply, never taking her eyes off her prey, "do not come near me while I'm hunting or feeding. Do you understand?" "Yes." My mind raced at the implications. Ysabeau was going to chase down a rabbit, kill it, and drink its blood in front of me? Staying far away seemed an excellent suggestion. Matthew's mother darted across the grassy field, moving so fast it was impossible to keep her in focus. She slowed just as a falcon does in midair before it swoops in for the kill, then bent and grabbed a frightened rabbit by the ears. Ysabeau held it up triumphantly before sinking her teeth directly into its heart. Rabbits may be small, but they are surprisingly bloody if you bite into them while they're still alive. It was horrifying. Ysabeau sucked the blood out of the animal, which quickly ceased struggling, then wiped her mouth clean on its fur and tossed its carcass into the grass. 3 seconds later, she was swinging herself back into the saddle. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes sparkled more than usual. Once mounted, she looked at me. "Well?" she asked. "Shall we look for something more filling, or do you need to return to the house?" Ysabeau de Clairmont was testing me. "After you," I said grimly, touching Rakasa's flank with my heel. The remainder of our ride was measured not by the movement of the sun, which was still hidden behind clouds, but by the increasing amounts of blood Ysabeau's hungry mouth drew from her kills. She was a relatively neat eater. Still, it would be some time before I was happy at the prospect of a large steak. I was numb to the sight of blood after the rabbit, the enormous squirrel-like creature that Ysabeau told me was a marmot, the fox, and the wild goat, so I thought. When Ysabeau gave chase to a young doe, however, something prickled inside me. "Ysabeau," I protested, "you can't still be hungry. Leave it." "What? The goddess of the hunt objects to my pursuit of her deer?" Her voice mocked, but her eyes were curious. "Yes," I said promptly, "I object to your hunting of my son. See what good that has done." Ysabeau swung down from her horse. My fingers itched to intervene, and it was all I could do to stay out of Ysabeau's way while she stalked her prey. After each kill, her eyes revealed that she wasn't completely in command of her emotions or her actions. The doe tried to escape. It almost succeeded by darting into some underbrush, but Ysabeau frightened the animal back into the open. After that, fatigue put the doe at a disadvantage. The chase touched off something visceral within me. Ysabeau killed swiftly, and the doe didn't suffer, but I had to bite my lip to keep from shouting. "There," she said with satisfaction, returning to Fedot. We can go back to Septours." Wordlessly, I turned Ricassa's fav in the direction of the chateau. Ysabeau grabbed my horse's reins. There were tiny drops of blood on her cream shirt. "Do you think vampires are beautiful now? Do you still think it would be easy to live with my son, knowing that he must kill to survive?" It was difficult for me to put Matthew and killing in the same sentence. Were I to kiss him one day when he was just returned from hunting, there might still be the taste of blood on his lips. And days like the one I was now spending with Ysabeau would be regular occurrences. "If you're trying to frighten me away from your son, Ysabeau, you failed," I said resolutely. "You're going to have to do better than this." "Martha said this would not be enough to make you reconsider," she confessed. She was right. My voice was curt. "Is the trial over? Can we go home now?" We rode toward the trees in silence. Once we were within the forest's leafy green confines, Ysabeau turned to me. "Do you understand why you must not question Matthew when he tells you to do something?" I sighed. "School is over for the day. Do you think our dining habits are the only obstacle standing between you and my son? Spit it out, Ysabeau. Why must I do what Matthew says? Because he is the strongest vampire in the chateau. He is the head of the house." I stared at her in astonishment. "Are you saying I have to listen to him because he's the alpha dog?" "You think you are?" Ysabeau chortled. "No," I conceded. Ysabeau wasn't the alpha dog either. She did what Matthew told her to do. So did Marcus, Miriam, and every vampire at the Bodleian library. Even Domenico had ultimately backed down. "Are these the de Clairmont pack rules?" Ysabeau nodded, her green eyes glittering. "It is for your safety, and his, and everyone else's, that you must obey. This is not a game." "I understand, Ysabeau." I was losing my patience. "No, you don't," she said softly. "You won't either, until you are forced to see, just as I made you see, what it is for a vampire to kill. Until then, these are only words. One day, your willfulness will cost your life, or someone else's. Then you will know why I told you this." We returned to the chateau without further conversation. When we passed through Martha's ground-floor domain, she came out of the kitchen, a small chicken in her hands. I blanched. Martha took in the tiny spots of blood on Ysabeau's cuffs and gasped. "She needs to know," Ysabeau hissed. Martha said something low and foul-sounding in Occitan, then nodded at me. "Here, girl, come with me and I will teach you to make my tea." Now it was Ysabeau's turn to look furious. Martha made me something to drink and handed me a plate with a few crumbly biscuits studded with nuts. Eating chicken was out of the question. Martha kept me busy for hours, sorting dried herbs and spices into tiny piles and teaching me their names. By mid-afternoon, I could identify them by smell with my eyes closed as well as by appearance. Parsley, ginger, feverfew, rosemary, sage, Queen Anne's lace seeds, mugwort, pennyroyal, angelica, rue, tansy, juniper root. I pointed to each in turn. "Again," Martha said serenely, handing me a bunch of muslin bags. I picked the strings apart, laying them individually on the table, just as she did, reciting the names back to her one more time. "Good. Now fill the bags with a pinch of each." "Why don't we just mix it all together and spoon it into the bags?" I asked, taking a bit of pennyroyal between my fingers and wrinkling my nose at its minty smell. "We might miss something. Each bag must have every single herb. 12. Would missing a tiny seed like this really make a difference to the taste?" I held a tiny Queen Anne's lace seed between my index finger and thumb. "1 pinch of each," Martha repeated. Again. The vampire's experienced hands moved surely from pile to pile, neatly filling the bags and tightening their strings. After we finished, Martha brewed me a cup of tea using a bag I'd filled myself. "It's delicious," I said, happily sipping my very own herbal tea. You will take it back to Oxford with you. 1 cup a day. It will keep you healthy." She started putting bags into a tin. "When you need more, you will know how to make it." "Martha, you don't have to give me all of it," I protested. "You will drink this for Martha. 1 cup a day. Yes? Of course." It seemed the least I could do for my sole remaining ally in the house, not to mention the person who fed me. After my tea, I went upstairs to Matthew's study and switched on my computer. All that writing had made my forearms ache, so I moved the computer and manuscript to his desk, hoping that it might be more comfortable to work there rather than at my table by the window. Unfortunately, the leather chair was made for someone Matthew's height, not mine, and my feet swung freely. Sitting in Matthew's chair made him seem closer, however, so I remained there while waiting for my computer to boot up. My eyes fell on a dark object tucked into the tallest shelf. It blended into the wood and the book's leather bindings, which hid it from casual view. From Matthew's desk, however, you could see its outlines. It wasn't a book, but an ancient block of wood, octagonal in shape. Tiny arched windows were carved into each side. The thing was black, cracked, and misshapen with age. With a pang of sadness, I realized it was a child's toy. Matthew had made it for Lucas before Matthew became a vampire, while he was building the first church. He'd tucked it into the corner of a shelf where no one would notice it, except him. He couldn't fail to see it every time he sat at his desk. With Matthew at my side, it was all too easy to think we were the only two in the world. Not even Domenico's warnings or Isabeo's tests had shaken my sense that our growing closeness was a matter solely between him and me. But this little wooden tower, made with love an unimaginably long time ago, brought my illusions to an end. There were children to consider, both living and dead. There were families involved, including my own, with long and complicated genealogies and deeply ingrained prejudices, including my own. And Sarah and Em still didn't know that I was in love with a vampire. It was time to share that news. Isabeo was in the salon, arranging flowers in a tall vase on top of a priceless Louis XIV escritoire with impeccable provenance and a single owner. "Isabel?" My voice sounded hesitant. "Is there a phone I could use?" "He will call you when he wants to talk to you." She took great care placing a twig with turning leaves still attached to it among the white and gold flowers. "I'm not calling Matthew, Isabel. I need to speak to my aunt." "The witch who called the other night?" she asked. "What is her name?" "Sarah," I said with a frown. "And she lives with a woman, another witch, yes?" Isabel kept putting white roses into the vase. "Yes, Emily. Is that a problem?" "No," Isabel said, eyeing me over the blooms. "They are both witches. That's all that matters. That, and they love each other." "Sarah is a good name," Isabel continued, as if I hadn't spoken. "You know the legend, of course." I shook my head. Isabeo's changes in conversation were almost as dizzying as her son's mood swings. The mother of Isaac was called Sarai, quarrelsome, but when she became pregnant, God changed it to Sarah, which means princess. In my aunt's case, Sarai is much more appropriate. I waited for Isabel to tell me where the phone was. Emily is also a good name, a strong Roman name. Isabel clipped a rose stem between her sharp fingernails. "What does Emily mean, Isabel?" Happily, I was running out of family members. "It means industrious." "Of course, the most interesting name belonged to your mother." "Rebecca means captivated or bound," Isabel said, a frown of concentration on her face as she studied the vase from one side and then the other. "An interesting name for a witch." "And what does your name mean?" I said impatiently. I was not always Isabeo, but it was the name Philippe liked for me. "It means God's promise." Isabeo hesitated, searching my face, and made a decision. My full name is Geneviève Melisande Hélène Isabelle Odette de Clairmont. It's beautiful. My patience returned as I speculated about the history behind the names. Isabelle gave me a small smile. Names are important. Does Matthew have other names? I took a white rose from the basket and handed it to her. She murmured her thanks. Of course, we give all of our children many names when they are reborn to us. But Matthew was the name he came to us with, and he wanted to keep it. Christianity was very new then, and Philippe thought it might be useful if our son were named after an evangelist. What are his other names? His full name is Matthew Gabriel Philippe Bertrand Sebastian de Clairmont. He was also a very good Sebastian and a passable Gabriel. He hates Bertrand and will not answer to Philippe. What is it about Philippe that bothers him? It was his father's favorite name. Isabelle's hand stilled for a moment. You must know he is dead. The Nazis caught him fighting for the resistance. In the vision I'd had of Isabelle, she'd said Matthew's father was captured by witches. Nazis, Isabelle, or witches? I asked quietly, fearing the worst. Did Matthew tell you? Isabelle looked shocked. No, I saw you in one of my visions yesterday. You were crying. Witches and Nazis both killed Philippe, she said after a long pause. The pain is recent and sharp, but it will fade in time. For years after he was gone, I hunted only in Argentina and Germany. It kept me sane. Isabelle, I'm so sorry. The words were inadequate, but they were heartfelt. Matthew's mother must have heard my sincerity, and she gave me a hesitant smile. It is not your fault. You were not there. What names would you give me if you had to choose? I asked softly, handing another stem to Isabelle. Matthew is right. You are only Diana, she said, pronouncing it in the French style as she always did, with the emphasis on the first syllable. There are no other names for you. It is who you are. Isabelle pointed her white finger at the door to the library. The phone is inside. Seated at the desk in the library, I switched on the lamp and dialed New York, hoping that both Sarah and Em were home. Diana? Sarah sounded relieved. Em said it was you. I'm sorry I couldn't call back last night. A lot happened. I picked up a pencil and began to twirl it through my fingers. Would you like to talk about it? Sarah asked. I almost dropped the phone. My aunt demanded we talk about things. She never requested. Em there? I'd rather tell the story once. Em picked up the extension, her voice warm and comforting. Hi, Diana. Where are you? With Matthew's mother near Lyon. Matthew's mother? Em was curious about genealogy, not just her own, which was long and complicated, but everyone else's too. Isabelle de Clairmont. I did my best to pronounce it as Isabelle did, with its long vowels and swallowed consonants. She's something, Em. Sometimes I think she's the reason humans are so afraid of vampires. Isabelle straight out of a fairy tale. There was a pause. Do you mean you're with Melisande de Clairmont? Em's voice was intense. I didn't even think of the de Clairmonts when you told me about Matthew. You're sure her name is Isabelle? I frowned. Actually, her name is Geneviève. I think there's a Melisande in there too. She just prefers Isabelle. Be careful, Diana, Em warned. Melisande de Clairmont is notorious. She hates witches, and she ate her way through most of Berlin after World War II. She has good reason to hate witches, I said, rubbing my temples. I'm surprised she let me into her house. If the situation was reversed and vampires were involved in my parents' death, I wouldn't be so forgiving. What about the water? Sarah interjected. I'm more worried about the vision Em had of a tempest. Oh, I started raining last night after Matthew left. The soggy memory made me shiver. Witch water, Sarah breathed, now understanding. What brought it on? I don't know, Sarah. I felt empty. When Matthew pulled out of the driveway, the tears I'd been fighting since Domenico showed up all just poured out of me. Domenico who? Emily flipped through her mental roster of legendary creatures again. Michele, a Venetian vampire. My voice filled with anger. And if he bothers me again, I'm gonna rip his head off, vampire or not. He's dangerous, Em cried. That creature doesn't play by the rules. I've been told that many times over, and you can rest easy knowing I'm under guard 24 hours a day. Don't worry. Well, worry until you're no longer hanging around with vampires, Sarah observed. You'll be worrying for a good long time then, I said stubbornly. I love Matthew. That's impossible, Diana. Vampires and witches, Sarah began. Domenico told me about the covenant, I interjected. I'm not asking anyone else to break it, and I understand that this might mean you can't or won't have anything to do with me. For me, there's no choice. But the congregation will do what they must to end this relationship, Em said urgently. I've been told that too. They'll have to kill me to do it. Until this moment, I hadn't said the words out loud, but I'd been thinking them since last night. Matthew's harder to get rid of, but I'm a pretty easy target. You can't just walk into danger that way. Em was fighting back tears. Her mother did, Sarah said quietly. What about my mother? My voice broke at the mention of her, along with my composure. Rebecca walked straight into Stephen's arms, even though people said it was a bad idea for two witches with their talents to be together. And she refused to listen when people told her to stay out of Nigeria. All the more reason that Diana should listen now, Em said. You've only known him for a few weeks. Come back home and see if you can forget about him. Forget about him? It was ridiculous. This isn't a crush. I've never felt this way about anyone. Leave her alone, Em. We've had enough of that kind of talk in this family. I didn't forget about you, and she's not going to forget him. Sarah let out her breath with a sigh that carried all the way to the Avern. This may not be the life I would have chosen for you, but we all have to decide for ourselves. Your mother did. I did, and your grandmother did not have an easy time with it, by the way. Now it's your turn. But no bishop ever turns her back on another bishop. Tears stung my eyes. Thank you, Sarah. Besides, Sarah continued, working herself into a state, if the congregation is made up of things like Domenico Michel, then they can all go to hell. What does Matthew say about this? Em asked. I'm surprised he would leave you once you two had decided to break with 1,000 years of tradition. Matthew hasn't told me how he feels yet. I methodically unbent a paperclip. There was dead silence on the line. Finally, Sarah spoke. What is he waiting for? I laughed out loud. You've done nothing but warn me to stay away from Matthew. Now you're upset because he refuses to put me in greater danger than I'm already in? You want to be with him. That should be enough. This isn't some kind of magical arranged marriage, Sarah. I get to make my decision. So does he. The tiny clock with the porcelain face that was sitting on the desk indicated it had been 24 hours since he left. If you're determined to stay there with those creatures, then be careful, Sarah warned as we said goodbye. And if you need to come home, come home. After I hung up, the clock struck the half hour. It was already dark in Oxford. To hell with waiting. I lifted the receiver again and dialed his number. Diana? He was clearly anxious. I laughed. Did you know it was me, or was it caller ID? You're all right. The anxiety was replaced with relief. Yes, your mother is keeping me vastly entertained. I was afraid of that. What lies has she been telling you? The more trying parts of the day could wait, I said. That her son is some diabolical combination of Lancelot and Superman? That sounds like Ysabeau, he said with a hint of laughter. What a relief to know that she hasn't been irreversibly changed by sleeping under the same roof as a witch. Distance no doubt helped me evade him with my half-truths. Distance couldn't diminish my vivid picture of him sitting in his Morris chair at All Souls, however. The room would be glowing from the lamps, and his skin would look like polished pearl. I imagined him reading, the deep crease of concentration between his brows. "What are you drinking?" It was the only detail my imagination couldn't supply. "Since when have you cared about wine?" He sounded genuinely surprised. "Since I found out how much there was to know. Since I found out that you cared about wine, you idiot. Something Spanish tonight. Vega Ciclia. From when? Do you mean which vintage?" Matthew teased. "It's 1964. A relative baby, then?" I teased back, relieved at the change in his mood. "An infant," he agreed. I didn't need a sixth sense to know that he was smiling. "How did everything go today?" "Fine. We've increased our security, though nothing was missing. Someone tried to hack into the computers, but Miriam assures me there's no way anyone could break into her system." "Are you coming back soon?" The words escaped before I could stop them, and the ensuing silence stretched longer than was comfortable. I told myself it was the connection. "I don't know," he said coolly. "I'll be back when I can." "Do you want to talk to your mother? I could find her for you." His sudden aloofness hurt, and it was a struggle to keep my voice even. "No, you can tell her the labs are fine. The house, too." We said goodbye. My chest was tight, and it was difficult to inhale. When I managed to stand and turn around, Matthew's mother was waiting in the doorway. That was Matthew. Nothing at the lab or the house was damaged. "I'm tired, Ysabeau, and not very hungry. I think I'll go to bed." It was nearly 8, a perfectly respectable time to turn in. Of course. Ysabeau stepped out of my way with glittering eyes. "Sleep well, Diana." Chapter 25. Marthe had been up to Matthew's study while I was on the phone, and sandwiches, tea, and water were waiting for me. She'd loaded the fireplace with logs to burn through the night, and a handful of candles shed their golden glow. The same inviting light and warmth upstairs would be in the bedroom, too. But my mind would not shut off, and trying to sleep would be futile. The Aurora manuscript was waiting for Matthew's desk. Sitting down at my computer, I avoided the sight of his winking armor and switched on his space-age minimalist desk light to read. I spoke aloud. "Give me knowledge of my end and the measure of my days, so I may know my frailty. My lifetime is no longer than the width of my hand. It is only a moment compared to yours." The passage only made me think of Matthew. Trying to concentrate on alchemy was pointless, so I decided to make a list of queries regarding what I'd already read. All that was needed was a pen and a piece of paper. Matthew's massive mahogany desk was as dark and solid as its owner, and it exuded the same gravitas. It had drawers extending down both sides of the space left for his knees, the drawers resting on round bun-shaped feet. Just below the writing surface, running all around the perimeter, was a thick band of carving. Acanthus leaves, tulips, scrolls, and geometrical shapes invited you to trace their outlines. Unlike the surface of my desk, which was always piled so high with papers, books, and half-drunk cups of tea that you risked disaster whenever you tried to work on it, this desk held only an Edwardian desk pad, a sword-shaped letter opener, and the lamp. Like Matthew, it was a bizarrely harmonious blend of ancient and modern. There were, however, no office supplies in sight. I grasped the round brass pull on the top right-hand drawer. Inside, everything was neat and precisely arranged. The Mont Blanc pens were segregated from the Mont Blanc pencils, and the paper clips were arranged by size. After selecting a pen and putting it on the desk, I attempted to open the remaining drawers. They were locked. The key wasn't underneath the paper clips. I dumped them on the desk, just to be sure. An unmarked sheet of pale green blotting paper stretched between the desk pad's leather bumpers. In lieu of a legal pad, that would have to do. Picking up my computer to clear the desk, I knocked the pen to the floor. It had fallen under the drawers and was just out of reach. I crawled into the desk's knee-hole to retrieve it. Worming my hand under the drawers, my fingers found the thick barrel just as my eyes spotted the outline of a drawer in the dark wood above. Frowning, I wriggled out from under the desk. There was nothing in the deep carving circling the desktop that released the catch on the concealed drawer. Leave it to Matthew to stash basic supplies in a drawer that was difficult to open. It would serve him right if every inch of his blotter was covered with graffiti when he returned home. I wrote the number 1 in thick black ink on the green paper. Then I froze. A desk drawer that was difficult to find was designed to hide something. Matthew kept secrets, this I knew. But we had known each other only a few weeks, and even the closest of lovers deserved privacy. Still, Matthew's tight-lipped manner was infuriating, and his secrets surrounded him like a fortress devised to keep other people out. Besides, I only needed a piece of paper. Hadn't he rifled through my belongings at the Bodleian when he was looking for Ashmole 782? We'd barely met when he pulled that stunt, and he had left me to shift for myself in France. As I carefully recapped the pen, my conscience nevertheless prickled. But my sense of injury helped me to cast that warning aside. Pushing and pulling at every bump and bulge, my fingers searched the carvings on the desk's front edge once more without success. Matthew's letter opener rested invitingly near my right hand. It might be possible to wedge it into the seam underneath and pry the drawer open. Given the age of the desk, the historian in me squawked much louder than my conscience had. Violating Matthew's privacy and engaging in ethically questionable behavior might be permissible, but I wasn't going to deface an antique. Under the desk once more, I found it was too dark to see the underside of the drawer clearly, but my fingers located something cold and hard embedded in the wood. To the left of the drawer's nearly imperceptible join was a small metal bump approximately 1 long vampire reach from the front of the desk. It was round and had cross-hatching in the center to make it look like a screw or an old nail head. There was a soft click overhead when I pushed it. Standing, I stared into a tray about 4 inches deep. It was lined with black velvet, and there were 3 depressions in the thick padding. Each held a bronze coin or medal. The largest one had a building's outline cut into its surface and rested in the midst of a hollow nearly 4 inches across. The image was surprisingly detailed and showed 4 steps leading up to a door flanked by 2 columns. Between them was a shrouded figure. The building's crisp outlines were marred by fragments of black wax. Around the edge of the coin were the words Mileti Lazari a Bethania, the Knights of Lazarus of Bethany. Gripping the tray's edges to steady myself, I abruptly sat down. The metal discs weren't coins or medals. They were seals, the kind used to close official correspondence and certify property transactions. A wax impression attached to an ordinary piece of paper could once have commanded armies to leave the field or auctioned off great estates. Based on the residue, at least 1 seal had been used recently. Fingers shaking, I pried one of the smaller discs from the tray. Its surface bore a copy of the same building. The columns and the shrouded figure, Lazarus, the man from Bethany, whom Christ raised from the dead after he'd been entombed for 4 days, were unmistakable. Here, Lazarus was depicted stepping out of a shallow coffin. But no words encircled this seal. Instead, the building was surrounded by a snake, its tail in its mouth. I couldn't close my eyes quickly enough to banish the sight of the Clairmont family standard and its silver Ouroboros snapping in the breeze above Septours. The seal lay in my palm, its bronze surfaces gleaming. I focused on the shiny metal, willing my new visionary power to shed light on the mystery. But I'd spent more than 2 decades ignoring the magic in my blood, and it felt no compunction to come to my aid now. Without a vision, my mundane historical skills would have to be put to work. I examined the back of the small seal closely, taking in its details. A cross with flared edges divided the seal into quarters, similar to the one Matthew had worn on his tunic in my vision. In the upper right quadrant of the seal was a crescent moon, its horns curved upward, and a six-pointed star nestled in its belly. In the lower left quadrant was a fleur-de-lis, the traditional symbol of France. Inscribed around the edge of the seal was the date MDCII 1600 in Roman numerals, along with the words Secretum Lazari, the secret of Lazarus. It couldn't be a coincidence that Lazarus, like a vampire, had made the journey from life to death and back again. Moreover, the cross, combined with a legendary figure from the Holy Land and the mention of knights, strongly suggested that the seals, in Matthew's desk drawer, belonged to one of the orders of Crusader knights established in the Middle Ages. The best known were the Templars, who had mysteriously disappeared in the early 14th century after being accused of heresy and worse. But I'd never heard of the Knights of Lazarus. Turning the seal this way and that to catch the light, I focused on the date, 1600. It was late for a medieval chivalric order. I searched my memory for important events of that year that might shed light on the mystery. Queen Elizabeth I beheaded the Earl of Essex, and the Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe died under far less colorful circumstances. Neither of these events seemed remotely relevant. My fingers moved lightly over the carving. The meaning of MDCI washed over me. Matthew Clairmont. These were letters, not Roman numerals. It was an abbreviation of Matthew's name. MDC. I was misreading the final letter. The 2-inch disc sat in my palm, and my fingers closed firmly around it, pressing the incised surface deep into the skin. This smaller disc must have been Matthew's private seal. The power of such seals was so great that they were usually destroyed when someone died or left office, so that no one else could use them to commit fraud. And only one knight would have both the Great Seal and a personal seal in his possession, the order's leader. Why Matthew kept the seals hidden puzzled me. Who cared about or even remembered the Knights of Lazarus, never mind his one-time role in the order? My attention was captured by the black wax on the Great Seal. "It's not possible," I whispered numbly, shaking my head. Knights in shining armor belonged to the past. They weren't active today. The Matthew-sized suit of armor gleamed in the candlelight. I dropped the metal disc into the drawer with a clatter. The flesh of my palm had poured into the impressions and now carried its image, right down to its flared cross, crescent moon, and fleur-de-lis. The reason Matthew had the seals, and the reason fresh wax clung to one of them, was that they were still in use. The Knights of Lazarus were still in existence. "Diana, are you all right?" Yesebo's voice echoed up from the foot of the stairs. "Yes, Yesebo," I called, staring at the seal's image on my hand. "I'm reading my email and got some unexpected news, that's all. Shall I send Marthe up for the tray?" "No," I blurted. "I'm still eating." Her footsteps receded toward the salon. When there was complete silence, I let out my breath. Moving as quickly and quietly as possible, I flipped the other seal over in its velvet-lined niche. It was nearly identical to Matthew's, except that the upper right quadrant held only the crescent moon, and Philippus was inscribed around the border. This seal had belonged to Matthew's father, which meant that the Knights of Lazarus were a de Clairmont family affair. Certain there would be no more clues about the order in the desk, I turned the seals so that Lazarus' tomb was facing me once more. The drawer made a hushed click as it slid invisibly into position underneath the desk. I picked up the table that Matthew used to hold his afternoon wine and carried it over to the bookcases. He wouldn't mind me looking through his library, or so I told myself, kicking off my loafers. The table's burnished surface gave a warning creak when I swung my feet onto it and stood, but the wood held fast. The wooden toy at the far right of the top shelf was at eye level now. I sucked in a deep breath and pulled out the first item from the opposite end. It was ancient, the oldest manuscript I'd ever handled. The leather cover complained when it opened, and the smell of old sheepskin rose from the pages. Carmina qui quandum studio florente peregi, flebilis ho maestos cogor inire modos, read the first lines. My eyes pricked with tears. It was Boethius's 6th century work, The Consolation of Philosophy, written in prison while he was awaiting death. To pleasant songs my work was once given, and bright were all my labors then. But now in tears to sad refrains I must return. I imagined Matthew, bereft of Blanca and Lucas, and bewildered by his new identity as a vampire, reading words written by a condemned man. Giving silent thanks to whoever had offered him this in hope of lessening his grief, I slid the book back into place. The next volume was a beautifully illustrated manuscript of Genesis, the biblical story of creation. Its strong blues and reds looked as fresh as the day they had been painted. Another illustrated manuscript, this one a copy of Dioscorides' Book of Plants, was also on the top shelf, along with more than a dozen other biblical books, several law books, and a book in Greek. The shelf below held more of the same, books of the Bible mostly, along with a medical book and a very early copy of a 7th century encyclopedia. It represented Isidore of Sevilla's attempt to capture all of human knowledge, and it would have appealed to Matthew's endless curiosity. At the bottom of the first folio was the name Matthew, along with the phrase Meius Liber, my book. Feeling the same urge to trace the letters as when I faced Ashmole 782 in the Bodleian, my fingers faltered on their way to the surface of the vellum. Then I'd been too afraid of the reading room supervisors and my own magic to risk it. Now it was fear of learning something unexpected about Matthew that held me back. But there was no supervisor here, and my fears became insignificant when weighed against my desire to understand the vampire's past. I traced Matthew's name. An image of him, sharp and clear, came to me without the use of stern commands or shining surfaces. He was seated at a plain table by a window, looking just as he did now, biting his lip with concentration as he practiced his writing. Matthew's long fingers gripped a reed pen, and he was surrounded by sheets of vellum, all of which bore repeated blotchy attempts to write his own name and copy out biblical passages. Following Martha's advice, I didn't fight the vision's arrival or departure, and the experience was not as disorienting as it had been last night. Once my fingers had revealed all they could, I replaced the encyclopedia and continued working my way through the remaining volumes in the case. There were history books, more law books, books on medicine and optics, Greek philosophy, books of accounts, the collected works of early church notables like Bernard of Clairvaux, and chivalric romances, one involving a knight who changed into a wolf once a week. But none revealed fresh information about the Knights of Lazarus. I bit back a sound of frustration and climbed down from the table. My knowledge of Crusader orders was sketchy. Most of them started out as military units that were renowned for bravery and discipline. The Templars were famous for being the first to enter the field of battle and the last to leave. But the order's military efforts were not limited to the area around Jerusalem. The knights fought in Europe too, and many answered only to the Pope rather than to kings or other secular authorities. Nor was the power of the chivalric orders solely military. They'd built churches, schools, and leper hospitals. The military orders safeguarded Crusader interests, whether spiritual, financial, or physical. Vampires like Matthew were territorial and possessive to the last, and therefore ideally suited to the role of guardians. But the power of the military orders led ultimately to their downfall. Monarchs and popes were jealous of their wealth and influence. In 1312, the Pope and the French king saw to it that the Templars were disbanded, ridding themselves of the threat posed by the largest, most prestigious brotherhood. Most of the other orders gradually petered out due to lack of support and interest. There were all those conspiracy theories, of course. A vast, complex international institution is hard to dismantle overnight, and the sudden dissolution of the Knights Templar had led to all sorts of fantastic tales about rogue crusaders and underground operations. People still searched for traces of the Templars' fabulous wealth. The fact that no one had ever found evidence of how it was dispersed only added to the intrigue. The money. It was one of the first lessons historians learned. Follow the money. I refocused my search. The sturdy outlines of the first ledger were visible on the third shelf, tucked between Alhazen's Optics and a romantic French chanson de geste. A small Greek letter was inked on the manuscript's foredge. Alpha. Figuring it must be an indexing mark of some sort, I scanned the shelves and located the second account book. It too had a small Greek letter, beta. My eyes lit on gamma, delta, and epsilon scattered among the shelves too. A more careful search would locate the rest, I was sure. Feeling like Eliot Ness waving a fistful of tax receipts in pursuit of Al Capone, I held up my hand. There was no time to waste on climbing to retrieve it. The first account book slid from its resting place and fell into my waiting palm. Its entries were dated 1117 and were made by a number of different hands. Names and numbers danced across the pages. My fingers were busy, taking in all the information they could from the writing. A few faces bloomed out of the vellum. Matthew, the dark man with the hawkish nose, a man with bright hair the color of burnished copper, another with warm brown eyes and a serious face. My hand stilled over an entry for money received in 1149. Eleanor, Regina, 40,000 marks. It was a staggering sum, more than half the yearly income of the Kingdom of England. Why was the Queen of England giving so much to a military order led by vampires? But the Middle Ages were too far outside my expertise for me to be able to answer that question or to know much about the people engaging in the transfers. I shut the book with a snap and went to the 16th and 17th century bookcases. Nestled among the other books was a volume bearing the identifying mark of a Greek lambda. My eyes widened once it was open. Based on this ledger, the Knights of Lazarus had paid, somewhat unbelievably, for a wide range of wars, goods, services, and diplomatic feats, including providing Mary Tudor's dowry when she married Philip of Spain, buying the cannon for the Battle of Lepanto, bribing the French so they'd attend the Council of Trent, and financing most of the military actions of the Lutheran Schmalkaldic League. Apparently, the Brotherhood didn't allow politics or religion to get in the way of their investment decisions. In a single year, they'd bankrolled Mary Stuart's return to the Scottish throne and paid off Elizabeth's sizable debts to the Antwerp Bourse. I walked along the shelves looking for more books marked with Greek letters. On the 19th century shelves, there was one with the forked letter psi on its faded blue buckram spine. Inside, vast sums of money were meticulously accounted for, along with property sales that made my head spin. How did one secretly purchase most of the factories in Manchester? And familiar names belonging to royalty, aristocrats, presidents, and Civil War generals. There were also smaller payouts for school fees, clothing allowances, and books, along with entries concerning dowries paid, hospital bills settled, and past due rents brought up to date. Next to all the unfamiliar names was the abbreviation MLB or FMLB. My Latin was not as good as it should be, but I was sure the abbreviation stood for the Knights of Lazarus of Bethanon, the Militae Lazari a Bethania, or for Filia Militae or Filius Militae, the daughters and sons of the knights. And if the order was still dispersing funds in the middle of the 19th century, the same was probably true today. Somewhere in the world, a piece of paper, a real estate transaction, a legal agreement, bore an impression of the order's great seal in thick black wax, and Matthew had applied it. Hours later, I was back in the medieval section of Matthew's library and opened my last account book. This volume spanned the period from the late 13th century to the first half of the 14th century. The staggering sums were now expected, but around 1310 the number of entries increased dramatically. So too did the flow of money. A new annotation accompanied some of the names, a tiny red cross. In 1313, next to one of these marks was a name I recognized, Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar. He'd been burned at the stake for heresy in 1314. A year before he was executed, he'd turned over everything he owned to the Knights of Lazarus. There were hundreds of names marked with red crosses. Were they all Templars? If so, then the mystery of the Templars was solved. The Knights and their money hadn't disappeared. Both had simply been absorbed into the Order of Lazarus. It couldn't be true. Such a thing would have taken too much planning and coordination, and no one could have kept such a grand scheme secret. The idea was as implausible as stories about witches and vampires. The Knights of Lazarus were no more or less believable than I was. As for conspiracy theories, their chief weakness was that they were so complex. No lifetime was sufficient to gather the necessary information, build the links between all the required elements, and then set the plans in motion. Unless, of course, the conspirators were vampires. If you were a vampire, or better yet, a family of vampires, then the passage of time would matter little. As I knew from Matthew's scholarly career, vampires had all the time they needed. The enormity of what it meant to love a vampire struck home as I slid the account book back onto the shelf. It was not just his age that posed the difficulties, or his dining habits, or the fact that he had killed humans and would do so again. It was the secrets. Matthew had been accumulating secrets, large ones like the Knights of Lazarus and his son Lucas, small ones like his relationships with William Harvey and Charles Darwin, for well over a millennium. My life might be too brief to hear them all, never mind understand them. But it was not only vampires who kept secrets. All creatures learn to do so out of fear of discovery, and to preserve something, anything, just for ourselves within our clannish, almost tribal world. Matthew was not simply a hunter, a killer, a scientist, or a vampire, but a web of secrets, just as I was. For us to be together, we needed to decide which secrets to share and then let the others go. The computer chimed in the quiet room when my finger pressed the power button. Martha's sandwiches were dry and the tea was cold, but I nibbled so that she wouldn't think her efforts had gone unappreciated. Finished, I sat back and stared into the fire. The Knights of Lazarus roused me as a historian, and my witch's instincts told me the Brotherhood was important to understanding Matthew. But their existence was not his most important secret. Matthew was guarding himself, his innermost nature. What a complicated, delicate business it was going to be to love him. We were the stuff of fairy tales, vampires, witches, knights in shining armor. But there was a troubling reality to face. I had been threatened, and creatures watched me in the Bodleian in hopes I'd recall a book that everyone wanted but no one understood. Matthew's laboratory had been targeted, and our relationship was destabilizing the fragile détente that had long existed among demons, humans, vampires, and witches. This was a new world in which creatures were pitted against creatures, and a silent, secret army could be called into action by a stamp in a pool of black wax. It was no wonder that Matthew might prefer to put me aside. I snuffed the candles and climbed the stairs to bed. Exhausted, I quickly drifted off, my dreams filled with knights, bronze seals, and endless books of accounts. A cold, slender hand touched my shoulder, waking me instantly. "Matthew?" I sat bolt upright. Isabeau's white face glimmered in the darkness. "It's for you." She handed me her red mobile and left the room. "Sarah?" I was terrified that something had happened to my aunts. "It's all right, Diana. Matthew, what's happened? My voice shook. Did you make a deal with Knox? No, I can't make any progress there. There's nothing left for me in Oxford. I want to be home, with you. I should be there in a few hours. He sounded strange, his voice thick. Am I dreaming? You're not dreaming, Matthew said. And, Diana? He hesitated. I love you. It was what I most wanted to hear. The forgotten chain inside me started to sing, quietly, in the dark. Come here and tell me that, I said softly, my eyes filling with tears of relief. You haven't changed your mind? Never, I said fiercely. You'll be in danger, and your family too. Are you willing to risk that for my sake? I made my choice. We said goodbye and hung up reluctantly, afraid of the silence that would follow after so much had been said. While he was gone, I had stood at a crossroads, unable to see a way forward. My mother had been known for her uncanny visionary abilities. Would she have been powerful enough to see what awaited us as we took our first steps together? Chapter 26. I'd been waiting for the crunch of tires on gravel since pushing the disconnect button on Yisabeo's tiny mobile phone. And since then, it hadn't been out of my sight. A fresh pot of tea and breakfast rolls were waiting for me when I emerged from the bathroom, phone in hand. I bolted the food, flung on the first clothes that my fingers touched, and flew down the stairs with wet hair. Matthew wouldn't reach Septours for hours, but I was determined to be waiting when he pulled up. First, I waited in the salon on a sofa by the fire, wondering what had happened in Oxford to make Matthew change his mind. Martha brought me a towel and roughly dried my hair with it when I showed no inclination to use it myself. As the time of his arrival grew nearer, pacing in the hall was preferable to sitting in the salon. Yisabeo appeared and stood with her hands on her hips. I continued, despite her forbidding presence, until Martha brought a wooden chair to the front door. She convinced me to sit, though the chair's carving had clearly been designed to acquaint its occupants with the discomforts of hell. And Matthew's mother retreated to the library. When the Range Rover entered the courtyard, I flew outside. For the first time in our relationship, Matthew didn't beat me to the door. He was still straightening his long legs when my arms locked around his neck, my toes barely touching the ground. Don't do that again, I whispered, my eyes shut against sudden tears. Don't ever do that again. Matthew's arms went around me, and he buried his face in my neck. We held each other without speaking. Matthew reached up and loosened my grip, gently setting me back on my feet. He cupped my face, and familiar touches of snow and frost melted on my skin. I committed new details of his features to memory, such as the tiny creases at the corners of his eyes and the precise curve of the hollow under his full lower lip. Dieu, he whispered in wonder, I was wrong. Wrong? My voice was panicky. I thought I knew how much I missed you, but I had no idea. Tell me. I wanted to hear again the words he'd said on the phone last night. I love you, Diana. God help me, I tried not to. My face softened into his hands. I love you too, Matthew, with all my heart. Something in his body altered subtly at my response. It wasn't his pulse, since he didn't have much of a pulse, nor his skin, which remained deliciously cool. Instead, there was a sound, a catch in his throat, a murmur of longing that sent a shock of desire through me. Matthew detected it, and his face grew fierce. He bent his head, fitting his cold lips to mine. The resulting changes in my body were neither slight nor subtle. My bones turned to fire, and my hands crept around his back and slid down. When he tried to draw away, I pulled his hips back toward me. Not so fast, I thought. His mouth hovered above mine in surprise. My hands slid lower, holding on to his backside possessively, and his breath caught again until it purred in his throat. Diana, he began, a note of caution in his voice. My kiss demanded he tell me what the problem was. Matthew's only answer was to move his mouth against mine. He stroked the pulse in my neck, then floated his hand down to cup my left breast, now stroking the fabric over the sensitive skin between my arm and my heart. With his other hand at my waist, he pulled me more tightly against him. After a long while, Matthew loosened his hold enough that he could speak. "You are mine now." My lips were too numb to reply, so I nodded and kept a firm grip on his backside. He stared down at me. "Still no doubts?" "None. We are one, from this moment forward. Do you understand?" "I think so." I understood, at the very least, that no one and nothing was going to keep me from Matthew. "She has no idea," Isabel's voice rang through the courtyard. Matthew stiffened, his arms circling me protectively. "With that kiss, you have broken every rule that holds our world together and keeps us safe. Matthew, you have marked that witch as your own. And, Diana, you have offered your witch's blood to a vampire. You have turned your back on your own kind and pledged yourself to a creature who is your enemy." "It was a kiss," I said, shaken. "It was an oath. And having made this promise to each other, you are outlaws. May the gods help you both." "Then we are outlaws," Matthew said quietly. "Should we leave, Isabel?" There was a vulnerable child's voice behind the man's, and something inside me broke for making him choose between us. His mother strode forward and slapped him hard across the face. "How dare you ask that question?" Mother and son both looked shocked. The mark of Isabel's slender hand stood out against Matthew's cheek for a split second, red, then blue, before it faded. "You are my most beloved son," she continued, her voice as strong as iron. "And Diana is now my daughter, my responsibility as well as yours. Your fight is my fight. Your enemies are my enemies." "You don't have to shelter us, Maman." Matthew's voice was taut as a bowstring. "Enough of that nonsense. You are going to be hounded to the ends of the earth because of this love you share. We fight as a family." Isabel turned to me. "As for you, daughter, you will fight, as you promised. You are reckless, the truly brave always are, but I cannot fault your courage. Still, you need him as much as you need the air you breathe, and he wants you as he's wanted nothing and no one since I made him. So it is done, and we will make the best of it." Isabel unexpectedly pulled me toward her and pressed her cold lips to my right cheek, then my left. I'd been living under the woman's roof for days, but this was my official welcome. She looked coolly at Matthew and made her real point. "The way we will make the best of it begins with Diana behaving like a witch and not some pathetic human. The women of the de Clairmont family defend themselves." Matthew bristled. "I'll see that she's safe." "This is why you are always losing at chess, Matthew." Isabel shook her finger at him. "Like Diana, the queen has almost unlimited power. Yet you insist on surrounding her and leaving yourself vulnerable. This is not a game, however, and her weakness puts us all at risk." "Stay out of this, Isabel," Matthew warned. "Nobody is going to force Diana to be something she isn't." His mother gave an elegant, expressive snort. "Exactly. We are no longer going to let Diana force herself to be a human, which she is not. She is a witch. You are a vampire. If this was not true, we would not be in such a mess. Matthew, mon cher, if the witch is brave enough to want you, she has no reason to fear her own power. You could rip her apart if you wanted to, and so can the ones who will come for you when they realize what you have done." "She's right, Matthew," I said. "Come, we should go inside." He kept a wary eye on his mother. "You're cold, and we need to talk about Oxford. Then we'll tackle the subject of magic. I need to tell you what happened here, too. If this was going to work, we would have to reveal some of our secrets, such as the possibility that I might turn into running water at any moment. There's plenty of time for you to tell me everything, said Matthew, leading me toward the chateau. Marthe was waiting for him when he walked through the door. She gave him a fierce hug, as if he'd returned in triumph from battle, and settled us all in front of the salon's blazing fire. Matthew positioned himself next to me and watched me drink some tea. Every few moments he put his hand on my knee, or smoothed the sweater across my shoulders, or tucked a bit of hair back into place, as if trying to make up for his brief absence. Once he'd begun to relax, the questions began. They were innocently ordinary in the beginning. Soon the conversation turned to Oxford. Were Marcus and Miriam in the lab when the break-in was attempted? I asked. They were, he said, taking a sip from the glass of wine Marthe had put beside him. But the thieves didn't get far. The two of them weren't in any real danger. Thank God, Isabel murmured, staring at the fire. What were they looking for? Information. About you, he said reluctantly. Someone broke into your rooms at New College as well. There was one secret out in the open. Fred was horrified, Matthew continued. He assured me they'll put new locks on your doors and a camera in your stairwell. It's not Fred's fault. With the new students, all you need to get past the porters is a confident step and a university scarf. But there was nothing for them to take. Were they after my research? The mere thought of such a thing was ridiculous. Who cared enough about the history of alchemy to engineer a break-in? You have your computer with your research notes on it? Matthew gripped my hands tighter. But it wasn't your work they were after. They tore apart your bedroom and the bathroom. We think they were looking for a sample of your DNA, hair, skin, fingernail clippings. When they couldn't get into the lab, they went looking in your rooms. My hand was shaking slightly. I tried to pull it from his grip, not wanting him to know how badly this news had jangled me. Matthew held on. You're not alone in this, remember? He fixed his gaze on me. So it wasn't an ordinary burglar. It was a creature, someone who knows about us and about Ashmole 782. He nodded. Well, they won't find much. Not in my rooms. When Matthew looked puzzled, I explained. My mother insisted that I clean my hairbrush before leaving for school each morning. It's an ingrained habit. She made me flush the hair down the toilet, my nail clippings too. Matthew now appeared stunned. Isabel didn't look surprised at all. Your mother sounds more and more like someone I would have been eager to know, Isabeau said quietly. Do you remember what she told you? Matthew asked. Not really. There were faint memories of sitting on the edge of the bathtub while my mother demonstrated her morning and evening routine, but little more. I frowned with concentration, the flickering recollections growing brighter. I remember counting to 20. Somewhere along the way, I twirled around and said something. What could she have been thinking? Matthew mused out loud. Hair and fingernails carry a lot of genetic information. Who knows? My mother was famous for her premonitions. Then again, she could just have been thinking like a bishop. We're not the sanest bunch. Your mother was not mad, Diana, and not everything can be explained by your modern science, Matthew. Witches have believed for centuries that hair and fingernails had power, said Isabeau. Marthe muttered in agreement and rolled her eyes at the ignorance of youth. Witches use them to work spells, Isabeau continued. Binding spells, love magic, they depend on such things. You told me you weren't a witch, Isabeau, I said, astonished. I have known many witches over the years. Not one of them would leave a strand of her hair or scrap of her nails for fear that another witch would find them. My mother never told me. I wondered what other secrets my mother had kept. Sometimes it is best for a mother to reveal things slowly to her children. Isabeau's glance flicked from me to her son. Who broke in? I remembered Isabeau's list of possibilities. Vampires tried to get into the lab, but were less sure about your rooms. Marcus thinks it was vampires and witches working together, but I think it was just witches. Is this why you were so angry? Because those creatures violated my territory? Yes. We were back to monosyllables. I waited for the rest of the answer. I might overlook a trespasser on my land or in my lab, Diana, but I cannot stand by while someone does it to you. It feels like a threat, and I simply can't. Keeping you safe is instinctive now. Matthew ran his white fingers through his hair, and a patch stuck out over his ear. I'm not a vampire, and I don't know the rules. You have to explain how this works, I said, smoothing his hair into place. So it was the break-in at New College that convinced you to be with me? Matthew's hands moved in a flash to rest on either side of my face. I needed no encouragement to be with you. You say you've loved me since you resisted hitting me with an oar at the river. His eyes were unguarded. I've loved you longer than that, since the moment you used magic to take a book from its shelf at the Bodleian. You looked so relieved and then so terribly guilty. Isabeau stood, uncomfortable with her son's open affection. We will leave you. Marthe started rustling at the table, preparing to depart for the kitchens, where she would doubtless begin whipping up a 10-course feast. No, Mamma, you should hear the rest. So you are not merely outlaws? Isabeau's voice was heavy. She sank back onto her chair. There's always been animosity between creatures, vampires and witches especially. But Diana and I have brought those tensions into the open. It's just an excuse, though. The congregation isn't really bothered by our decision to break the covenant. Stop speaking in riddles, Matthew, Isabeau said sharply. I'm out of patience with them. Matthew looked at me regretfully before he responded. The congregation has become interested in Ashmole 782 and the mystery of how Diana acquired it. Witches have been watching the manuscript for at least as long as I have. They never foresaw that you would be the one to reclaim it. And no one imagined that I would reach you first. Old fears wriggled to the surface, telling me there was something wrong deep inside me. If not for Mabon, Matthew continued, powerful witches would have been in the Bodleian, witches who knew the manuscript's importance. But they were busy with the festival and let their guard down. They left the task to that young witch, and she let you and the manuscript slip through her fingers. Poor Gillian, I whispered. Peter Knox must be furious with her. Indeed. Matthew's mouth tightened. But the congregation has been watching you, too, for reasons that go well beyond the book and have to do with your power. How long? I wasn't able to finish my sentence. Probably your whole life. Since my parents died? Unsettling memories from childhood floated back to me, of feeling the tingles of a witch's attention while on the swings at school and a vampire's cold stare at a friend's birthday party. They've been watching me since my parents died. Isabeau opened her mouth to speak, saw her son's face, and thought better of it. If they have you, they'll have the book too, or so they think. You're connected to Ashmole 782 in some powerful way I don't yet understand. I don't believe they do either. Not even Peter Knox? Marcus asked around. He's good at wheedling information out of people. As far as we can tell, Knox is still mystified. I don't want Marcus to put himself at risk, not for me. He needs to stay out of this, Matthew. Marcus knows how to take care of himself. I have things to tell you, too. I'd lose my nerve entirely if given a chance to reconsider. Matthew took both my hands, and his nostrils flared slightly. You're tired, he said, and hungry. Maybe we should wait until after lunch. You can smell when I'm hungry? I asked incredulously. That's not fair. Matthew's head tipped back and he laughed. He kept my hands in his, pulling them behind me so that my arms were shaped like wings. This from a witch who could, if she felt like it, read my thoughts as if they were written on ticker tape. Diana, my darling, I know when you change your mind. I know when you're thinking bad thoughts, like how much fun it would be to jump the paddock fence. And I most definitely know when you're hungry, he said, kissing me to make his point clear. Speaking of my being a witch, I said, slightly breathless when he was finished, we've confirmed witch water on the list of genetic possibilities. What? Matthew looked at me with concern. When did that happen? The moment you pulled away from Septours. I wouldn't let myself cry while you were here. Once you were gone, I cried a lot. You've cried before, he said thoughtfully. He turned them over and examined my palms and fingers. The water came out of your hands? It came out of everywhere, I said. His eyebrows rose in alarm. My hands, my hair, my eyes, my feet, even my mouth. It was like there was no me left, or if there was, I was nothing but water. I thought I'd never taste anything except salt again. Were you alone? Matthew's voice turned sharp. No, no, of course not, I said hurriedly. Marthe and your mother were there. They just couldn't get near me. There was a lot of water, Matthew. Wind, too. What made it stop? He asked. Isabeau. Matthew gave his mother a long look. She sang heavy lids, shielding his eyes. Once she sang all the time. Thank you, Mamma. I waited for him to tell me that she used to sing to him, and that Isabeau hadn't been the same since Philippe died. But he told me none of those things. Instead, he wrapped me up in a fierce hug, and I tried not to mind that he wouldn't trust me with these parts of himself. As the day unfolded, Matthew's happiness at being home was infectious. We moved from lunch to his study. On the floor in front of the fireplace, he discovered most of the places that I was ticklish. Throughout, he never let me behind the walls he'd so carefully constructed to keep creatures away from his secrets. Once, I reached out with invisible fingers to locate a chink in Matthew's defenses. He looked up at me in surprise. "Did you say something?" he asked. "No," I said, drawing hastily away. We enjoyed a quiet dinner with Isabeau, who followed along in Matthew's light-hearted wake. "Your mother sounds more and more like someone I would have been eager to know," Isabeau said quietly. "Do you remember what she told you?" Matthew asked. "Not really. There were faint memories of sitting on the edge of the bathtub while my mother demonstrated her morning and evening routine, but little more." I frowned with concentration, the flickering recollections growing brighter. I remember counting to 20. Somewhere along the way, I twirled around and said something. What could she have been thinking? Matthew mused out loud. Hair and fingernails carry a lot of genetic information. Who knows? My mother was famous for her premonitions. Then again, she could just have been thinking like a bishop. We're not the sanest bunch. Your mother was not mad, Diana, and not everything can be explained by your modern science, Matthew. Witches have believed for centuries that hair and fingernails had power, said Isabeau. Marthe muttered in agreement and rolled her eyes at the ignorance of youth. Witches use them to work spells, Isabeau continued. Binding spells, love magic, they depend on such things. You told me you weren't a witch, Isabeau, I said, astonished. I have known many witches over the years. Not one of them would leave a strand of her hair or scrap of her nails for fear that another witch would find them. My mother never told me. I wondered what other secrets my mother had kept. Sometimes it is best for a mother to reveal things slowly to her children. Isabeau's father, but she watched him closely, a look of sadness on her face. Putting on my sorry excuse for pajamas after dinner, I worried about the desk drawer and whether my scent would be on the velvet that cushioned the seals, and I steeled myself to say good night before Matthew retreated alone to his study. He appeared shortly afterward, wearing a pair of loose striped pajama bottoms and a faded black t-shirt, with no shoes on his long, slender feet. "Do you want the left side or the right?" he asked casually, waiting by the bedpost with his arms crossed. I wasn't a vampire, but I could turn my head fast enough when it was warranted. "If it doesn't matter to you, I'd prefer the left," he said gravely. "It will be easier for me to relax if I'm between you and the door." I don't care," I stammered. "Then get in and slide over." Matthew took the bedding out of my hand, and I did as he asked. He slid under the sheets behind me with a groan of satisfaction. "This is the most comfortable bed in the house. My mother doesn't believe we need to bother with good mattresses since we spend so little time sleeping. Her beds are purgatory." "Are you going to sleep with me?" I squeaked, trying and failing to sound as nonchalant as he did. Matthew put his right arm out and hooked me into it until my head was resting on his shoulder. "I thought I might," he said. "I won't actually sleep, though." Snuggled against him, I placed my palm flat on his heart so that I would know every time it beat. "What will you do?" "Watch you, of course." His eyes were bright. "And when I get tired of doing that, if I get tired of doing that," he dropped a kiss on each eyelid. "Will the candles bother you?" "No," I responded. "I'm a sound sleeper. Nothing wakes me up." "I like a challenge," he said softly. "If I'm bored, I'll figure out something that wake you up." "Do you bore easily?" I teased, reaching up and threading my fingers through the hair at the base of his skull. "You'll have to wait and see," he said, with a wicked grin. His arms were cool and soothing, and the feeling of safety in his presence was more restful than any lullaby. "Will this ever stop?" I asked quietly. "The congregation?" Matthew's voice was worried. "I don't know." "No." My head rose in surprise. "I don't care about that." "What do you mean, then?" I kissed him on his quizzical mouth. "This feeling when I'm with you, as if I'm fully alive for the first time." Matthew smiled, his expression uncharacteristically sweet and shy. "I hope not." Sighing with contentment, I lowered my head onto his chest and fell into dreamless sleep. Chapter 27. It occurred to me the next morning that my days with Matthew, thus far, had fallen into one of two categories. Either he steered the day along, keeping me safe and making sure nothing upset his careful arrangements, or the day unfolded without rhyme or reason. Not long ago, what happened in my day had been determined by carefully drawn-up lists and schedules. Today, I was going to take charge. Today, Matthew was going to let me into his life as a vampire. Unfortunately, my decision was bound to ruin what promised to be a wonderful day. It started at dawn with Matthew's physical proximity, which sent the same shock of desire through me that I'd felt yesterday in the courtyard. It was more effective than any alarm clock. His response was gratifyingly immediate as well, and he kissed me with enthusiasm. "I thought you'd never wake up," he grumbled between kisses. "I feared I would have to send to the village for the town band, and the only trumpeter who knew how to sound reveille died last year." Lying at his side, I noticed he was not wearing the ampulla from Bethany. "Where did your pilgrim's badge go?" It was the perfect opportunity for him to tell me about the Knights of Lazarus, but he didn't take it. "I don't need it anymore," he'd said, distracting me by winding a lock of my hair around his finger and then pulling it to the side so he could kiss the sensitive flesh behind my ear. "Tell me," I insisted, squirming away flightly. "Later," he said, lips drifting down to the place where neck met shoulder. My body foiled any further attempts at rational conversation. We both behaved instinctually, touching through the barriers of thin clothing and noting the small changes, a shiver, an eruption of gooseflesh, a soft moan that promised greater pleasure to come. When I became insistent, reaching to seize bare flesh, Matthew stopped me. "No rushing. We have time." "Vampires?" was all I managed to say before he stopped my words with his mouth. We were still behind the bed curtains when Martha entered the room. She left the breakfast tray on the table with an officious clatter and threw 2 logs on the fire with the enthusiasm of a Scot tossing the cobber. Matthew peered out, proclaimed it a perfect morning, and declared that I was ravenous. Martha erupted into a string of Occitan and departed, humming a song under her breath. He refused to translate on the grounds that the lyrics were too bawdy for my delicate ears. This morning, instead of quietly watching me eat, Matthew complained that he was bored. He did it with a wicked gleam in his eyes, his fingers restless on his thighs. "We'll go riding after breakfast," I promised, forking some eggs into my mouth and taking a scalding sip of tea. "My work can wait until later." "Riding won't fix it," Matthew purred. Kissing worked to drive away his ennui. My lips felt bruised, and I had a much finer understanding of the interconnectedness of my own nervous system when Matthew finally conceded it was time to go riding. He went downstairs to change while I showered. Martha came upstairs to retrieve the tray, and I told her my plans while braiding my hair into a thick rope. Her eyes widened at the important part, but she agreed to send a small pack of sandwiches and a bottle of water out to George's for Ricassa's saddlebag. After that, there was nothing left but to inform Matthew. He was humming and sitting at his desk, clattering on his computer and occasionally reaching over to thumb through messages on his phone. He looked up and grinned. "There you are," he said. "I thought I was going to have to fish you out of the water." Desire shot through me, and my knees went weak. The feelings were exacerbated by the knowledge that what I was about to say would wipe the smile clean off his face. "Please let this be right," I whispered to myself, resting my hands on his shoulders. Matthew tilted his head back against my chest and smiled up at me. "Kiss me," he commanded. I complied without a second thought, amazed at the comfort between us. This was so different from books and movies, where love was made into something tense and difficult. Loving Matthew was much more like coming into port than heading out into a storm. "How do you manage it?" I asked him, holding his face in my hands. "I feel like I've known you forever." Matthew smiled happily and returned his attention to his computer, shutting down his various programs. While he did, I drank in his spicy scent and smoothed his hair along the curve of his skull. "That feels wonderful," he said, leaning back into my hand. It was time to ruin his day. Crouching down, I rested my chin on his shoulder. "Take me hunting." Every muscle in his body stiffened. "That's not funny, Diana," he said icily. "I'm not trying to be." My chin and hands remained where they were. He tried to shrug me off, but I wouldn't let him. Though I didn't have the courage to face him, he wasn't going to escape. "You need to do this, Matthew. You need to know that you can trust me." He stood up explosively, leaving me no choice but to step back and let him go. Matthew strode away, and one hand strayed to the spot where his Bethany ampulla used to rest. Not a good sign. Vampires don't take warm bloods hunting, Diana. This was not a good sign either. He was lying to me. "Yes, they do," I said softly. "That's different. I've known him for years, and I don't share a bed with him." Matthew's voice was rough, and he was staring fixedly at his bookshelves. I started toward him, slowly. "If Hamish can hunt with you, so can I." "No." The muscles in his shoulder stood out in sharp relief, their outlines visible under his sweater. Isabeau took me with her. The silence in the room was absolute. Matthew drew in a single ragged breath, and the muscles in his shoulder twitched. I took another step. "Don't," he said harshly. "I don't want you near me when I'm angry." Reminding myself that he wasn't in charge today, I took my next steps at a much faster pace and stood directly behind him. That way he couldn't avoid my scent or the sound of my heartbeat, which was measured and steady. "I didn't mean to make you angry." "I'm not angry with you." He sounded bitter. "My mother, however, has a lot to answer for. She's done a great deal to try my patience over the centuries, but taking you hunting is unforgivable. Isabeau asked me if I needed to come back to the chateau. You shouldn't have been given the choice, he barked, whirling around to face me. Vampires aren't in control when they're hunting, not entirely. My mother certainly isn't to be trusted when she smells blood. For her, it's all about the kill and the feeding. If the wind had caught your scent, she would have fed on you too, without a second thought. Matthew had reacted more negatively than I'd expected. With one of my feet firmly in the fire, however, the other one might as well go in too. Your mother was only protecting you. She was concerned that I didn't understand the stakes. You would have done the same for Lucas. Once again, the silence was deep and long. She had no right to tell you about Lucas. He belonged to me, not to her. Matthew's voice was soft, but filled with more venom than I'd ever heard in it. His eyes flickered to the shelf that held the tower. To you and to Blanca, I said, my voice equally soft. The life stories of a vampire are theirs to tell, and theirs alone. We may be outlaws, you and I, but my mother has broken a few rules herself in the past few days. He reached again for the missing Bethany ampulla. I crossed the small distance that separated us, moving quietly and surely, as if he were a nervous animal, so as to keep him from lashing out in a way he would regret later. When I was standing no more than an inch from him, I took hold of his arms. Isabeau told me other things as well. We talked about your father. She told me all of your names, and which ones you don't like, and her names as well. I don't really understand their significance, but it's not something she tells everyone. And she told me how she made you. The song she sang to make my witch water go away was the same song she sang to you when you were first a vampire, when you couldn't stop feeding. Matthew met my eyes with difficulty. They were full of pain and a vulnerability that he'd carefully hidden before now. It broke my heart. I can't risk it, Diana, he said. I want you more than anyone I've ever known. I want you physically, I want you emotionally. If my concentration shifts for an instant while we're out hunting, the deer scent could get confused with yours, and my instinct to hunt an animal could cross with my desire to have you. You already have me, I said, holding on to him with my hands, my eyes, my mind, my heart. There's no need to hunt me. I'm yours. It doesn't work that way, he said. I'll never possess you completely. I'll always want more than you can give. You didn't in my bed this morning. My cheeks reddened at the memory of his latest rebuff. I was more than willing to give myself to you, and you said no. I didn't say no, I said later. Is that how you hunt too? Seduction, delay, then surrender? He shuddered. It was all the answer I required. Show me, I insisted. No, show me, he growled, but I stood my ground. The sound was a warning, not a threat. I know you're frightened. So am I. Regret flickered in his eyes, and I made a sound of impatience. For the last time, I am not frightened of you. It's my own power that scares me. You didn't see the witch water, Matthew. When the water moved within me, I could have destroyed everyone and everything and not felt a drop of remorse. You're not the only dangerous creature in this room, but we have to learn how to be with each other in spite of who we are. He gave a bitter laugh. Maybe that's why there are rules against vampires and witches being together. Maybe it's too difficult to cross these lines after all. You don't believe that, I said fiercely, taking his hand in mine and holding it to my face. The shock of cold against warm sent a delicious feeling through my bones, and my heart gave its usual thump of acknowledgement. What we feel for each other is not, cannot be wrong. Diana, he began, shaking his head and drawing his fingers away. Gripping him more tightly, I turned the palm over. His lifeline was long and smooth, and after tracing it, I brought my fingers to rest on his veins. They looked black under the white skin, and Matthew shivered at my touch. There was still pain in his eyes, but he was not as furious. "This is not wrong. You know it. Now you have to know that you can trust me, too." I laced my fingers through his and gave him time to think. But I didn't let go. "I'll take you hunting," Matthew said at last, "provided you don't come near me and don't get down from Rakassa's back. If you get so much as a hint that I'm looking at you, that I'm even thinking about you, turn around and ride straight home to Martha." The decision made, Matthew stalked downstairs, waiting patiently each time he realized I was lagging behind. As he breezed past the door of the salon, Isabeau rose from her seat. "Come on," he said tightly, gripping my elbow and steering me downstairs. Isabeau was only a few feet behind us by the time we reached the kitchens, where Martha stood in the doorway to the cold foods larder, eyeing Matthew and me as if watching the latest drama on afternoon television. Neither needed to be told that something was wrong. "I don't know when we'll be back," Matthew shot over his shoulder. His fingers didn't loosen, and he gave me no opportunity to do more than turn toward her with an apologetic face and mouth the word sorry. "Elle a plus de courage que j'ai pensé," Isabeau murmured to Martha. Matthew stopped abruptly, his lip curled in an unpleasant snarl. "Yes, Mother, Diana has more courage than we deserve. You and I. And if you ever test that again, it will be the last time you see either of us. Understood?" "Of course, Matthew," Isabeau murmured. It was her favorite non-committal response. Matthew didn't speak to me on the way to the stables. Half a dozen times he looked as though he were going to turn around and march us back to the chateau. At the stable door, he gripped my shoulders, searching my face and body for signs of fear. My chin went up in the air. "Shall we?" I motioned toward the paddock. He made a sound of exasperation and shouted for George. Balthasar bellowed in response and caught the apple that I tossed in his direction. Mercifully, I didn't need any help getting my boots on, though it did take me longer than it took Matthew. He watched carefully as I did up the vest's fastenings and snapped the chin strap on the helmet. "Take this," he said, handing me a cropped whip. "I don't need it." "You'll take the crop, Diana." I took it, resolved to ditch it in the brush at the first opportunity. "And if you toss it aside when we enter the forest, we're coming home." Did he really think I would use the crop on him? I shoved it into my boot, the handle sticking out by my knee, and stomped out into the paddock. The horses skittered nervously when we came into view. Like Isabeau, both knew that something was wrong. Rakassa took the apple I owed her, and I ran my fingers over her flesh and spoke to her softly in an effort to soothe her. Matthew didn't bother with Dar. He was all business, checking the horse's tack with lightning speed. When I'd finished, Matthew tossed me onto Rakassa's back. His hands were firm around my waist, but he didn't hold on a moment longer than necessary. He didn't want any more of my scent on him. In the forest, Matthew made sure the crop was still in my boot. "Your right stirrup needs shortening," he pointed out after we had the horses trotting. He wanted my tack in racing trim in case I needed to make a run for it. I pulled Rakassa in with a scowl and adjusted the stirrup leathers. The now familiar field opened up in front of me, and Matthew sniffed the air. He grabbed Rakassa's reins and brought me to a halt. He was still black with anger. "There's a rabbit over there," Matthew nodded to the western section of the field. "I've done rabbit," I said calmly, "and marmot, and goat, and a doe." Matthew swore. It was concise and comprehensive, and I hoped we were out of the range of Yasabau's keen ears. The phrase is cut to the chase, is it not? I don't hunt deer like my mother does, by frightening it to death and pouncing on it. I can kill a rabbit for you, or even a goat, but I'm not stalking a deer while you're with me. Matthew's jaw was set in an obstinate line. "Stop pretending and trust me." I gestured at my saddlebag. "I'm prepared for the wait." He shook his head. "Not with you at my side." "Since I've met you," I said quietly, "you've shown me all the pleasant parts of being a vampire. You taste things I can't even imagine. You remember events and people that I can only read about in books. You smell when I change my mind or want to kiss you. You've woken me to a world of sensory possibilities I never dreamed existed. I paused for a moment, hoping I was making progress. I wasn't. At the same time, you've seen me throw up, set fire to your rug, and come completely unglued when I received something unexpected in the mail. You missed the waterworks, but they weren't pretty. In return, I'm asking you to let me watch you feed yourself. It's a basic thing, Matthew. If you can't bear it, then we can make the congregation happy and call it off. Dieu. Will you never stop surprising me? Matthew's head lifted, and he stared into the distance. His attention was caught by a young stag on the crest of the hill. The stag was cropping the grass, and the wind was blowing toward us, so he hadn't yet picked up our scent. Thank you, I breathed silently. It was a gift from the gods for the stag to appear like that. Matthew's eyes locked on his prey, and the anger left him to make room for a preternatural awareness of his environment. I fixed my eyes on the vampire, watching for slight changes that signaled what he was thinking or feeling, but there were precious few clues. "Don't you dare move," I warned when Rakasa tensed in preparation for a fidget. She rooted her hooves into the earth and stood at attention. Matthew smelled the wind change and took Rakasa's reins. He slowly moved both horses to the right, keeping them within the path of the downward breezes. The stag raised his head and looked down the hill, then resumed his quiet clipping of the grass. Matthew's eyes darted over the terrain, lingering momentarily on a rabbit and widening when a fox stuck his head out of a hole. A falcon swooped overhead, riding the breezes like a surfer rides the waves, and he took that in as well. I began to appreciate how he'd managed the creatures in the Bodleian. There was not a living thing in this field that he had not located, identified, and been prepared to kill after only a few minutes of observation. Matthew inched the horses toward the trees, camouflaging my presence by putting me in the midst of other animal scents and sounds. While we moved, Matthew noted when the falcon was joined by another bird, or when one rabbit disappeared down a hole and another popped up to take its place. We startled a spotted animal that looked like a cat, with a long striped tail. From the pitch of Matthew's body, it was clear he wanted to chase it, and had he been alone, he would have hunted it down before turning to the stag. With difficulty, he drew his eyes away from the animal's leaping form. It took us almost an hour to make our way from the bottom of the field around the forest's edge. When we were near the top, Matthew performed his face-forward dismount. He smacked Dar on the rump, and the horse obediently turned and headed for home. Matthew hadn't let go of Rakasa's reins during these maneuvers, and he didn't release them now. He led her to the edge of the forest and drew in a deep breath, taking in every trace of scent. Without a sound, he put us inside a small thicket of low-growing birch. The vampire crouched, both knees bent, in a position that would have been excruciating to a human after about 4 minutes. Matthew held it for nearly 2 hours. My feet fell asleep, and I woke them up by flexing my ankles in the stirrups. Matthew had not exaggerated the difference between his way of hunting and his mother's. For Yasabo, it was primarily about filling a biological need. She needed blood, the animals had it, and she took it from them as efficiently as possible without feeling remorse that her survival required the death of another creature. For her son, however, it was clearly more complicated. He, too, needed the physical nourishment that their blood provided. But Matthew felt a kinship with his prey that reminded me of the tone of respect I'd detected in his articles about the wolves. For Matthew, hunting was primarily about strategy, about pitting his feral intelligence against something that thought and sensed the world as he did. Remembering our play in bed that morning, my eyes closed against a sudden jolt of desire. I wanted him as badly here in the forest when he was about to kill something as I had this morning, and I began to understand what worried Matthew about hunting with me. Survival and sexuality were linked in ways I'd never appreciated until now. He exhaled softly and left my side without warning, his body prowling through the edges of the forest. When Matthew lopped across the ridge, the stag raised his head, curious to see what this strange creature was. It took the stag only a few seconds to assess Matthew as a threat, which was longer than it would have taken me. My hair was standing on end, and I felt the same pull of concern for the stag that I had for Yasabo's deer. The stag sprang into action, leaping down the hillside. But Matthew was faster, and he cut the animal off before it could get too close to where I was hiding. He chased it up the hill and back across the ridge. With every step, Matthew drew closer, and the stag became more anxious. "I know that you're afraid," I said silently, hoping the stag could hear me. "He needs to do this. He doesn't do this for sport or to harm you. He does it to stay alive." Rakasa's head swung around, and she eyed me nervously. I reached down to reassure her and kept my hand on her neck. "Be still," I urged the stag. "Stop running. Not even you are fast enough to outrun this creature." The stag slowed, stumbling over a hole in the ground. He was running straight for me, as if he could hear my voice and was following it to its source. Matthew reached and grabbed the stag's horns, twisting his head to one side. The stag fell on his back, his sides heaving with exertion. Matthew sank to his knees, holding his head securely about 20 feet from the thicket. The stag tried to kick his way to his feet. "Let go," I said sadly. "It's time. This is the creature who will end your life." The stag gave a final kick of frustration and fear and then quieted. Matthew stared deep into the eyes of his prey, as if waiting for permission to finish the job, then moved so swiftly that there was nothing more than a blur of black and white as he battened on to the stag's neck. As he fed, the stag's life seeped away and a surge of energy entered Matthew. There was a clean tang of iron in the air, though no drops of blood fell. When the stag's life force was gone, Matthew remained still, kneeling quietly next to the carcass with his head bowed. I kicked Rakasa into a walk. Matthew's back stiffened at my approach. He looked up, his eyes pale gray-green and bright with satisfaction. Taking the crop out of my boot, I threw it as far as I could in the opposite direction. It sailed into the underbrush and became hopelessly entangled in the gorse. Matthew watched with interest, but the danger that he might mistake me for a doe had clearly passed. Deliberately, I took off my helmet and dismounted with my back turned. Even now I trusted him, though he didn't trust himself. Resting my hand lightly on his shoulder, I dropped to my knees and put the helmet down near the stag's staring eyes. "I like the way you hunt better than the way Yasabo does it. So does the deer, I think. How does my mother kill, that it is so different from me?" Matthew's French accent was stronger, and his voice sounded even more fluid and hypnotic than usual. He smelled different, too. "She hunts out of biological need," I said simply. "You hunt because it makes you feel wholly alive." "And you too reached an agreement?" I motioned at the stag. He was at peace, I think, in the end. Matthew looked at me intently, snow turning to ice on my skin as he stared. "Were you talking to this stag as you talked to Balthasar and Rakasa?" "I didn't interfere, if that's what you're worried about," I said hastily. "The kill was yours. Maybe such things mattered to vampires." Matthew shuddered. "I don't keep score." He dragged his eyes from the stag and rose to his feet in one of those smooth movements that marked him unmistakably as a vampire. A long, slender hand reached down. "Come, you're cold kneeling on the ground." I placed my hand in his and stood, wondering who would get rid of the stag's carcass. Some combination of Georges and Marthe would be involved. Rakasa was contentedly eating grass, unconcerned by the dead animal lying so close. Unaccountably, I was ravenous. "Rakasa," I called silently. She looked up and walked over. "Do you mind if I eat?" I asked hesitantly, unsure what Matthew's reaction would be. His mouth twitched. "No." Given what you've seen today, the least I can do is watch you have a sandwich. There's no difference, Matthew. I undid the buckle on Rakassa's saddlebag and said a silent word of thanks. Marth, bless her, had packed cheese sandwiches. The worst of my hunger checked, I brushed the crumbs from my hands. Matthew was watching me like a hawk. "Do you mind?" he asked quietly. Mind what? I'd already told him I didn't mind about the deer. Blanca, that I was married and had a child once, so long ago. I was jealous of Blanca, but Matthew wouldn't understand how or why. I gathered my thoughts and emotions and tried to sort them into something that was both true and would make sense to him. I don't mind one moment of love that you've shared with any creature, living or dead, I said emphatically, so long as you want to be with me right at this moment. Just at this moment? He asked, his eyebrow arching up into a question mark. This is the only moment that matters. It all seemed so simple. No one who has lived as long as you have comes without a past, Matthew. You weren't a monk, and I don't expect you to have no regrets about who you've lost along the way. How could you not have been loved before, when I love you so much? Matthew gathered me to his heart. I went eagerly, glad that the day's hunting had not ended in disaster, and that his anger was fading. It still smoldered. It was evident in a lingering tightness in his face and shoulders, but it no longer threatened to engulf us. He cupped my chin in his long fingers and tilted my face up to his. "Would you mind very much if I kissed you?" Matthew glanced away for a moment when he asked. "Of course not." I stood on tiptoes so that my mouth was closer to his. Still he hesitated, so I reached up and clasped my hands behind his neck. "Don't be idiotic. Kiss me." He did, briefly but firmly. The final traces of blood were still on his lips, but it was neither frightening nor unpleasant. It was just Matthew. "You know there won't be any children between us," he said while he held me close, our faces nearly touching. "Vampires can't father children the traditional way. Do you mind that? There's more than one way to make a child. Children were not something I'd thought about before. Ysabeau made you, and you belong to her no less than Lucas belonged to you and Blanca. And there are a lot of children in the world who don't have parents. I remembered the moment when Sarah and Em told me mine were gone and never coming back. We could take them, a whole coven of them, if we wanted to. "I haven't made a vampire for years," he said. "I can still manage it, but I hope you don't intend that we have a large family. My family has doubled in the past 3 weeks, with you, Marth, and Ysabeau added. I don't know how much more family I can take. You need to add one more to that number." My eyes widened. "There are more of you?" "Oh, there are always more," he said dryly. "Vampire genealogies are much more complicated than witch genealogies, after all. We have blood relations on 3 sides, not just 2. But this is a member of the family that you've already met." "Marcus?" I asked, thinking of the young American vampire and his high tops. Matthew nodded. "He'll have to tell you his own story. I'm not as much of an iconoclast as my mother, despite falling in love with a witch. I made him more than 200 years ago, and I'm proud of him and what he's done with his life." "But you didn't want him to take my blood in the lab," I said with a frown. "He's your son. Why couldn't you trust him with me? Parents were supposed to trust their children." "He was made with my blood, my darling," Matthew said, looking patient and possessive at the same time. "If I find you so irresistible, why wouldn't he? Remember, none of us is immune to the lure of blood. I might trust him more than I would a stranger, but I'll never be completely at ease when any vampire is too close to you. Not even Marth? I was aghast. I trusted Marth completely." "Not even Marth," he said firmly. "You really aren't her type at all, though. She prefers her blood from far brawnier creatures. You don't have to worry about Marth or Ysabeau either. I was equally firm." "Be careful with my mother," Matthew warned. "My father told me never to turn my back on her, and he was right. She's always been fascinated by and envious of witches. Given the right circumstances and the right mood. He shook his head. And then there's what happened to Philippe. Matthew froze. I'm seeing things now, Matthew. I saw Ysabeau tell you about the witches who captured your father. She has no reason to trust me, but she let me in her house anyway. The real threat is the congregation. And there would be no danger from them if you made me into a vampire. His face darkened. My mother and I are going to have a long talk about appropriate topics of conversation. You can't keep the world of vampires, your world, away from me. I'm in it. I need to know how it works and what the rules are. My temper flared, seething down my arms and toward my nails, where it erupted into arcs of blue fire. Matthew's eyes widened. You aren't the only scary creature around, are you? I waved my fiery hands between us until the vampire shook his head. So stop being all heroic and let me share your life. I don't want to be with Sir Lancelot. Be yourself, Matthew Clairmont. Complete with your sharp vampire teeth and your scary mother, your test tubes full of blood and your DNA, your infuriating bossiness and your maddening sense of smell. Once I had spit all that out, the blue sparks retreated from my fingertips. They waited, somewhere around my elbows, in case I needed them again. If I come closer, Matthew said conversationally, as though asking for the time or the temperature, will you turn blue again, or is that it for now? I think I'm done for the time being. You think? His eyebrow arched again. I'm perfectly under control, I said with more conviction, remembering with regret the hole in his rug in Oxford. Matthew had his arms around me in a flash. Oof, I complained as he crushed my elbows into my ribs. And you are going to give me gray hair, long thought impossible among vampires, by the way, with your courage, your firecracker hands, and the impossible things you say. To make sure he was safe from the last, Matthew kissed me quite thoroughly. When he was finished, I was unlikely to say much, surprising or otherwise. My ear rested against his sternum, listening patiently for his heart to thump. When it did, I gave him a satisfied squeeze, glad not to be the only one whose heart was full. You win, ma vaillante fille, he said, cradling me against his body. I will try not to coddle you so much. And you must not underestimate how dangerous vampires can be. It was hard to put danger and vampire into the same thought while pressed so firmly against him. Rakasa gazed at us indulgently, the grass sprouting out of both sides of her mouth. Are you finished? I angled back my head to look at him. If you're asking if I need to hunt more, the answer is no. Rakasa is going to explode. She's been eating grass for quite some time, and she can't carry both of us. My hands took stock of Matthew's hips and buttocks. His breath caught in his throat, making a very different kind of purring sound from the one he made when he was angry. You ride, and I'll walk alongside, he suggested after another very thorough kiss. Let's both walk. After hours in the saddle, I was not eager to get back up on Rakasa. It was twilight when Matthew led us back through the chateau gates. Septours was ablaze, every lamp illuminated in silent greeting. Home, I said, my heart lifting at the sight. Matthew looked at me rather than the house and smiled. Home. Chapter 28. Safely back at the chateau, we ate in the housekeeper's room before a blazing fire. Where's Ysabeau? I asked Marthe when she brought me a fresh cup of tea. Out. She stalked back toward the kitchen. Out where? Marthe, Matthew called. We're trying not to keep things from Diana. She turned and glared. I couldn't decide if it was directed at him, his absent mother, or me. She went to the village to see that priest. The mayor, too. Marthe stopped, hesitated, and started again. Then she was going to clean. Clean what? I wondered. The woods, the hills, the caves. Marth seemed to think this explanation was sufficient, but I looked at Matthew for clarification. Marth sometimes confuses clean and clear. The light from the fire caught the facets of his heavy goblet. He was having some of the fresh wine from down the road, but he didn't drink as much as usual. It would seem that Maman has gone out to make sure there are no vampires lurking around Septours. Is she looking for anyone in particular? Domenico, of course, and one of the congregation's other vampires, Gerbert. He's also from the Auvergne, from Aurillac. She'll look in some of his hiding places just to make sure he isn't nearby. Gerbert? From Aurillac? The Gerbert of Aurillac? The 10th century pope who reputedly owned a brass head that spoke oracles? The fact that Gerbert was a vampire and had once been pope was of much less interest to me than was his reputation as a student of science and magic. I keep forgetting how much history you know. You put even vampires to shame. Yes, that Gerbert. And, he warned, I would like it very much if you'd stay out of his way. If you do meet him, no quizzing him about Arabic medicine or astronomy. He has always been acquisitive when it comes to witches and magic. Matthew looked at me possessively. Does Isabeau know him? Oh, yes. They were thick as thieves once. If he's anywhere near here, she'll find him. But you don't have to worry. He'll come to the chateau, Matthew assured me. He knows he's not welcome here. Stay inside the walls unless one of us is with you. Don't worry, I won't leave the grounds. Gerbert of Aurillac was not someone I wanted to stumble upon unexpectedly. I suspect she's trying to apologize for her behavior. Matthew's voice was neutral, but he was still angry. You're going to have to forgive her, I said again. She didn't want you to be hurt. I'm not a child, Diana, and my mother needn't protect me from my own wife. He kept turning his glass this way and that. The word wife echoed in the room for a few moments. Did I miss something? I finally asked. When were we married? Matthew's eyes lifted. The moment I came home and said I loved you. It wouldn't stand up in court, perhaps, but as far as vampires are concerned, we're wed. Not when I said I loved you, and not when you said you loved me on the phone. It only happened when you came home and told me to my face. This was something that demanded precision. I was planning on starting a new file on my computer with the title Phrases That Sound One Way to Witches but Mean Something Else to Vampires. Vampires mate the way lions do, or wolves, he explained, sounding like a scientist in a television documentary. The female selects her mate, and once the male has agreed, that's it. They're mated for life, and the rest of the community acknowledges their bond. Ah, I said faintly. We were back to the Norwegian wolves. I've never liked the word mate, though. It always sounds impersonal, as if you're trying to match up socks or shoes. Matthew put his goblet down and crossed his arms, resting them on the scarred surface of the table. But you're not a vampire. Do you mind that I think of you as my wife? A small cyclone whipped around my brain as I tried to figure out what my love for Matthew had to do with the deadlier members of the animal kingdom and a social institution that I'd never been particularly enthusiastic about. In the whirlwind, there were no warning signs or guideposts to help me find my way. And when two vampires mate, I inquired when I could manage it, is it expected that the female will obey the male, just like the rest of the pack? I'm afraid so, he said, looking down at his hands. I narrowed my eyes at his dark, bowed head. What do I get out of this arrangement? Love, honor, guard, and keep, he said, finally daring to meet my eyes. That sounds an awful lot like a medieval wedding service. A vampire wrote that part of the liturgy. But I'm not going to make you serve me, he assured me hastily with a straight face. That was put in to make the humans happy, the men at least. I don't imagine it put a smile on the faces of the women. Probably not, he said, attempting a lopsided grin. Nerves got the better of him, and it collapsed into an anxious look instead. His gaze returned to his hands. The past seemed gray and cold without Matthew, and the future promised to be much more interesting with him in it. No matter how brief our courtship, I certainly felt bound to him, and, given Vampire's pack behavior, it wasn't going to be possible to swap obedience for something more progressive, whether he called me wife or not. I feel I should point out, husband, that, strictly speaking, your mother was not protecting you from your wife. The words husband and wife felt strange on my tongue. I wasn't your wife, under the terms laid out here, until you came home. Instead, I was just some creature you left like a package with no forwarding address. Given that, I got off lightly. A smile hovered at the corners of his mouth. You think so? Then I suppose I should honor your wishes and forgive her. He reached for my hand and carried it to his mouth, brushing the knuckles with his lips. I said you were mine. I meant it. This is why Isabeau was so upset yesterday over our kiss in the courtyard. It explained both her anger and her abrupt surrender. Once you were with me, there was no going back. Not for a vampire, not for a witch either. Matthew cut the growing thickness in the air by casting a pointed look at my empty bowl. I devoured 3 helpings of stew, insisting all the while I wasn't hungry. Are you finished? He asked. Yes, I grumbled, annoyed at being caught out. It was still early, but my yawns had already begun. We found Marth rubbing down a vast wooden table with a fragrant combination of boiling water, sea salt, and lemons, and we said good night, Yasabo. We'll return soon, Matthew told her. She will be out all night, Marth replied darkly, looking up from her lemons. I will stay here. As you like, Marth. He gripped her shoulder for a moment. On the way upstairs to his study, Matthew told me the story of where he bought his copy of Vesalius' anatomy book and what he thought when he first saw the illustrations. I dropped onto the sofa with the book in question and happily looked at pictures of flayed corpses, too tired to concentrate on Aurora Consurgence while Matthew answered email. The hidden drawer in his desk was firmly closed, I noted with relief. I'm going to take a bath, I said an hour later, rising and stretching my stiff muscles in preparation for climbing more stairs. I needed some time alone to think through the implications of my new status as Matthew's wife. The idea of marriage was overwhelming enough. When you factored in vampire possessiveness and my own ignorance about what was happening, it seemed an ideal time for a moment of reflection. I'll be up shortly, Matthew said, barely looking up from the glow of his computer screen. The bath water was as hot and plentiful as ever, and I sank into the tub with a groan of pleasure. Marth had been up and had worked her magic with candles and the fire. The rooms felt cozy, if not precisely warm. I drifted through a satisfying replay of the day's accomplishments. Being in charge was better than letting random events take place. I was still soaking in the bathtub, my hair falling over the edge in a cascade of straw, when there was a gentle knock on the door. Matthew pushed it open without waiting for me to respond. Sitting up with a start, I quickly sank back into the water when he walked in. He grabbed one of the towels and held it out like a sail in the wind. His eyes were smoky. "Come to bed," he said, his voice gruff. I sat in the water for a few heartbeats, trying to read his face. Matthew stood patiently during my examination, towel extended. After a deep breath, I stood, the water streaming over my naked body. Matthew's pupils dilated suddenly, his body still. Then he stood back to let me step out of the tub before he wrapped the towel around me. Clutching it to my chest, I kept my eyes on him. When they didn't waver, I let the towel fall, the light from the candles glinting off damp skin. His eyes lingered over my body, their slow, cold progress sending a shiver of anticipation down my spine. He pulled me toward him without a word, his lips moving over my neck and shoulders. Matthew breathed in my scent, his long, cool fingers lifting the hair off my neck and back. I gasped when his thumb came to rest against the pulse in my throat. "Dew, you are beautiful," he murmured, "and so alive." He began to kiss me again. Pulling at his t-shirt, my warm fingers moved against his cool, smooth skin. Matthew shuddered. It was much like my reaction to his first, cold touches. I smiled against his busy mouth, and he paused with a question on his face. "It feels nice, doesn't it, when your coldness and my warmth meet?" Matthew laughed, and the sound was as deep and smoky as his eyes. With my help, his shirt went up and over his shoulders. I started to fold it neatly. He snatched it away, balled it up, and threw it into the corner. "Later," Matthew said impatiently, his hands moving once more over my body. Broad expanses of skin touched skin for the first time, warm and cold, in a meeting of opposites. It was my turn to laugh, delighted by how perfectly our bodies fit. I traced his spine, my fingers sweeping up and down his back until they sent Matthew diving down to capture the hollow of my throat and the tips of my breasts with his lips. My knees started to soften, and I grabbed his waist for support. More inequity. My hands traveled to the front of his soft pajama bottoms and undid the tie that kept them up. Matthew stopped kissing me long enough to give me a searching look. Without breaking his stare, I eased the loosened material over his hips and let it fall. "There," I said softly. "Now we're even." "Not even close," Matthew said, stepping out of the fabric. I very nearly gasped, but bit my lip at the last moment to keep the sound in. Nevertheless, my eyes widened at the sight of him. The parts of him that hadn't been visible to me were just as perfect as those that had. Seeing Matthew, naked and gleaming, was like witnessing a classical sculpture brought to life. Wordlessly, he took my hand and led me toward the bed. Standing beside its curtained confines, he jerked the coverlet and sheets aside and lifted me onto the high mattress. Matthew climbed into bed after me. Once he joined me under the covers, he lay on his side with his head resting on his hand. Like his position at the end of yoga class, here was another pose that reminded me of the effigies of medieval knights in English churches. I drew the sheets up to my chin, conscious of the parts of my own body that were far from perfect. "What's wrong?" he frowned. "A little nervous, that's all." "About what?" "I've never had sex with a vampire before." Matthew looked genuinely shocked. "And you're not going to tonight either." The sheet forgotten, I raised myself on my elbows. "You come into my bath, watch me get out of it naked and dripping wet, let me undress you, and then tell me we are not going to make love tonight? I keep telling you we have no reason to rush." "Modern creatures are always in such a hurry," Matthew murmured, drawing the fallen sheet down to my waist. "Call me old-fashioned if you'd like, but I want to enjoy every moment of our courtship." I tried to snatch the edge of the bedding and cover myself with it, but his reflexes were quicker than mine. He inched the sheet lower, out of my reach, eyes keen. "Courtship," I cried indignantly. "You've already brought me flowers and wine. Now you're my husband, or so you tell me." I flicked the sheets off his torso. My pulse quickened once more at the sight of him. As a historian, you must know that scores of weddings weren't consummated immediately. His attention lingered over my hips and thighs, making them cold, then warm, in an entirely pleasant fashion. Years of courtship were required in some cases. Most of those courtships led to bloodshed and tears. I put a slight emphasis on the word in question. Matthew grinned and stroked my breast with feather-light fingers until my gasp made him purr with satisfaction. "I promise not to draw blood, if you promise not to weep." It was easier to ignore his words than his fingers. "Prince Arthur and Catherine of Aragon," I said triumphantly, pleased at my ability to recall relevant historical information under such distracting conditions. "Did you know them?" "Not Arthur. I was in Florence. But Catherine, yes. She was nearly as brave as you are. Speaking of the past, Matthew drew the back of his hand down my arm. What does the distinguished historian know about bundling? I turned on my side and slowly extended my fingertip along his jawbone. I'm familiar with the custom. But you are neither Amish nor English. Are you telling me that, like wedding vows, the practice of getting two people into bed to talk all night but not have sex was dreamed up by vampires? Modern creatures aren't only in a hurry, they're overly focused on the act of sexual intercourse. It's far too clinical and narrow a definition. Making love should be about intimacy, about knowing another's body as well as your own. Answer my question, I insisted, unable to think clearly now that he was kissing my shoulder. Did vampires invent bundling? No, he said softly, his eyes glittering as my fingertip rounded his chin. He nipped at it with his teeth. As promised, he drew no blood. Once upon a time, we all did it. The Dutch and then the English came up with the variation of putting boards between the intended couple. The rest of us did it the old-fashioned way. We were just wrapped in blankets, shut into a room at dusk, and let out at dawn. It sounds dreadful, I said sternly. His attention drifted down my arm and across the swell of my belly. I tried to squirm away, but his free hand clamped onto my hip, keeping me still. "Matthew," I protested. "As I recall," he said, as if I hadn't spoken, "it was a very pleasant way to spend a long winter's night. The hard part was looking innocent the next day." His fingers played against my stomach, making my heart skip around inside my rib cage. I eyed Matthew's body with interest, picking my next target. My mouth landed on his collarbone while my hand snaked down along his flat stomach. "I'm sure sleep was involved," I said, after he found it necessary to snatch my hand and hold it away for a few minutes. "My hip," I protested. "As I recall," he said, as if I hadn't spoken, "it was a very pleasant way to spend a long winter's night. The hard part was looking innocent the next day." His fingers played against my stomach, making my heart skip around inside my rib cage. I eyed Matthew's body with interest, picking my next target. My mouth landed on his collarbone while my hand snaked down along his flat stomach. "I'm sure sleep was involved," I said, after he found it necessary to snatch my hand and hold it away for a few minutes. My hip free, I pressed the length of my body against him. His body responded, and my face showed my satisfaction at the reaction. No one can talk all night. "Ah, but vampires don't need to sleep," he reminded me, just before he pulled back, bent his head, and planted a kiss below my breastbone. I grabbed his head and lifted it. "There's only one vampire in this bed. Is this how you imagine you'll keep me awake? I've been imagining little else from the first moment I saw you." Matthew's eyes shone darkly as he lowered his head. My body arched up to meet his mouth. When it did, he gently but firmly turned me onto my back, grabbing both of my wrists in his right hand and pinning them to the pillow. Matthew shook his head. "No rushing, remember." I was accustomed to the kind of sex that involved a physical release without needless delay or unnecessary emotional complications. As an athlete who spent much of my time with other athletes, I was well acquainted with my body and its needs, and there was usually someone around to help me fill them. I was never casual about sex or my choice of partners, but most of my experiences had been with men who shared my frank attitude and were content to enjoy a few ardent encounters and then return to being friends again as though nothing had happened. Matthew was making it clear that those days and nights were over. With him, there would be no more straightforward sex, and I'd had no other kind. I might as well be a virgin. My deep feelings for him were becoming inextricably bound with my body's responses, his fingers and mouth tying them together in complicated, agonizing knots. "We have all the time we need," he said, stroking the undersides of my arms with his fingertips, weaving love and physical longing together until my body felt tight. Matthew proceeded to study me with the rapt attention of a cartographer who found himself on the shores of a new world. I tried to keep up with him, wanting to discover his body while he was discovering mine, but he held my wrists firmly against the pillows. When I began to complain in earnest about the unfairness of this situation, he found an effective way to silence me. His cool fingers dipped between my legs and touched the only inches of my body that remained uncharted. "Matthew," I breathed, "I don't think that's bundling." "It is in France," he said complacently, a wicked gleam in his eye. He let go of my wrists, convinced quite rightly that there would be no attempts to squirm away now, and I caught his face in my hands. We kissed each other, long and deep, while my legs opened like the covers of a book. Matthew's fingers coaxed, teased, and danced between them until the pleasure was so intense it left me shaking. He held me until the tremors subsided and my heart returned to its normal rhythm. When I finally mustered the energy to look at him, he had the self-satisfied look of a cat. "What are the historian's thoughts on bundling now?" he asked. "It's far less wholesome than it's been made out to be in the scholarly literature," I said, touching his lips with my fingers. "And if this is what the Amish do at night, it's no wonder they don't need television." Matthew chuckled, the look of contentment never leaving his face. "Are you sleepy now?" he asked, trailing his fingers through my hair. "Oh, no." I pushed him over onto his back. He folded his hands beneath his head and looked up at me with another grin. "Not in the slightest. Besides, it's my turn." I studied him with the same intensity that he'd lavished on me. While I was inching up his hip bone, a white shadow in the shape of a triangle caught my attention. It was deep under the surface of his smooth, perfect skin. Frowning, I looked across the expanse of his chest. There were more odd marks, some shaped like snowflakes, others in crisscrossing lines. None of them were on the skin, though. They were all deep within him. "What is this, Matthew?" I touched a particularly large snowflake under his left collarbone. "It's just a scar," he said, craning his neck to see. "That one was made by the tip of a broadsword. The 100 Years' War, maybe? I can't remember." I slithered up his body to get a better look, pressing my warm skin against him, and he sighed happily. "A scar? Turn over." He made little sounds of pleasure while my hands swept across his back. Oh, Matthew. My worst fears were realized. There were dozens, if not hundreds of marks. I knelt and pulled the sheet down to his feet. They were on his legs, too. His head swiveled over his shoulder. "What's wrong?" The sight of my face was answer enough, and he turned over and sat up. "It's nothing, mon coeur. Just my vampire body, holding on to trauma. There are so many of them. There was another one, on the swell of muscles where his arm met his shoulders. I said vampires were difficult to kill. Creatures try their best to do so anyway. Did it hurt when you were wounded? You know I feel pleasure. Why not pain, too? Yes, they hurt, but they healed quickly. Why haven't I seen them before? The light has to be just right, and you have to look carefully. "Do they bother you?" Matthew asked hesitantly. "The scars themselves?" I shook my head. "No, of course not. I just want to hunt down all the people who gave them to you." Like Ashmole 782, Matthew's body was a palimpsest, its bright surface obscuring the tale of him hinted at by all those scars. I shivered at the thought of the battles Matthew had already fought, in wars declared and undeclared. "You've fought enough." My voice shook with anger and remorse. "No more." "It's a bit late for that, Diana. I'm a warrior." "No, you're not," I said fiercely. "You're a scientist." "I've been a warrior longer. I'm hard to kill. Here's the proof." He gestured at his long white body. As evidence of his indestructibility, the scars were strangely comforting. Besides, most creatures who wounded me are long gone. You'll have to set that desire aside. Whatever will I replace it with? I pulled the sheets over my head like a tent. Then there was silence except for an occasional gasp from Matthew, the crackle of the logs in the fireplace, and, in time, his own cry of pleasure. Tucking myself under his arm, I hooked my leg over his. Matthew looked down at me, one eye opened and one closed. "Is this what they're teaching at Oxford these days?" he asked. "It's magic. I was born knowing how to make you happy." My hand rested on his heart, pleased that I instinctively understood where and how to touch him, when to be gentle and when to leave my passion unchecked. "If it is magic, then I'm even more delighted to be sharing the rest of my life with a witch," he said, sounding as content as I felt. "You mean the rest of my life, not the rest of yours." Matthew was suspiciously quiet, and I pushed myself up to see his expression. "Tonight I feel 37. Even more important, I believe that next year I will feel 38. "I don't understand," I said uneasily. He drew me back down and tucked my head under his chin. "For more than 1,000 years, I've stood outside of time, watching the days and years go by. Since I've been with you, I'm aware of its passage. It's easy for vampires to forget such things." It's one of the reasons Yasubo is so obsessed with reading the newspapers, to remind herself that there's always change, even though time doesn't alter her. "You've never felt this way before?" "A few times, very fleetingly. Once or twice in battle when I feared I was about to die. So it's about danger, not just love." A cold wisp of fear moved through me at this matter-of-fact talk of war and death. My life now has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Everything before was preamble. Now I have you. One day you will be gone, and my life will be over. "Not necessarily," I said hastily. "I've only got another handful of decades in me. You could go on forever." A world without Matthew was unthinkable. "We'll see," he said quietly, stroking my shoulder. Suddenly his safety was of paramount concern to me. "You will be careful?" "No one sees as many centuries as I have without being careful. I'm always careful. Now more than ever, since I have so much more to lose." "I would rather have had this moment with you, just this one night, than centuries with someone else," I whispered. Matthew considered my words. "I suppose if it's taken me only a few weeks to feel 37 again, I might be able to reach the point where one moment with you was enough," he said, cuddling me closer. "But this talk is too serious for a marriage bed." "I thought conversation was the point of bundling," I said primly. "It depends on whom you ask, the bundlers or those being bundled." He began working his mouth down from my ear to my shoulders. "Besides, I have another part of the medieval wedding service I'd like to discuss with you." "You do, husband?" I bit his ear gently as it moved past. "Don't do that," he said with mock severity. "No biting in bed." I did it again anyway. What I was referring to was the part of the ceremony where the obedient wife, he said, looking at me pointedly, promises to be bonny and buxom in bed and board. "How do you intend to fulfill that promise?" He buried his face in my breasts as if he might find the answer there. After several more hours discussing the medieval liturgy, I had a new appreciation for church ceremonies as well as folk customs. And being with him in this way was more intimate than I'd ever been with another creature. Relaxed and at ease, I curled against Matthew's now familiar body so that my head rested below his heart. His fingers ran through my hair again and again until I fell asleep. It was just before dawn when I awoke to a strange sound coming from the bed next to me, like gravel rolling around in a metal tube. Matthew was sleeping and snoring too. He looked even more like the effigy of a knight on a tombstone now. All that was missing was the dog at his feet and the sword clasped at his waist. I pulled the covers over him. He didn't stir. I smoothed his hair back, and he kept breathing deeply. I kissed him lightly on the mouth, and there was still no reaction. I smiled at my beautiful vampire, sleeping like the dead, and felt like the luckiest creature on the planet as I crept from under the covers. Outside, the clouds were still hanging in the sky, but at the horizon they were thin enough to reveal faint traces of red behind the gray layers. It might actually clear today, I thought, stretching slightly and looking back at Matthew's recumbent form. He would be unconscious for hours. I, on the other hand, was feeling restless and oddly rejuvenated. I dressed quickly, wanting to go outside in the gardens and be by myself for a while. When I finished dressing, Matthew was still lost in his rare, peaceful slumber. "I'll be back before you know it," I whispered, kissing him. There was no sign of Martha or of Yasabo. In the kitchen, I took an apple from the bowl set aside for the horses and bit into it. The apple's crisp flesh tasted bright against my tongue. I drifted into the garden, walking along the gravel paths, drinking in the smells of herbs and the white roses that glowed in the early morning light. If not for my modern clothes, it could have been in the 16th century, with the orderly square beds and the willow fences that were supposed to keep the rabbits out, though the chateau's vampire occupants were no doubt a better deterrent than a scant foot of bent twigs. Reaching down, I ran my fingers over the herbs growing at my feet. One of them was in Martha's tea. Rue, I realized with satisfaction, pleased that the knowledge had stuck. A gust of wind brushed past me, pulling loose the same infernal lock of hair that would not stay put. My fingers scraped it back in place just as an arm swept me off the ground. Ears popping, I was rocketed straight up into the sky. The gentle tingle against my skin told me what I already knew. When my eyes opened, I would be looking at a witch. Chapter 29. My captor's eyes were bright blue, angled over high, strong cheekbones, and topped by a shock of platinum hair. She was wearing a thick, hand-knit turtleneck and a pair of tight-fitting jeans. No black robes or brooms, but she was unmistakably a witch. With a contemptuous flick of her fingers, she stopped the sound of my scream before it broke free. Her arm swept to the left, carrying us more horizontally than vertically for the first time since she'd plucked me from the garden at Septours. Matthew would wake up and find me gone. He would never forgive himself for falling asleep or me for going outside. "Idiot," I told myself. "Yes, you are, Diana Bishop," the witch said in a strangely accented voice. I slammed shut the imaginary doors behind my eyes that had always kept out the casual, invasive efforts of witches and demons. She laughed, a silvery sound that chilled me to the bone. Frightened and hundreds of feet above the Auvergne, I emptied my mind in hopes of leaving nothing for her to find once she breached my inadequate defenses. Then she dropped me. As the ground flew up, my thoughts organized themselves around a single word: Matthew. The witch caught me up in her grip at my first whiff of earth. "You're too light to carry for one who can't fly. Why won't you, I wonder?" Silently, I recited the kings and queens of England to keep my mind blank. She sighed. "I'm not your enemy, Diana. We are both witches." The winds changed as the witch flew south and west, away from Septours. I quickly grew disoriented. The blaze of light in the distance might be Lyon, but we weren't headed toward it. Instead, we were moving deeper into the mountains, and they didn't look like the peaks Matthew had pointed out to me earlier. We descended toward something that looked like a crater set apart from the surrounding countryside by yawning ravines and overgrown forests. It proved to be the ruin of a medieval castle with high walls and thick foundations that extended deep into the earth. Trees grew inside the husks of long-abandoned buildings huddled in the fortress's shadow. The castle didn't have a single graceful line or pleasing feature. There was only one reason for its existence: to keep out anyone who wished to enter. The poor dirt roads leading over the mountains were the castle's only link to the rest of the world. My heart sank. The witch swung her feet down and pointed her toes, and when I didn't do the same, she forced mine down with another flick of her fingers. The tiny bones complained at the invisible stress. We slid along what remained of the gray-tiled roofs without touching them, headed toward a small central courtyard. My feet flattened out suddenly and slammed into the stone paving, the shock reverberating through my legs. "In time, you'll learn to land more softly," the witch said matter-of-factly. It was impossible to process my change in circumstances. Just moments ago, it seemed, I had been lying, drowsy and content, in bed with Matthew. Now I was standing in a dank castle with a strange witch. When two pale figures detached themselves from the shadows, my confusion turned to terror. One was Domenico Michele. The other was unknown to me, but the freezing touch of his eyes told me he was a vampire too. A wave of incense and brimstone identified him. This was Gerbert of Aurillac, the vampire pope. Gerbert wasn't physically intimidating, but there was evil at the core of him that made me shrink instinctively. Traces of that darkness were in brown eyes that looked out from deep sockets, set over cheekbones so prominent that the skin appeared to be stretched thin over them. His nose hooked slightly, pointing down to thin lips that were curled into a cruel smile. With this vampire's dark eyes pinned on me, the threat posed by Peter Knox paled in comparison. "Thank you for this place, Gerbert," the witch said smoothly, keeping me close by her side. "You're right, I won't be disturbed here." "It was my pleasure, Satu. May I examine your witch?" Gerbert asked softly, walking slowly to the left and right as if searching for the best vantage point from which to view a prize. It is difficult, when she has been with de Clairmont, to tell where her scents begin and his end. My captor glowered at the reference to Matthew. "Diana Bishop is in my care now. There is no need for your presence here any longer." Gerbert's attention remained fixed on me as he took small, measured steps toward me. His exaggerated slowness only heightened his menace. "It is a strange book, is it not, Diana? 1,000 years ago, I took it from a great wizard in Toledo. When I brought it to France, it was already bound by layers of enchantment. Despite your knowledge of magic, you could not discover its secrets." The scorn in the witch's voice was unmistakable. "The manuscript is no less bewitched now than it was then. Leave this to us." He continued to advance. "I knew a witch then whose name was similar to yours, Meridiana. She didn't want to help me unlock the manuscript secrets, of course. But my blood kept her in thrall." He was close enough now that the cold emanating from his body chilled me. Each time I drank from her, small insights into her magic and fragments of her knowledge passed to me. They were frustratingly fleeting, though. I had to keep going back for more. She became weak and easy to control. Gerbert's finger touched my face. Meridiana's eyes were rather like yours, too. What did you see, Diana? Will you share it with me?" "Enough, Gerbert." Satu's voice crackled with warning, and Domenico snarled. "Do not think this is the last time you will see me, Diana. First, the witches will bring you to heel. Then the congregation will decide what to do with you." Gerbert's eyes bored into mine, and his finger moved down my cheek in a caress. "After that, you will be mine. For now," he said with a small bow in Satu's direction, "she is yours." The vampires withdrew. Domenico looked back, reluctant to leave. Satu waited, her gaze vacant, until the sound of metal meeting up with wood and stone signaled that they were gone from the castle. Her blue eyes snapped to attention, and she fixed them on me. With a small gesture, she released her spell that had kept me silent. "Who are you?" I croaked when it was possible to form words again. "My name is Satu Jarvinen," she said, walking around me in a slow circle, trailing a hand behind her. It triggered a deep memory of another hand that had moved like hers. Once Sarah had walked a similar path in the backyard in Madison when she'd tried to bind a lost dog. But the hands in my mind did not belong to her. Sarah's talents were nothing compared to those possessed by this witch. It had been evident she was powerful from the way she flew, but she was adept at spells, too. Even now she was restraining me inside gossamer filaments of magic that stretched across the courtyard without her uttering a single word. Any hope of easy escape vanished. "Why did you kidnap me?" I asked, trying to distract her from her work. "We tried to make you see how dangerous Clairmont was. As witches, we didn't want to go to these lengths, but you refused to listen." Satu's words were cordial, her voice warm. "You wouldn't join us for Mabon? You ignored Peter Knox. Every day that vampire drew closer. But you're safely beyond his reach now." Every instinct screamed danger. "It's not your fault," Satu continued, touching me lightly on the shoulder. My skin tingled, and the witch smiled. "Vampires are so seductive, so charming. You've been caught in his thrall, just as Meridiana was caught by Gerbert. We don't blame you for this, Diana. You led such a sheltered childhood. It wasn't possible for you to see him for what he is." "I'm not in Matthew's thrall," I insisted. Beyond the dictionary definition, I had no idea what it might involve, but Satu made it sound coercive. "Are you quite sure?" she asked gently. "You've never tasted a drop of his blood?" "Of course not. My childhood might have been devoid of extensive magical training, but I wasn't a complete idiot. Vampire blood was a powerful, life-altering substance. No memories of a taste of concentrated salt? No unusual fatigue? You've never fallen deeply asleep when he was in your presence, even though you didn't want to close your eyes? On the plane to France, Matthew had touched his fingers to his own lips, then to mine. I'd tasted salt then. The next thing I knew, I was in France." My certainty wavered. "I see. So he has given you his blood." Satu shook her head. "That's not good, Diana. We thought it might be the case after he followed you back to college on Mabon and climbed through your window." "What are you talking about?" My blood froze in my veins. Matthew would never give me his blood, nor would he violate my territory. If he had done these things, there would have been a reason, and he would have shared it with me. The night you met, Clairmont hunted you down to your rooms. He crept through an open window and was there for hours. Didn't you wake up? If not, he must have used his blood to keep you asleep. How else can we explain it? My mouth had been full of the taste of cloves. I closed my eyes against the recollection and the pain that accompanied it. This relationship has been nothing more than an elaborate deception, Diana. Matthew Clairmont has wanted only one thing, the lost manuscript. Everything the vampire has done and every lie he's told along the way have been a means to that end. No, it was impossible. He couldn't have been lying to me last night, not when we lay in each other's arms. Yes, I'm sorry to have to tell you these things, but you left us no other choice. We tried to keep you apart, but you are so stubborn. Just like my father, I thought. My eyes narrowed. How do I know that you're not lying? One witch can't lie to another witch. We're sisters, after all. Sisters? I demanded, my suspicions sharpening. You're just like Gillian, pretending sisterhood while gathering information and trying to poison my mind against Matthew. So you know about Gillian? Satu said regretfully. I know she's been watching me. Do you know she's dead? Satu's voice was suddenly vicious. What? The floor seemed to tilt, and I felt myself sliding down the sudden incline. Clairmont killed her. It's why he took you away from Oxford so quickly. It's yet another innocent death we haven't been able to keep out of the press. What did the headlines say? Oh, yes. Young American scholar dies abroad while doing research. Satu's mouth curved into a malicious smile. No, I shook her head. Matthew wouldn't kill her. I assure you he did. No doubt he questioned her first. Apparently, vampires have never learned that killing the messenger is pointless. The picture of my parents. Matthew might have killed whoever sent me that photo. It was heavy-handed for Peter to send it to you, and careless of him to let Gillian deliver it, Satu continued. Clairmont's too smart to leave evidence, though. He made it look like a suicide and left her body propped up like a calling card against Peter's door at the Randolph Hotel. Gillian Chamberlain hadn't been a friend, but the knowledge that she would never again crouch over her glass-encased papyrus fragments was more distressing than I would have expected. And it was Matthew who had killed her. My mind whirled. How could Matthew say he loved me and yet keep such things from me? Secrets were one thing, but murder, even under the guise of revenge and retaliation, was something else. He kept warning me he couldn't be trusted. I'd paid no attention to him, brushing his words aside. Had that been part of his plan too? Another strategy to lure me into trusting him? You must let me help you. Satu's voice was gentle once more. This has gone too far, and you are in terrible danger. I can teach you to use your power. Then you'll be able to protect yourself from Clairmont and other vampires like Gerbert and Domenico. You will be a great witch one day, just like your mother. You can trust me, Diana. We're family. Family, I repeated numbly. Your mother and father wouldn't have wanted you to fall into a vampire's snares, Satu explained, as if I were a child. They knew how important it was to preserve the bonds between witches. What did you say? There was no whirling now. Instead, my mind seemed unusually sharp, and my skin was tingling all over, as if 1,000 witches were staring at me. There was something I was forgetting, something about my parents that made everything Satu said a lie. A strange sound slithered into my ears. It was a hissing and creaking, like ropes being pulled over stone. Looking down, I saw thick brown roots stretching and twisting across the floor. They crawled in my direction. Satu seemed unaware of their approach. Your parents would have wanted you to live up to your responsibilities as a bishop and as a witch. My parents? I drew my attention from the floor, trying to focus on Satu's words. You owe your loyalty and allegiance to me and your fellow witches, not to Matthew Clairmont. Think of your mother and father. Think of what this relationship would do to them, if only they knew. A cold finger of foreboding traced my spine, and all my instincts told me that this witch was dangerous. The roots had reached my feet by then. As if they could sense my distress, the roots abruptly changed direction, digging into the paving stones on either side of where I stood, before weaving themselves into a sturdy, invisible web beneath the castle floors. Gillian told me that witches killed my parents, I said. Can you deny it? Tell me the truth about what happened in Nigeria. Satu remained silent. It was as good as a confession. Just as I thought, I said bitterly. A tiny motion of her wrist threw me onto my back, feet in the air, before invisible hands dragged me across the slick surface of the freezing courtyard and into a cavernous space with tall windows and only a portion of roof remaining. My back was battered from its trip across the stones of the castle's old hall. Worse yet, my struggles against Satu's magic were inexperienced and futile. Ysabeau was right. My weakness, my ignorance of who I was and how to defend myself had landed me in serious trouble. Once again, you refuse to listen to reason. I don't want to hurt you, Diana, but I will if it's the only way to make you see the seriousness of this situation. You must give up Matthew Clairmont and show us what you did to call the manuscript. I will never give up my husband, nor will I help any of you claim Ashmole 782. It doesn't belong to us. This remark earned me the sensation of my head splitting in two as a blood-curdling shriek tore through the air. A cacophony of horrifying sounds followed. They were so painful I sank to my knees and covered my head with my arms. Satu's eyes narrowed to slits, and I found myself on my backside on the cold stone. Us? You dare to think of yourself as a witch when you've come straight from the bed of a vampire? I am a witch, I replied sharply, surprised at how much her dismissal stung. You're a disgrace, just like Stephen, Satu hissed, stubborn, argumentative, independent, and so full of secrets. That's right, Satu. I'm just like my father. He wouldn't have told you anything. I'm not going to either. Yes, you will. The only way vampires can discover a witch's secrets is drop by drop. To show what she meant, Satu flicked her fingers in the direction of my right forearm. Another witch's hand had flicked at a long-ago cut on my knee, but that gesture had closed my wound better than any Band-Aid. This one sliced an invisible knife through my skin. Blood began to trickle from the gash. Satu watched the flow of blood, mesmerized. My hand covered the cut, putting pressure on the wound. It was surprisingly painful, and my anxiety began to climb. "No," said a familiar, fierce voice. "You must not give in to the pain." I struggled to bring myself under control. As a witch, I have other ways to uncover what you're hiding. I'm going to open you, Diana, and locate every secret you possess, Satu promised. We'll see how stubborn you are then. All the blood left my head, making me dizzy. The familiar voice caught my attention, whispering my name. Who do we keep our secrets from, Diana? Everybody, I answered, silently and automatically, as if the question were routine. Another set of far sturdier doors banged shut behind the inadequate barriers that had been all I'd ever needed to keep a curious witch out of my head. Satu smiled, her eyes sparkling as she detected my new defenses. There's one secret uncovered already. Let's see what else you have, besides the ability to protect your mind. The witch muttered, and my body spun around and then flattened against the floor, face down. The impact knocked the wind out of me. A circle of fire licked up from the cold stones, the flames green and noxious. Something white-hot seared my back. It curved from shoulder to shoulder like a shooting star, descended to the small of my back, then curved again before climbing once again to where it had started. Satu's magic held me fast, making it impossible to wriggle away. The pain was unspeakable, but before the welcoming blackness could take me, she held off. When the darkness receded, the pain began again. It was then that I realized with a sickening lurch of my stomach that she was opening me up, just as she'd promised. She was drawing a magical circle onto me. You must be very, very brave. Through the haze of pain, I followed the snaking tree roots covering the floor of the hall in the direction of the familiar voice. My mother was sitting under an apple tree just outside the line of green fire. "Mama!" I cried weakly, reaching out for her. But Satu's magic held. My mother's eyes, darker than I remembered, but so like my own in shape, were tenacious. She put one ghostly finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. The last of my energy was expended in a nod that acknowledged her presence. My last coherent thought was of Matthew. After that, there was nothing but pain and fear, along with a dull desire to close my eyes and go to sleep forever. It must have been many hours before Satu tossed me across the room in frustration. My back burned from her spell, and she'd reopened my injured forearm again and again. At some point, she suspended me upside down by my ankle to weaken my resistance and taunted me about my inability to fly away and escape. Despite these efforts, Satu was no closer to understanding my magic than when she started. She roared with anger, the low heels of her boots clicking against the stones as she paced and plotted fresh assaults. I lifted myself onto my elbow to better anticipate her next move. Hold on, be brave. My mother was still under the apple tree, her face shining with tears. It brought back echoes of Ysabeau telling Martha that I had more courage than she had thought, and Matthew whispering, "My brave girl," into my ear. I mustered the energy to smile, not wanting my mother to cry. My smile only made Satu more furious. "Why won't you use your power to protect yourself? I know it's inside you," she bellowed. Satu drew her arms together over her chest, then thrust them out with a string of words. My body rolled into a ball around a jagged pain in my abdomen. The sensation reminded me of my father's eviscerated body, the guts pulled out and lying next to him. That's what's next. I was oddly relieved to know. Satu's next words flung me across the floor of the ruined hall. My hands reached futilely past my head to try to stop the momentum as I skidded across the uneven stones and bumpy tree roots. My fingers flexed once, as if they might reach across the Auvergne and connect to Matthew. My mother's body had looked like this, resting inside a magic circle in Nigeria. I exhaled sharply and cried out, "Diana, you must listen to me. You will feel all alone." My mother was talking to me, and with the sound I became a child again, sitting on a swing hanging from the apple tree in the backyard of our house in Cambridge on a long-ago August afternoon. There was the smell of cut grass, fresh and green, and my mother's scent of lilies of the valley. "Can you be brave while you're alone? Can you do that for me?" There were no soft August breezes against my skin now. Instead, rough stone scraped my cheek when I nodded in reply. Satu flipped me over, and the pointy stones cut into my back. "We don't want to do this, sister," she said with regret. "But we must. You will understand, once Clairmont is forgotten, and forgive me for this." Not bloody likely, I thought. If he doesn't kill you, I'll haunt you for the rest of your life once I'm gone. With a few whispered words, Satu lifted me from the floor and propelled me with carefully directed gusts of wind out of the hall and down a flight of curving stairs that wound into the depths of the castle. She moved me through the castle's ancient dungeons. Something rustled behind me, and I craned my neck to see what it was. Ghosts. Dozens of ghosts were filing behind us in a spectral funeral procession, their faces sad and afraid. For all Satu's powers, she seemed unable to see the dead everywhere around us, just as she had been unable to see my mother. The witch was attempting to raise a heavy wooden slab in the floor with her hands. I closed my eyes and braced myself for a fall. Instead, Satu grabbed my hair and aimed my face into a dark hole. The smell of death rose in a noxious wave, and the ghosts shifted and moaned. Do you know what this is, Diana? I shrank back and shook my head, too frightened and exhausted to speak. It's an oubliette. The word rustled from ghost to ghost. A wispy woman, her face creased with age, began to weep. Oubliettes are places of forgetting. Humans who are dropped into oubliettes go mad and then starve to death if they survive the impact. It's a very long way down. They can't get out without help from above, and help never comes. The ghost of a young man with a deep gash across his chest nodded in agreement with Satu's words. "Don't fall, girl," he said in a sorrowful voice. "But we won't forget you. I'm going for reinforcements. You might be stubborn in the face of one of the congregation's witches, but not all three. We found that out with your father and mother, too." She tightened her grip, and we sailed more than 60 feet down to the bottom of the oubliette. The rock walls changed color and consistency as we tunneled deeper into the mountain. "Please," I begged when Satu dropped me on the floor, "don't leave me down here. I don't have any secrets. I don't know how to use my magic or how to recall the manuscript." "You're Rebecca Bishop's daughter," Satu said. "You have power. I can feel it, and we'll make sure that it breaks free. If your mother were here, she would simply fly out." Satu looked into the blackness above us, then to my ankle. "But you're not really your mother's daughter, are you? Not in any way that matters." Satu bent her knees, lifted her arms, and pushed gently against the oubliette stone floor. She soared up and became a blur of white and blue before disappearing. Far above me, the wooden door closed. Matthew would never find me down here. By now, any trail would be long gone, our scents scattered to the four winds. The only way to get out, short of being retrieved by Satu, Peter Knox, and some unknown third witch, was to get myself out. Standing with my weight on one foot, I bent my knees, lifted my arms, and pushed against the floor as Satu had. Nothing happened. Closing my eyes, I tried to focus on the way it had felt to dance in the salon, hoping it would make me float again. All it did was make me think of Matthew and the secrets he had kept from me. My breath turned into a sob, and when the oubliette's dank air passed into my lungs, the resulting cough brought me to my knees. I slept a bit, but it was hard to ignore the ghosts once they started chattering. At least they provided some light in the gloom. Every time they moved, a tiny bit of phosphorescence smudged the air, linking where they had just been to where they were going. A young woman in filthy rags sat opposite me, humming quietly to herself and staring in my direction with vacant eyes. In the center of the room, a monk, a knight in full armor, and a musketeer peered into an even deeper hole that emitted a feeling of such loss that I couldn't bear to go near it. The monk muttered the mass for the dead, and the musketeer kept reaching into the pit as if looking for something he had lost. My mind slid toward oblivion, losing its struggle against the combination of fear, pain, and cold. Frowning with concentration, I remembered the last passages I'd read in the Aurora Consurgens and repeated them aloud in the hope it would help me remain sane. "It is I who mediates the elements, bringing each into agreement," I mumbled through stiff lips. "I make what is moist dry again, and what is dry I make moist. I make what is hard soft again, and soften that which is hard. As I am the end, so my lover is the beginning. I encompass the whole work of creation, and all knowledge is hidden in me." Something shimmered against the wall nearby. Here was another ghost, come to say hello, but I closed my eyes, too tired to care, and returned to my recitation. "Who will dare to separate me from my love? No one, for our love is as strong as death." My mother interrupted me. "Won't you try to sleep, little witch?" Behind my closed eyes, I saw my attic bedroom in Madison. It was only a few days before my parents' final trip to Africa, and I'd been brought to stay with Sarah while they were gone. "I'm not sleepy," I replied. My voice was stubborn and childlike. I opened my eyes. The ghosts were drawing closer to the shimmer in the shadows to my right. My mother was sitting there, propped against the oubliette's damp stone walls, holding her arms open. I inched toward her, holding my breath for fear she would disappear. She smiled in welcome, her dark eyes shining with unshed tears. My mother's ghostly arms and fingers flicked this way and that as I snuggled closer to her familiar body. "Shall I tell you a story? It was your hands I saw when Satu worked her magic." Her answering laugh was gentle and made the cold stones beneath me less painful. "I'm so tired," I sighed. "It's time for your story then. Once upon a time," she began, "there was a little witch named Diana. When she was very small, her fairy godmother wrapped her in invisible ribbons that were every color of the rainbow." I remembered this tale from my childhood, when my pajamas had been purple and pink with stars on them, and my hair was braided into 2 long pigtails that snaked down my back. Waves of memories flooded into rooms of my mind that had sat empty and unused since my parents' death. "Why did the fairy godmother wrap her up?" I asked in my child's voice. "Because Diana loved making magic, and she was very good at it, too. But her fairy godmother knew that other witches would be jealous of her power. When you are ready," the fairy godmother told her, "you will shrug off these ribbons. Until then, you won't be able to fly or make magic." "That's not fair," I protested, as 7-year-olds are fond of doing. "Punish the other witches, not me." "The world isn't fair, is it?" my mother asked. I shook my head glumly. No matter how hard Diana tried, she couldn't shake her ribbons off. In time, she forgot all about them. And she forgot her magic, too. "I would never forget my magic," I insisted. My mother frowned. "But you have," she said in her soft whisper. Her story continued. One day, long after, Diana met a handsome prince who lived in the shadows between sunset and moonrise. This had been my favorite part. Memories of other nights flooded forth. Sometimes I had asked for his name. Other times I'd proclaimed my lack of interest in a stupid prince. Mostly I wondered why anyone would want to be with a useless witch. The prince loved Diana, despite the fact that she couldn't seem to fly. He could see the ribbons binding her, though nobody else could. He wondered what they were for, and what would happen if the witch took them off. But the prince didn't think it was polite to mention them, in case she felt self-conscious. I nodded my 7-year-old head, impressed with the prince's empathy, and my much older head moved against the stone walls, too. But he did wonder why a witch wouldn't want to fly, if she could. Then, my mother said, smoothing my hair, 3 witches came to town. They could see the ribbons too, and suspected that Diana was more powerful than they were. So they spirited her away to a dark castle. But the ribbons wouldn't budge, even though the witches pulled and tugged. So the witches locked her in a room, hoping she'd be so afraid she'd take the ribbons off herself. Was Diana all alone? "All alone," my mother said. I don't think I like this story. I pulled up my childhood bedspread, a patchwork quilt in bright colors that Sarah had bought at a Syracuse department store in anticipation of my visit, and slid down to the floor of the oubliette. My mother tucked me against the stones. "Mama?" "Yes, Diana?" "I did what you told me to do. I kept my secrets from everybody." "I know it was difficult. Do you have any secrets?" In my mind, I was running like a deer through a field, my mother chasing me. "Of course," she said, reaching out and flicking her fingers so that I soared through the air and landed in her arms. "Will you tell me one of them?" "Yes." Her mouth was so close to my ear that it tickled. You are my greatest secret." "But I'm right here," I squealed, squirming free and running in the direction of the apple tree. How can I be a secret if I'm right here? My mother put her fingers to her lips and smiled. Magic. Chapter 30. Where is she? Matthew slammed the keys to the Range Rover onto the table. We will find her, Matthew. Ysabeau was trying to be calm for her son's sake, but it had been nearly 10 hours since they'd found a half-eaten apple next to a patch of rue in the garden. The two had been combing the countryside ever since, working in methodical slices of territory that Matthew divided up on a map. After all the searching, they'd found no sign of Diana and had been unable to pick up her trail. She had simply vanished. It has to be a witch who took her. Matthew ran his fingers through his hair. I told her she'd be safe as long as she stayed inside the chateau. I never thought the witches would dare to come here. His mother's mouth tightened. The fact that witches had kidnapped Diana did not surprise her. Matthew started handing out orders like a general on a battlefield. We'll go out again. I'll drive to Brioude. Go past Aubusson, Ysabeau, and into Limousin. Marthe, wait here in case she comes back or someone calls with news. There would be no phone calls, Ysabeau knew. If Diana had access to a phone, she would have used it before now. And though Matthew's preferred battle strategy was to chop through obstacles until he reached his goal, it was not always the best way to proceed. We should wait, Matthew. Wait? Matthew snarled. For what? For Baldwin. He was in London and left an hour ago. Ysabeau, how could you tell him? His older brother, Matthew had learned through experience, liked to destroy things. It was what he did best. Over the years, he'd done it physically, mentally, and then financially, once he'd discovered that destroying people's livelihoods was almost as thrilling as flattening a village. When she was not in the stables or in the woods, I felt it was time. Baldwin is better at this than you are, Matthew. He can track anything. Yes, Baldwin's always been good at pursuing his prey. Now finding my wife is only my first task. Then I'll have to make sure she's not his next target. Matthew picked up his keys. You wait for Baldwin. I'll go out alone. Once he knows that Diana belongs to you, he will not harm her. Baldwin is the head of this family. So long as this is a family matter, he has to know. Ysabeau's words struck him as odd. She knew how much he distrusted his older brother. Matthew shrugged their strangeness aside. They came into your home, Maman. It was an insult to you. If you want Baldwin involved, it's your right. I called Baldwin for Diana's sake, not mine. She must not be left in the hands of witches, Matthew, even if she is a witch herself. Martha's nose went into the air, alert to a new scent. Baldwin, Ysabeau said unnecessarily, her green eyes glittering. A heavy door slammed overhead, and angry footsteps followed. Matthew stiffened, and Martha rolled her eyes. Down here, Ysabeau said softly. Even in a crisis, she didn't raise her voice. They were vampires, after all, with no need for histrionics. Baldwin Montclair, as he was known in the financial markets, strode down the hall of the ground floor. His copper-colored hair gleamed in the electric light, and his muscles twitched with the quick reflexes of a born athlete. Trained to wield a sword from childhood, he had been imposing before becoming a vampire. And after his rebirth, few dared to cross him. The middle son in Philippe de Clermont's brood of 3 male children, Baldwin had been made a vampire in Roman times, and had been Philippe's favorite. They were cut from the same cloth, fond of war, women, and wine, in that order. Despite these amiable characteristics, those who faced him in combat seldom lived to recount the experience. Now he directed his anger at Matthew. They'd taken a dislike to each other the first time they'd met, their personalities at such odds that even Philippe had given up hope of their ever being friends. His nostrils flared as he tried to detect his brother's underlying scent of cinnamon and cloves. "Where the hell are you, Matthew?" His deep voice echoed against the glass and stone. Matthew stepped into his brother's path. "Here, Baldwin." Baldwin had him by the throat before the words were out of his mouth. Their heads close together, one dark and one bright, they rocketed to the far end of the hall. Matthew's body smashed into a wooden door, splintering it with the impact. How could you take up with a witch, knowing what they did to Father? She wasn't even born when he was captured. Matthew's voice was tight, given the pressure on his vocal cords, but he showed no fear. "She's a witch," Baldwin spit. "They're all responsible." They knew how the Nazis were torturing him and did nothing to stop it. "Baldwin." Ysabeau's sharp tone caught his attention. Philippe left strict instructions that no revenge was to be taken if he came to harm. Though she had told Baldwin this repeatedly, it never lessened his anger. The witches helped those animals capture Philippe. Once the Nazis had him, they experimented on him to determine how much damage a vampire's body could take without dying. The witches' spells made it impossible for us to find him and free him. They failed to destroy Philippe's body, but they destroyed his soul. Matthew sounded hollow. "Christ, Baldwin, they could do the same to Diana." If the witches hurt her physically, Matthew knew she might recover. But she would never be the same if the witches broke her spirit. He closed his eyes against the painful thought that Diana might not return the same stubborn, willful creature. "So what?" Baldwin tossed his brother onto the floor in disgust and pounced on him. A copper kettle the size of a timpani drum crashed into the wall. Both brothers leaped to their feet. Martha stood with gnarled hands on ample hips, glaring at them. "She is his wife," she told Baldwin curtly. "You mated with her?" Baldwin was incredulous. "Diana is part of this family now," Ysabeau answered. "Martha and I have accepted her. You must as well." "Never," he said flatly. "No witch will ever be a de Clairmont or welcome in this house. Mating is a powerful instinct, but it doesn't survive death. If the witches don't kill this bishop woman, I will." Matthew lunged at his brother's throat. There was a sound of flesh tearing. Baldwin reeled back and howled, his hand on his neck. "You bit me! Threaten my wife again, and I'll do more than that." Matthew's sides were heaving, and his eyes were wild. "Enough!" Ysabeau startled them into silence. "I have already lost my husband, a daughter, and 2 of my sons. I will not have you at each other's throats. I will not let witches take someone from my home without my permission." Her last words were uttered in a low hiss. "And I will not stand here and argue while my son's wife is in the hands of my enemies. In 1944, you insisted that challenging the witches wouldn't solve anything. Now look at you," Baldwin snapped, glaring at his brother. "This is different," Matthew said tightly. "Oh, it's different, I grant you that. You're risking the congregation's interference in our family's affairs just so you can bed one of them. The decision to engage in open hostilities with the witches was not yours to make then. It was your father's, and he expressly forbade prolonging a world war." Ysabeau stopped behind Baldwin and waited until he turned to face her. "You must let this go. The power to punish such atrocities was placed in the hands of human authorities." Baldwin looked at her sourly. "You took matters into your own hands, as I recall, Ysabeau. How many Nazis did you dine on before you were satisfied?" It was an unforgivable thing to say, but he had been pushed past his normal limits. "As for Diana," Ysabeau continued smoothly, though her eyes sparked in warning, "if your father were alive, Lucius Sigaric Benoit Christophe Baldwin de Clairmont, he would be out looking for her, witch or not. He would be ashamed of you, in here settling old scores with your brother." Every one of the names Philippe had given him over the years sounded like a slap, and Baldwin's head jerked back when they struck. He exhaled slowly through his nose. "Thank you for the advice, Isabeau, and the history lesson. Now, happily, it is my decision. Matthew will not indulge himself with this girl. End of discussion." He felt better after exercising his authority and turned to stalk out of Septours. "Then you leave me no choice." Matthew's response stopped him in his tracks. "Choice?" Baldwin snorted. "You'll do what I tell you to do. I may not be head of the family, but this is no longer a family matter." Matthew had, at last, figured out the point of Isabeau's earlier remark. "Fine," Baldwin shrugged. "Go on this foolish crusade if you must. Find your witch. Take Martha. She seems to be as enamored of her as you are. If the two of you want to pester the witches and bring the congregation down on your heads, that's your business. To protect the family, I'll disown you." He was on his way out the door again when his younger brother laid down his trump. "I absolve the de Clairmonts of any responsibility for sheltering Diana Bishop. The Knights of Lazarus will now see to her safety, as we have done for others in the past." Isabeau turned away to hide her expression of pride. "You can't be serious," Baldwin hissed. "If you rally the Brotherhood, it will be tantamount to a declaration of war. If that's your decision, you know the consequences. I could kill you for your disobedience, but I don't have time. Your lands and possessions are forfeit. Leave this house and surrender your seal of office. A new French master will be appointed within the week. You are beyond the protection of the order and have 7 days to find yourself a new place to live." "Try to take Septours from me," Baldwin growled, "and you'll regret it." "Septours isn't yours. It belongs to the Knights of Lazarus. Isabeau lives here with the Brotherhood's blessing. I'll give you one more chance to be included in that arrangement." Matthew's voice took on an indisputable tone of command. "Baldwin de Clairmont, I call upon you to fulfill your sworn oath and enter the field of battle, where you will obey my commands until I release you." He hadn't spoken or written the words for ages, but Matthew remembered each one perfectly. The Knights of Lazarus were in his blood, just as Diana was. Long unused muscles flexed deep within him, and talents that had grown rusty began to sharpen. The knights don't come to their master's aid because of a love affair gone wrong, Matthew. We fought at the Battle of Acre. We helped the Albigensian heretics resist the Northerners. We survived the demise of the Templars and the English advances at Crécy and Agincourt. The Knights of Lazarus were on the ships that beat back the Ottoman Empire at Lepanto, and when we refused to fight any further, the 30 Years' War came to an end. The Brotherhood's purpose is to ensure that vampires survive in a world dominated by humans. We started out protecting those who could not protect themselves, Baldwin. Our heroic reputation was simply an unexpected byproduct of that mission. Father should never have passed the order on to you when he died. You're a soldier and an idealist, not a commander. You don't have the stomach to make the difficult decisions. Baldwin's scorn for his brother was clear from his words, but his eyes were worried. Diana came to me seeking protection from her own people. I will see to it that she get it, just as the knights protected the citizens of Jerusalem and Germany and Occitania when they were under threat. No one will believe that this isn't personal, any more than they would have believed it in 1944. Then you said no. I was wrong. Baldwin looked shocked. Matthew drew a long, shuddering breath. Once we would have responded immediately to such an outrage and to hell with the consequences. But a fear of divulging the family secrets and a reluctance to raise the congregation's ire held me back. This only encouraged our enemies to strike at this family again, and I won't make the same mistake where Diana is concerned. The witches will stop at nothing to learn about her power. They've invaded our home and snatched one of their own. It's worse than what they did to Philippe. In the witches' eyes, he was only a vampire. By taking Diana, they've gone too far." As Baldwin considered his brother's words, Matthew's anxiety grew more acute. Diana! Isabeau brought Baldwin back to the matter at hand. Baldwin nodded, once. "Thank you," Matthew said simply. "A witch grabbed her straight up and out of the garden. Any clues there might have been about the direction they took were gone by the time we discovered she was missing." He pulled a creased map from his pocket. "Here is where we still need to search." Baldwin looked at the areas that Isabeau and his brother had already covered and the wide swaths of countryside that remained. "You've been searching all these places since she was taken?" Matthew nodded. "Of course." Baldwin couldn't conceal his irritation. "Matthew, will you never learn to stop and